Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes are sweet and sexy. Have fun, enjoy the journey. Or just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade. Sipping motions and lemonade. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculousness that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes are sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning, my friends. Happy hump day. Today is Wednesday, February 11th, 2026. How's everybody doing today? Today we're going back to Athens, Georgia to cover the Georgia versus Edrick Faust trial, day 8. Here we go again. Will today be the day that they've got any slam dunk evidence against Edrick Faust? Maybe some evidence that puts him in the house? I don't know. I think Jeremy's going to be testifying today. Jeremy, the partner of Liz BIGHAM, was the Georgia Bureau of Investigation investigator who solved this 2001 cold case murder of Tara Baker. And she testified yesterday. Liz did. She's just Liz. Remember, Chris Melton just called her Liz. And she 10 times gave Chris Melton the opportunity to change his story when she interviewed him in 2024, May 5th, I think it was. I've never seen anything like this. I don't know if you guys have, but I've never seen anything like this. Looks like maybe they had a Daubert hearing this morning on a DNA expert, so we're not very far behind. We're going to take a look at it. Thank you to Fox 5 Atlanta for giving us a stream with decent audio. YouTube is going crazy. YouTube is really wonky yesterday and today. So if for some reason your comments in the chat aren't coming up, it's because apparently other streamers had issues with it too yesterday, where they were holding a really bizarre amount of comments and everything had to be manually approved. I don't know what the story is, but they didn't ask me. Oh, interesting news. Oh, aside from the fact that the guy that they took into custody last night, who they thought or called a person of interest or suspect in the Nancy Guthrie case, allegedly, apparently had nothing to do with it. Did you guys see that? It was wild. And he gave an interview and it's out there. You can find it. He's like, I'm a delivery driver. I don't know what they were doing in my house. It was wild. Ashley Banfield's been saying since the beginning that she thinks the son-in-law is involved. And I hope she's right, because that would be a terrible allegation if it turns out that he has nothing to do with it. Detained for questioning. Yeah, it was so Carlos, poor Carlos. I don't know. I mean, it was wild. I caught it like really late at night last night and everyone was talking about it. And it's the thing that everyone wants to talk about. Why did who knows? He was door dashing, but he also works for, I think, DHL. Mother-in-law gave an interview. I saw that too. But you know, a lot of times also, Team Brittany, you know, the mother-in-law doesn't always know what's going on, right? but she was like, they're inside my house. This is crazy. Brian Enton is like everywhere. He's everywhere. He's outside everybody's house. I guess he had to stop. He had to leave his post at Nick Reiner's house to go be outside Nancy Guthrie's house. Oh, and then Domino's came to deliver a pizza and got right up to the front door. Oh, and then they also found some, like, apparently they were able to get some Nest footage from the house, even though they didn't have a subscription. And apparently Nest can get video from anyone. So you're always being watched, and just assume that you're always being watched and that everything you do is always being recorded, and then you'll never get in trouble. Also, be careful with your Google searches. I wonder if they're going to be able to get the Ring camera footage, if they can get it from anyone, right? I mean, it was the FBI who got it 10 days later or something. Do you think that they'd be able to get the Tom Kelleher Ring footage from across the street from 34 Fairview? Or, any of the neighbors on Fairview? You think they'd be able to get any of that footage? I'm so curious. Why can't they get that? Because nobody cares. Also, another interesting fact that I just learned about, but apparently it happened. What's today's the 11th, 2 days ago. I don't know how I missed this, but Court TV has been sold. Court TV has been sold to Law and Crime. So now there's really going to be zero competition in the court space streaming trial arena, I guess. Are they gonna combine them? I have no idea. Is Vinnie Politan gonna get to keep his job? I don't know. Is Julie Grant gonna get to keep her job? I don't know. So EW Scripps, which relaunched Court TV in 2019, has sold the network to the Dan Abrams run Law and Crime studio. And it's interesting to me because a lot of the reporters from Law and Crime have gone to News Nation. Have you noticed that? Jesse Weber is one off the top of my head that has gone from Law and Crime to News Nation. So I don't know if Law and Crime owns a piece of News Nation too. I'm not sure. Financial terms for the deal were not disclosed. And since 2023, Law and Crime has been owned by Jelly Smack, which is a holding company for creator-led media businesses. And it says they are going to focus more. Oh, well, let's see. Dan Abrams says he intends to maintain Court TV as its own brand, distinct from Law and Crime. Court TV will become the, quote, hub for all trial content and coverage, and continues its important tradition of giving viewers an inside look at some of the most fascinating and important trials. So I find that interesting, and I wonder what that is going to mean for some of the anchors on Court TV. And I think they're going to focus more on their YouTube than on their live cable channel. Right? Because they have it on some cable state. I can't get it. Fios doesn't have Court TV. I have to use the app on my television or watch it on my laptop. So it's kind of annoying. So that's the story. That's what I got for you this morning. Let's pull our affirmation of a badass before we can get into, so we can get into court today and kind of be on real time. Let's do it. We have an affirmation for a badass deck, and every day we pull an affirmation card because who doesn't need a little affirmation to get you through the day, right? Yeah, YouTube is the way now, right? I guess I got in at a good time, right? Guess I got in a good time. Thanks, Jeff. Let's shuffle the deck, shall we? Today's affirmation for a badass is I can and I will, because I am a badass like that. There it is. There's your affirmation of the day. I can and I will because I'm a badass like that. You can do anything. Guess what? You're never too old to dream a new dream. You're never too old to pivot. In fact, pivoting at an older age, such as like, I don't know, a lot of people do. I did. You're out of F's to give. And so you have really no fear at a certain age. And you're just like, why don't I just try doing this for a while? See if I like it. When your passion is lost for something, find your passion somewhere else. It's never too late. Okay? Okay. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Any other things you want to talk about this morning quickly? Just a mom with MS came, and she's here, and she's a member. Welcome. We have special emojis for members here. Let me read to you some show notes from yesterday from inside the courtroom. We have cupcakes in the courtroom. Yesterday, there were 3 cupcakes, I think 3 in the courtroom. And let me read to you her thoughts. And I'm not going to say her name because I don't need the judge calling out anybody in the courtroom. She said, after a full day, she was exhausted by the time she got back to her hotel. I think she was in a hotel. Mr. Crews and Mr. Hill showed up to enter court and saw Christy and fist bumped us. I also told him that everyone was enjoying the demonstratives they are using. If you've not seen the cross on the lead detective Bingham today, which obviously we did because we were watching together. Here's what she says. And these are, listen, if you ask 10 people for an opinion, they will give you 10 different opinions. She says, I think the jurors are going to be at a stalemate. There are 2, maybe 3 that smile at the family every morning. They look over at them and you can see they have empathy for the family. Let's just hope their empathy doesn't stand a chance with the evidence, she says. The rest of the jurors look to be more interested in the defense and the inconsistencies. They were the same today, so she went 2 days in a row. All seem to be paying attention, although one person looked to be asleep a few times, talking about the jurors, I guess. Most are taking notes, good notes. Thank you for sending me an email, but if you send me an email in the middle of my show and I see a comment fly by that you sent me one, I thank you for that. I do read all my emails. I will not stop my stream to pull up your email and read it to the class in the middle of what I'm doing, but thank you so much for that. I get very distracted. Can you tell I get very distracted by what goes on in the chat? And I can't just turn it off. So I'm a control freak like that. She said the courtroom was a bit interesting today. We have a bailiff who asked me who I'm here for. That's interesting, right? I said, I'm neutral and waiting for all the evidence. He was nice and we laughed about a few things. Today, as soon as I sat down, he came over to us and told us not to be chatting. He then sat right up in front of the defense table to try and read some papers that were on the desk while the attorneys were at the sidebar. This happened all day. I stared at him doing it and he knew I caught him. The detectives were both witnesses that looked to be making, the 2 detectives were both witnesses that looked to be making excuses for Chris Melton. It was insane. It's day 7, and it's the first time that the state has even mentioned Edrick Faust. I feel like the DA is the defense attorney for Chris. I think a lot of us feel that way. Ashley Hill was there again today. I've not seen any other witnesses that have come back after testifying. I think that's telling. Yeah, I think she's still friends or good friends with the family and with Chris Melton. And her husband might be as well. I'm not quite sure, but that's my thoughts. She said, I will say that I was glad yesterday that the defense started objecting more. That Crews didn't win many objections. We saw that. She said the DA is a grandstander. The judge said something to both Mr. Crews and the DA at the end of the day. And the other little attorney, she meant Chris Bolden, the other the ADA, Chris Bolden, was and is so cocky. He makes faces, shakes his head, and takes deep breaths. After the judge sustained an objection against Mr. Hill, did Mr. Hill object yesterday? I don't remember. Remember, I was on the road for a little while. He walked over to show Crews some papers, and he gave Mr. Hill a look like, ha ha, F you, buddy. So many people saw it, and there were audible gasps. Mr. Crews stated that the state is supposed to close either today or Thursday at the latest. She's not going to be able to be there. And so if any of you are going, please email me. My email is in the show notes below. And I will, if you want me to, put you on a group email with the other cupcakes that are going to be in court. I asked her how full the courtroom was, and if the judge had ever collected the media passes before, because remember she said, oh, today media, I'm going to collect all your passes just so you know I can know who was here and stuff like that, and we'll give them back to you tomorrow. She said the courtroom is, I'd say, maybe 3/4 full. There's still at least 3 rows that are empty. And she said the side behind the defense is more full than the other side. This was the first time they gave out media passes, is what she's telling me. They collect them. She collects them at the end of the day, and they will get them every morning. More media than expected, so they gave passes out. Interesting. She said it's going to be weird watching it on TV today and not being able to see all of the drama and the objections. And so that is very interesting. Okay, observations from inside the Athens courtroom. Let's do it. She wants to know who in media is there. I know. Remember, she called out that girl whose name I'm not going to mention again because I don't want to get her in trouble. And she's like, I don't think the jury was in the room, but she said, who is? And she named a woman's name who's on Facebook. Are you in the courtroom today? Are you in the courtroom today, Jessica? Her name is Jessica. Are you in the courtroom today? And I don't know why she did that. She did that after having a frantic sidebar, or front bar, really, because they meet in front of the bench, with the prosecutors who brought something to her attention on their phone. And Mr. Crews is like, what are you talking about? So that was interesting. So yeah, I think she wants to know who's there. She wants to know who's tweeting. She wants to know what they're saying about her. Maybe, I don't know. It's weird though. I don't remember seeing that in any other trial that we've covered together. David got his wife a deck of affirmation cards for Valentine's Day. You're such a good husband. Thank you, David, for your 5. And Iceman says, Dale Warner trial starts tomorrow, and it was somewhere near where I live in Michigan. Not trying to shift what you are doing. Just wanted to mention it. Okay, but you know what happens, Iceman? Then you get people from here who want to go watch that instead, and then you're pulling viewers away from me. I mean, I'll take your $5. I know that case has been going on for a very, very, very long time, but I'm locked in here. I'm locked in. Sorry. If you want to go watch that, keep me posted, I guess, but not in the chat. Thank you for your 5. Couple of new members, Justin Mom, Bumblebee, welcome. And Chadwick, welcome. I think you're going to like it here. All right, here we go. Forgot to put my do not disturb on. All right, let's pull up. Let's go to Athens. This was from a little bit earlier this morning. As always, let me know that you can hear court at a decent volume, but sometimes it takes them a bit to modulate. So we'll try and be patient. I know patience is not my strong suit either, you guys. It's not. Drum roll, please. I mean, I think Corey Richland's case is coming up too, right? Are they picking a jury right now? I don't know. I can't keep up with that. There's so many delays and everything. Fit check. Mr. Faust is wearing a striped button down. It looks to be either burgundy and white pinstripe or brown and white pinstripe. That's good. Those are good colors on him. Recovery addict got called out in a trial in Georgia. Oh, wait, I remember that. And I forget what it was. No, that was something else where somebody called him or he helped uncover some evidence in a trial. Lawn Crime has good sound today. All right, well, let's, I feel like we're a little bit loyal to Fox 5 now. Let's see how this goes. If it's not good, then we can switch over. Okay, listen, Darlene.
And I'm going to ask the state. I know Mr. Bolden, you're down there.
Darlene, I'm not going to call you out, but I'm going to call you out. But I'm not going to put your comment on the screen. Asking moderators why they timed you out days ago is not an appropriate question. You're not going to get an answer. When there's 6,000-7,000 people in the chat, the comments are flying by. And sometimes people get timed out by accident. Don't cry about it. It happens. You have to just don't say words that are bad in the chat. Don't start fights with people. Just, you know the rules of YouTube. Be classy. That's all. Don't say anything that's going to get me in trouble with YouTube. How about that? Yeah, you're here posting now.
Sure.
So let's move on.
Mr. Yellum and Chile, are you all ready for this? We're going to go on the record. And I'm going to ask the state. I know, Mr. Bolden, you're down there. Mr. Yellum and Chile, are you all ready for the jury to come in?
We are, Judge. I think, though, before the jury comes in, I'd just like to put on the record the timestamps from Mr. Faust's interview that the state is planning on playing.
Okay.
It would be 6:03:55. That's hour, minute, second p.m. to 6:10:20. 6:14:01 to 6:15:05. My understanding of Mr. Crews's objection to certain portions of the interview that would contain information that wouldn't be admissible in front of the jury. Of course, or if there are additional portions that Mr. Crews wants to play that would be admissible before the jury, he certainly has the opportunity to do that during cross-examination. I may have a couple of questions for Agent Howell that fall outside of those timestamps, but I think he has an understanding, and he's present in the courtroom for whatever the instructions the court may or may not want to give him. But I think he certainly has the opportunity to do that during cross-examination.
Tell me if this one's better.
I may have a couple of questions for Agent Howell that
Is this one better?
outside of those timestamps, but I think he has an understanding, and he's present in the courtroom for whatever the instructions the court may or may not want to give him. But I think he already has an understanding that we can't be talking about criminal history, can't be talking about Mr. Faust having been swabbed when he went into prison. And so as it relates to the portion that we would play from 7:16:14 to 7:16:47.
Okay, is that better?
I will have a question for Agent Howell about a statement that immediately precedes that. In the actual recorded interview, Agent Howell makes reference to Mr. Faust of, when you get swabbed to go into prison, do you know why we do that? Then Mr. Faust's response is DNA. And so we would play from the portion that Mr. Faust says DNA. And the groundwork question for Agent Howell before that would be immediately before this response from Mr. Faust. Did you ask him if he was aware that he had been swabbed with his DNA being entered in a database? And I'm going to ask that question in a leading manner to elicit just a yes or no answer to that question, because of the fact that we're talking about some sensitive information that shouldn't come in front of the jury.
Mr. Would you care to respond?
Yes, I would object to, and I'm still going through the timestamps I got from Mr. Yalamachili, but portion 6:14:21 through, 16. I'm sorry, I think I wrote this wrong. 6:14:21 through 6:14:59. I would object to that portion, Your Honor, because that portion is talking about Mr. Faust and his prior prison sentence. And I could read the portions of that, unless I'm mistaken, sir.
I think
We are going to hear portions of Edrick Faust's statement today to the police. Yay.
your timestamps in your transcript might be a little bit off. I can play for the court the portion that I'm talking about.
Why don't we do that first? Mr. Crews, so you're aware of what he's talking about.
Okay, but before we play that, because I don't want to forget this point, in regards to the DNA being taken in prison, we would stipulate that, well, I'll say this. First, I would object to any discussion about his DNA being previously taken. We've made clear that we are not contesting DNA in this case. That isn't anything that we're, let me change that statement.
Yeah, please
We're
do.
not contesting that the state took swabs from Mr. Faust and obtained his DNA. As far as previously having his DNA, I would argue, Your Honor, that is irrelevant in this case because after the arrest warrants were secured, they took swabs from Mr. Faust, and the swabs that they took from Mr. Faust are the actual swabs that they sent off to be tested by the state. So any mention of previously having this DNA or anything of that nature, because they end up getting this DNA, I think that would be cumulative and it'd also be more prejudicial than probative.
You care to respond to Mr. Crews's objection about that particular moment?
Yes, Your Honor. It's already in evidence in front of the jury. I think it's absolutely relevant to indicate why it is that law enforcement has contact with Mr. Faust at all. It's the entire mechanism by which he is identified as the perpetrator of the crime prior to the confirmatory testing that's done later on. So it's the way in which he is identified in the investigation. It's already been testified to in front of the jury. And I think it's certainly relevant.
That has not been testified to in front of the jury, Your Honor. The furthest they've gotten is CODIS, and that was for me a very close line, but I didn't object. They mentioned CODIS. I think we could leave it there. If the state is saying that it's already in evidence, the additional argument would be that it's cumulative, and it would be a waste of time to the jurors if this is something the state is saying they are already having. But to use a statement to put forth before the jury that the state previously had his DNA and implied due to prison, I think that would be inappropriate. So I would object under that under 404B, Your Honor, as well as 24403.
Okay, well, let me make sure I understand your argument, because the state has said they are not going to, and they would not be allowed to mention anything about any prior criminal history or incidents that may have happened in another criminal case. I mean,
Right, but they want to backdoor it in. They want you to, don't, let me see if I understand what you're saying. You know exactly what he's saying. The DA is being shady. He wants to try and backdoor it in another way. And it's highly prejudicial. More prejudicial than probative. That's the test, Your Honor.
they're not allowed to do that. That is certainly true. But my understanding of Mr. Yeoman-Chili's argument was that they were excluding that.
But they would ask the witness about previously having Mr. Faust's DNA. CODIS in itself, as we know, the Honorable Court is aware of what CODIS is. But then to say 24 years later, we previously had your DNA, what do you think we got it for? And Mr. Faust's response is DNA. It's implicitly stating the reason law enforcement has his DNA is because he's been in trouble with the law before. And in Georgia, as we know, the only individuals that have to give DNA are individuals that are convicted of felony offenses.
Thank you. Mr. Yeoman-Chili, do you care to respond to that argument?
I think that the witness who would testify regarding the hit in the database has been instructed that we will refer to it as a national database of known DNA profiles. And I'm happy to ask the question.
Your witnesses also know that they are allowed to explain their answers, that they are allowed to ramble on about things that are irrelevant to the question. It doesn't matter. They're pretty much allowed to say whatever they want. And I'm pretty sure your witness is probably sitting in the courtroom right now listening to you. So now your witness knows exactly what you want him to say or sneak in, and he'll probably do it. What do you think?
In whatever manner the court instructs me to ask it in, and I'd be basically asking permission before posing the question to Detective Howell or Agent Howell, excuse me, to be able to ask it in a leading manner so we don't leave any room open for the chance that any words other than the ones that are authorized by the court would be used in the asking of the question. So,
and I'm asking the opposite, that question or that area not be delved into at all, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Crews, you're saying that because you're saying that it violates 403, that it is a waste of time and it is cumulative.
Not just that, but it's also more prejudicial than, the probative value is substantially outweighed by its prejudicial impact or undue prejudice. But also it gets into 404. Pretty much what I believe this line of testimony would put before the jury is an inference of Mr. Faust has been in trouble with the law before, they've gotten his DNA before. As the state has mentioned, and a portion I disagree with. A portion is the CODIS. They've already mentioned CODIS. CODIS is before the jury, right? They've already mentioned that his DNA matched or alerted in CODIS. As far as going down the line of talking to Mr. Faust, why do you think we have your DNA? Outside of implying bad character, it's really no other purpose of putting that information before the jury. We've already established that the state has DNA, I believe, through Agent BIGHAM. She testified about the swabs. The swabs were admitted to evidence, which were swabs from Mr. Faust's mouth. I don't think whether or not they had DNA is going to be an issue in this case. We have some questions about the DNA, but the state's position is that they have DNA. Bring it through Jeremy Howell that they previously had his DNA, or Mr. Faust saying my DNA. I would stand by my objection under 403 or under 404 as well. But I would add that the probative value of the evidence is substantially outweighed by undue prejudice.
All right, thank you. Anything further?
No, Judge.
Okay, so this is what we're going to do. I'm going to give you all a 15-minute break and see if you have any case law this court can look at. I want to sort of give you a few of my thoughts about this argument. The first is that I do find it is relevant. And so that doesn't even touch 403 yet, but it is relevant. I mean, I don't think there's any question that the information the state is seeking to elicit is irrelevant, and I don't find that it's cumulative. So it's not violative of 403 in that sense. The jury selection process from both parties repeatedly referred to websites and companies that people consistently use in our country, like Ancestry.com or 21andMe or whatever, those kinds of companies. Those questions were asked by both parties to the jury. And so there is a sense of at least both parties have inserted into this trial through their questions to the jury panel as a whole, and of course,
Jury selection is not part of the actual physical, the trial, okay? It's not part of the trial for purposes of appeal, ma'am. If you let this in, that's a really, really good appellate issue, in my opinion. Not that there aren't many already.
During the entire voir dire process, both parties have inserted the idea that DNA is often these days in the mainstream of society, whether it be in a company like Ancestry.com or something like that. And so certainly, Mr. Crews, your argument is very significant. I'm going to go look up the law, and I'll let you all look it up too, about whether it is common knowledge that a national database like CODIS is only reflective of someone being in the prison system. I'm not sure that's accurate. There hasn't been any evidence in the trial that says anything.
Isn't that what CODIS is? Do I need to Google it myself? Innocent people have their DNA in CODIS? Or is it only convicted felons? Did she really just say that? Hold on. Who doesn't understand now?
Y'all look it up too, about whether it is common knowledge that a national database like CODIS is only reflective of someone being in the prison system. I'm not sure that's accurate. There hasn't been any evidence in the trial that says anything like the national database is only for people that have been in the prison system. There has been no evidence to suggest that. And so I do think the question is whether that is such a common understanding that it is a moment where when it's mentioned, the jury would absolutely know this. And I'm not sure about that. I am going to look up the law as to whether something like this is violative of 404B, and then I'll make a decision about whether 403 has actually been implicated. So it's almost 9:30. I'll be back on the bench at 9:45 and we'll discuss it. All right, thank you.
Is she for real? Because the jury might not know that only convicted offenders are in CODIS, or maybe in some states arrestees are in CODIS. We need to, and because the jury doesn't know that, we should let it in. Is that really what she's going to go look up the law. And she's going to Google CODIS. We're in the land of the Lott.
All right, we'll go back on the record. I'll start with the state. Anything you would like to add? And then Mr. Crews, Mr. Hill, you'll get to respond. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. So one thing that I know that the court has already found that information related to the CODIS hit is relevant. I would also add, just to kind of support that even further, is the fact that there are particular counts of this indictment that reference that April 30th, 2024 date. And so that is necessary because of tolling of the statute of limitations for certain counts in the indictment. So that is a material fact that the state has to prove as well. So that again, I think just supports the idea that this is absolutely relevant evidence related to the CODIS hit and when that hit was generated. The case that I would cite to the court is Watson v. State. That is 337 Georgia Appeal 16. It is a 2016 case. And just so the court understands kind of the procedure or the procedural posture in Watson, I guess the argument was that trial counsel was ineffective for not objecting to information about CODIS being brought into the trial, and which is obviously different than the situation we're in here, but I think that the language is still helpful. And Watson stands for the proposition that evidence of that a defendant's DNA profile is included in a database compiled would reflect badly on the defendant's character if the DNA profile or references to the database linked the defendant to criminal activity. And so the state has been very clear. We've instructed our witnesses very clearly to not refer to it as anything to do with criminal activity, just that it is a known database, or let's see, a national database of known DNA profiles. Watson also says that there are other ways that a profile might get into CODIS, of missing persons, evidence collected at crime scene. So it's not just offenders who.
Was Mr. Faust ever reported as a missing person? In the Karen Reed trial, Judge Canoni wouldn't even let them mention the words or the letters FBI.
Profiles go into CODIS, but we're not even going to get into that, just into CODIS of missing persons, evidence collected at crime scene. So it's not just offenders whose profiles go into CODIS, but we're not even going to get into that, just the fact. And again, our witnesses have been explicitly instructed to refer to it only as a national database of known DNA profiles with nothing further. So I think that under Watson, because we're not in any way, shape, or form attempting to link it to Mr. Faust's criminal activity, then there's no issue.
All right, thank you. Mr. Crews.
Yes, ma'am. I would say, based on the state's case, I haven't read the case, but I think it supports our position. It is linking Mr. Faust to criminal activity. They're saying the basis of this entire prosecution is based on Mr. Faust's DNA, supposed DNA being present in Ms. Baker's body, Your Honor. The entire piece of the testimony from Mr. Howell that's anticipated is to state that we previously had your DNA, or do you know how we previously had your DNA? Prison itself is linking them to criminal activity. Well, excuse me, let me clarify that. The only reason the state will previously have Mr. Faust's DNA is through incarceration or felony conviction, as the honorable court is aware. But they are also using that DNA with the CODIS to state that, hey, this is how we connected Mr. Faust to this crime. So that's my position, Your Honor. I do not have any additional case law. I figured the honorable court would, I leave it to the discretion of the honorable court, but I would say without reading the case that I believe from what was proffered, it supports our position. Secondly, the standard, as the honorable court knows, of effective assistance of counsel is very, very high. So in regards to the court's ultimate finding on that case, it has to be looked at the standard. As the honorable court is aware, on the trial level, the presumptions are in favor of the defendant.
Thank you, Mr. Crews. All right. I first want to respond to both parties this way, as I sort of did before I left the bench. And that is, in the arena of this case, both parties questioned the jury about submitting DNA to other sites, right?
I did not.
Okay. You may have followed up with questions.
So I didn't follow. I didn't talk about submitting DNA to sites at all with the jury.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Crews. I'm stand corrected. Then it was just the state. There were no objections, but it was just the state. But my point about all of that is that there was discussion in voir dire, okay, by the state, that referred to whether persons had submitted DNA for well-known sites. I mentioned the ones that came to the top of my mind. I don't remember if you all did this in jury questioning or not. I'd have to look at my notes. But of course, Ancestry.com. It's 23andMe, not 21andMe. I don't know where I came up with that number. And things of that nature. And so I say that again to, I think that is a background of how it is certainly possible for the jury to recognize a CODIS database as being just a database like any other. There's been no evidence in addition to that in this trial that the CODIS database.
Nobody watches True Crime. Somebody just said that Sylvia said that there's somebody on the jury that's in law. Are you kidding me?
Database is necessarily only linked to persons who have been incarcerated in the prison system. All right. That being said, the reason I left the bench is because I wanted to look at what the law says. And that is what is going to dictate this court's direction. It's what the law says. The law is clear, but I want to explain what the law is. But the law is clear that it is allowed. The law is very clear in this state that what this state is seeking to introduce is permitted. That's in Scales versus the state, 310 Georgia App 48, a 2011 case. It is still good law. The interesting language in this case, and I'm reading it to all of you, and I'm going to actually read some comments from a law review article that sort of mimics this case to tell you how I'm going to tailor or order that this evidence is tailored. I'm going to allow it, but we're going to do some tailoring. This is what the case says, which is Scales. Evidence that a defendant's DNA profile is included in a database compiled by a state or federal government agency would reflect badly on the defendant's character if the DNA profile or references to the database linked the defendant to criminal activity. Therefore, we hold that evidence of a matching DNA profile in a government database does not, in and of itself, constitute impermissible character evidence when no reference is made as to why the matching sample was collected or stored, and when no reference is made linking the defendant's DNA profile to other criminal activity. Other states have reached similar conclusions, and that's the law. So in looking at the law in the state of Georgia, I wanted to just see what else was out there in the brief moments that we had. There is a law review article that is, I'm looking for the date, that is from December of 2025, so a very recent article. And I'll just read it to you all, just so I don't have to summarize it in my own words. In cold hit cases, prosecutors may wish to introduce evidence to the jury regarding how the defendant came to the attention of investigators. Specifically, the prosecutor may feel that the jury will wonder why a particular suspect was selected in the absence of testimony regarding the database search. This sentiment may be especially acute in long, dormant, cold hit cases in which a great deal of time elapses between the offense and the prosecution. Generally speaking, defendants have sought to preclude such testimony. Occasionally, trial courts grant such motions, typically made on Rule 403 prejudice or Rule 404B character grounds, as you have made, Mr. Crews, and allow the prosecutor only to elicit testimony such as that the defendant came to the investigator's attention as a suspect. However, the majority of appellate courts that have reviewed denials of motions on this basis have been upheld. Scales versus the state, which I just mentioned to both of you, to all of you, is typical of the handful of courts that have addressed the issue, and that the court declared, quote, that evidence of a matching DNA profile in a government database does not in and of itself constitute impermissible character evidence when no reference is made as to why the matching sample was collected or stored, and when no reference is made linking the defendant's DNA profile to other criminal activity. And so I wanted to just read that to you. I mean, I realize law review articles are not law, but it does support the case that the court feels is appropriate to rely on. So I'm going to allow the question, but we're going to limit the question in this manner. We're going to narrowly tailor the state's ability to present this evidence. First of all, the only permissible reference to CODIS is going to be with the words that it is a national database, not a government national database, a national database.
Do you think the jury is stupid? Do you think that there's not one juror out of 12 that will know what CODIS is? You're making law all over the place for the state of Georgia. I hope you're really confident in your rulings because you're making law all over the place.
I want to pause there for a moment and also say this, that we looked at a few other cases in the country that were cold cases, as we all have been discussing, out of the presence of the jury, as to whether this issue came up. And the evidence in several of those cold cases was that the defendant's DNA profile was collected using the mediums that I have described were mentioned during jury selection. They were collected using Ancestry.com and 23andMe and other DNA.
When did Ancestry.com and 23andMe decide that they were going to give their information on the people who voluntarily gave their DNA to find out their ancestry to law enforcement? Is that a new thing? Are they doing that? My kids once gave me a 23andMe test for Christmas, maybe 10 years ago. It's still sitting in my cabinet. I would never use it. And this is why.
There are agencies that collect DNA, and those cases were referred to as national databases, but they were not criminal in nature. They were not CODIS, but they were national databases. So I think the reason I want to mention that is I think it supports my feeling earlier that I articulated to all of you that, well, my sense of the evidence that I articulated to you all earlier, that there has been no mention that the general public understands that CODIS in and of itself is a government national database that deals only with people who are incarcerated. There are a lot of national databases, so to speak, that are in the public realm that I think it's fair to say the public can look at as all.
Liz mentioned CODIS already in the trial. This has nothing to do with jury selection. It's already in. You don't need to use the defendant's statement about it.
Being the same. There's been no evidence in this trial to suggest that CODIS is only for defendants. So I just want to mention that. All right. So let's go back to tailoring the state's question. If the state seeks to elicit this information, it has to be as a national database, not a national government database. There will be no questioning unless the defense decides to do it as to what CODIS is, other than just articulating that it is a national database. I am making a finding under 403 that it doesn't violate 403. I mean, I certainly don't disagree that a lot of relevant evidence is prejudicial. I mean, that is the law. That is, there's an argument to be made that all evidence is
This whole
prejudicial.
case
The
is
question is
prejudicial.
whether 403 is violated, and 403, of course, is relevant evidence may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, or misleading the jury, etc.
That's exactly what it is. It's unfair prejudice because by saying that his DNA was in CODIS, then at least one person on the jury is going to know that he is a convicted felon, or surmise, or infer.
etc. And based on the law that the court is using, which is Scales versus the state, I'm making a finding that 403 is not violated. And so I'm going to allow you to ask that question with that instruction.
Your Honor, if I could just preview for the court the question that I would ask to make sure that I'm in compliance with the court's order. Anytime that we make reference to, and I can only think of 2 times really during the direct examination when this will come up. The first time would be when we're talking to Agent Howell about how it is that Mr. Faust entered as a suspect in the case. And then the second time would be, as I referenced earlier, during the playing of the interview, asking him immediately before Mr. Faust made the statement, did you reference his DNA being in a national database of known DNA samples? And that's the same way that I would ask that question to Agent Howell as far as how Mr. Faust entered the investigation. I'll ask in a leading manner to try to control it as much as possible. Your Honor, I would ask Agent Howell, did Mr. Faust come to y'all's attention as a suspect in the case based on the presence of his DNA in a national database of known DNA samples?
Well, before I say anything, Mr. Crews, do you care to respond to Mr. Yellowman-Chili's proffer of how he's going to ask the questions?
Mr. Howell is important, so he knows exactly what the question is seeking to elicit.
Well, and that's important, so he knows how to answer it and not violate the court's rule, but sure.
It's important that Mr. Howell is in the courtroom listening to this argument about what he should be allowed to say and what he should not be allowed to say. The defense made a motion prior to trial because this was consistently happening at evidentiary hearings where witnesses were testifying. The judge would not excuse the witness while the attorneys were arguing about whether or not certain testimony should come in and whether or not the witness should be allowed to testify about certain things. So the defense made a motion asking the court to require that the witnesses leave the stand when the attorneys are arguing about their testimony and what should be allowed in and what should not be allowed in. It is a wild motion. I don't think I've ever seen it before made in any other court because I've never seen the witness sitting through these arguments before. Even though today the jury's not yet been brought in, this witness, Jeremy Howell, the investigator, has been sitting there in the gallery the entire time listening to this. And so now he knows what to say. And she said, well, that's good. That's good that he knows what to say. Listen to that again. That's good that he knows my ruling.
Faust come to y'all's attention as a suspect in the case based on the presence of his DNA in a national database of known DNA samples.
All right. Well, before I say anything, Mr. Crews, do you care to respond to Mr. Yellowman-Chili's proffer of how he's going to ask the questions?
Mr. Howell's in the courtroom, so he knows exactly what the question is seeking to elicit.
Well, and that's important, so he knows how to answer it and not violate the court's rule, but sure.
Since he knows how to answer, can we just stop it at national database?
I thought that was the end of your question.
A national
DNA profile. We just stop it at national database. Mr. Howell knows the testimony that's suspect.
Okay. Okay.
I understand the court's trying to limit any potential prejudice.
I understand. Would you like to respond to Mr. Crews's request?
Well, I'm just trying to establish that it's a national database of DNA. And
I
so
think that's the
how,
best way to say it.
Okay.
I'm going to just say this, Mr. Crews. I'm going to grant your motion. I think the best way to say it is a national database of DNA.
My request was just stopping it at national.
I understand. So I'm sort of granting your request, I suppose, in part, and I'm granting the state's request in part. I'm not going to, I think it is appropriate to limit even the end of the sentence as Mr. Crews has asked. You are going to say no, national database of known DNA profiles. The best way to say it is a national database of DNA.
yes, Judge.
Period. All right. So I'm gonna grant your motion in part and overrule it in part. I'm going to grant your motion in part and overrule it in part to elicit that information. You do have your agent here. I know that, and he's allowed to be in the courtroom based on the statutes. But I'm going to give you a second to talk to Agent Howell and make sure that you all are on the same page. And is there anything else we need to talk about though before we bring the jury in?
I need to proffer two things on the record, if that's
Okay, of course.
And I'm just proffering for the record, Your Honor.
Good.
In regards to the testimony of Elizabeth Bigham yesterday, in regards to the court's ruling about Mr. Faust's living situation and the address he stayed at in the weekend of Ms. Baker's death, the expected testimony would have been that Ms. Bigham, based on her review of the case file, would have known that Mr. Faust stayed at Knollwood Apartments.
Hold on a second, Mr. Crews. What are you proffering a question you're going to ask?
No. So yesterday I didn't do it, but I was supposed to, anytime testimony is excluded or evidence is excluded, I believe pursuant to Rule 103, and I can check my notes, I'm supposed to proffer the excluded evidence into the record for appellate review. So that's all I'm doing.
Okay, well, I think that is untimely at this time. If you care to call Agent Bigham back on cross-examination and
Okay.
you want to bring up those comments, then you certainly can do so. But I think now it is untimely.
Okay. Question for you. With Mr. Howell, I do intend to ask him a general question. I want to make sure he doesn't violate the court's order.
All right.
Can I ask him generally, was he aware of any information suggesting that Mr. Faust did not stay at 350 Cooper Road on the weekend of Ms. Baker's death?
Okay.
Is that a permissible question for them to report?
Before I answer that, I'm going to let the state respond, if you care to respond.
As long as it's information that draws on his personal knowledge, I think that he can ask that question, Judge.
I mean, I sort of agree with the state. I mean, I think in and of itself, again,
Always.
that question is not necessarily impermissible. If the manner in which you ask it or the manner in which the witness responds is indicative of an objection that the state needs to make, I'll hear it. But it just in and of itself, the question you've asked is not prohibitive of any ruling the court has made.
Sure.
That's what you're asking.
Sure. Okay. Lisa says she's not yelling. There are commercials playing over this broadcast, not yelling, FYI only. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, YouTube is going through a lot of changes. YouTube is going through a lot of changes. They're having a lot of glitches. If you do not have YouTube Premium, it will be the best money that you will spend. If you do not have YouTube Premium, I think if you're a student, maybe you can get it for $10 a month. It's cheaper than Netflix. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what they're doing. I can't fix it right now. I don't know how to fix it. I don't know if I can fix it. YouTube Premium will be the best investment that you will ever make if you watch YouTube all day long. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. YouTube is whacked out. They're holding comments. People are getting blocked. I don't know what to tell you other than YouTube Premium is the way to go. If it bothers you, I don't know what to tell you.
Yes, ma'am. And just to make sure, it's undisputed that Mr. Howell was an agent of the state. In the event that he says no, I would move to impeach him by contradiction. And the impeachment material would be the document that I showed the state yesterday. Okay. And that's why I want to ask to make sure that that's
okay. Well, if we have to get to that, we'll get to that. And I'll certainly take up any arguments that may need to be taken up at the time. If I have to send the jury out, I will. I don't want to make, this is a pretty nuanced argument that you all are making. And I think it's making it in a vacuum is not something the court can consider at this time. If you ask a question that the state objects to, I'll hear it. And we'll talk about it. And if you all want me to send the jury out to do that, I'll certainly do that. But the answer to your initial question, about that particular question in and of itself is not violative of any ruling the court has made.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Your Honor, I was patiently waiting my turn about the DNA stuff because
Okay.
I also have a witness this morning that will testify about CODIS, and she's
Okay.
not in here right now,
Right,
and I
of
want to make
course.
sure that she is instructed
Okay.
consistent with the court's ruling as to how to answer. I will again inform her that CODIS is to be referred to as a national database of DNA pursuant to what the court just articulated. In fact, I would also intend on, just to avoid any potential for confusion, ask that in the form of a leading question to her.
Okay.
Now, with this particular witness, the state had intended to go a little bit further, and I would like to flesh that out before, outside the presence of the jury. This particular witness, Ms. Sims with the State Crime Lab, is familiar with how many known profiles are in the database, and I had intended on eliciting that from her. I would still intend to, unless the court tells me not to. And then, so that's the first thing. And then
I'll let you respond, Mr. Crews. Don't worry. Let me let him go through his argument, and then I'll let you respond.
And then, so Ms. Sims is the forensic biologist who obtained the profile from the sexual assault kit that was eligible to be uploaded into CODIS. And so my intended question to her would be that once an item is entered into CODIS, what happens? The answer that I expect her to give would be something to the effect of, it is compared on a routine basis to other profiles found in the database. That would be the extent of it. So again, I thought it made sense to bring that up now, since we were talking about CODIS and DNA and all that. And I certainly want to have this witness prepared to answer in a way that would not be inconsistent with the court's rulings. I can do that. I just, again, she's not in here right now. So I thought this was a good chance to raise that issue.
Thank you, Mr. Crews.
I thought you like to raise it when the witness is there so that they know how to answer the question.
I just asked that it's similarly limited in scope. What I would ask in regards to Ms. Sims' testimony, if the state and the Honorable Court agrees, wants to get that she made the extraction to make it an identifiable DNA profile, I have no issue with that. But once we get into that, a GBI agent is uploading it into a national database, we go from, as the Honorable Court stated, just a national database that could be 23andMe and other sources to inferences that this is a government database that the GBI is using. So I would ask that is limited.
All right, thank you. I think the law allows what the state is asking, and so I'm going to allow you to do that. I think the tailoring you're asking for, Mr. Crews, is not supported by the law. Whatever inference, if an inference is made by the jury about why an agent may have had access to the database, is an inference that is not supported by the evidence, and it's not going to be allowed by the evidence. You haven't said there's going to be testimony as to why the GBI agents, of course, had access to the database. I think that would not be something that's permissible based on
Well, I don't
discussion in our
know.
ruling. So
They work
I
for the
understand-
GBI. Really? Now she's talking to us like we're stupid too. Listen.
by the jury about why an agent may have had access to the database is an inference that is not supported by the evidence, and it's not going to be allowed by the evidence. You haven't said there's going to be testimony as to why the GBI agents, of course, had access to the database. I think that would not be something that's permissible based on this discussion in my ruling. So I understand what you're saying, but it's not supported by the law in this case. So I'm going to allow you to ask that question. I do think that that is permissible under scales. It is important, certainly, to instruct your witness. Let me ask this question. Do you want to do that now, or do you want to wait until that witness is called?
I think we could wait, Your Honor.
Okay, okay.
Again, since we were all talking about CODIS and DNA,
Sure.
I wanted to have,
Okay.
in my mind, what would be permissible under the court's
Okay.
ruling. So not only the fact that it would be routinely compared to other known profiles in the database, but the other question that I had referenced was how many known profiles are in the database.
I understand what you said. I don't find anything impermissible about that.
Make
Mr.
sure.
Crews, you didn't respond to that, but if you'd like to, you certainly can.
Well, it was to both, but
Okay,
I understand
okay,
the Honorable Court's
sure.
ruling.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. I'm going to allow it. I don't find it violative of 403. But certainly, I'll let you in one moment, Mr. Yalman-Chile. I know Agent Howell is sitting in the courtroom. He said everything the court has said. I'm going to give you a few minutes to make sure that you all are on the same page about that limitation. Mr. Crews, I certainly will hear from you, but I want to make sure I don't forget this. The state has asked twice to be able to ask one or two leading questions with regard to this issue of their witnesses. Do you have any objection to that?
Yes.
At this time, I do not.
Okay.
I just want to clarify the record. The Honorable Court mentioned 403 as the ground. Our objection was also under 404B, and I understand that it was
Understand.
both grounds.
Yes, sir. I understand. And I find that it's not violative, but I certainly want to make a finding on the record about 403.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right. Is there something else you wanted to raise? All right. If you need a moment with Agent Howell, you can do that, and then we'll bring the jury in. Thank you.
Great advice. Blessed Mama says,
Here,
don't.
in reference to the questions, I think that what we would ask from Ms. Sims is, would use the word CODIS, and then the explanation of what CODIS is a national database of DNA. Is that consistent with court's ruling?
That is consistent. And if you need to write that down for her so that she has it in a manner that would be helpful, we can talk about whether that is appropriate for this witness sitting in the witness box. I certainly think it is, but we can talk about that if you think that would be helpful for this witness.
You're gonna write down notes for the witness. You're gonna script her testimony. You're gonna give her a cheat sheet. What?
Is that consistent with court's ruling?
That is consistent. And if you need to write that down for her so that she has it in a manner that would be helpful, we can talk about whether that is appropriate for this witness sitting in the witness box. I certainly think it is, but we can talk about that if you think that would be helpful for this witness. I don't know whether this witness is, testified before, and I don't want a witness who has not testified. I don't remember this witness. I have to look at my notes, but I don't want a witness who has not testified before or many times to be nervous and do it incorrectly. And so notes to that effect, I think, would be appropriate so that the ruling is not violated. So we can talk about that if you think it's necessary, but I'll let you talk to Agent Howell and then we'll.
But you do allow them to explain their answers and to ramble on about all kinds of things and explain away everything. I don't even know what to say. Kelly says, even knowing that he was in CODIS, I still don't think he did this. He didn't get into CODIS until after Tara's murder in 2001. He was arrested on other charges.
Get started.
I'm going to pull up for you the, oops. CODIS match website from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Division of Forensic Sciences. Every state is different with regard to CODIS and what can go in there. And here's what it says, CODIS match. CODIS is not a service per se, but is a function of the forensic biology section. It's a database of DNA profiles. These profiles include casework and convicted offenders. Each state that contributes data to CODIS has its own definition of who is a convicted offender. The casework is composed of, quote, forensic unknowns, which is predominantly sperm DNA profiles from sexual assault cases and blood profiles from homicide, burglary, and assault cases. The FBI provides CODIS service and its software. Approved states may upload their profiles to the national database to be searched against other unknown profiles and convicted felons. Any DNA recovered from evidence submitted to the GBI that did not originate from the victim or elimination person is uploaded and searched in CODIS. If a hit is made between cases, all the officers involved will be notified and advised of any needed action on their part. If a hit is made with a convicted felon, the officer will be notified to submit a new blood sample of the convicted felon for confirmation. All DNA profiles in CODIS are continuously searched against all new profiles added. Therefore, there is no need to request a search in CODIS. CODIS does not allow the users to upload profiles of victims, suspects, and elimination blood samples. For example, DNA profiles of consensual partners in SA investigations. That is directly from the GBI website. But she thinks there's no way the jury would ever know this.
Who are here this morning, sir, and other persons who are here. There was something online that was brought to my attention this morning, sir.
Hang on.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. I do want to mention one thing for our media persons who are here this morning, sir, and other persons who are here. There was something online that was brought to my attention by the state, and I don't know whether this happened or not, but somebody posted something that suggested that the jurors might have been shown leaving the building. And I don't know whether that is accurate or not, but I just want to make sure every media person in here understands that in no way, shape, or form can anyone identify the jurors obviously by name or take a picture of them or a video or anything. I mean, I know you know that, but I just want to mention that. I don't know whether that actually happened for a brief second or not, but I just want to bring to everybody's attention. Thank you very much. All right, you can bring the jury out. Thank you.
Yesterday, people thought the jurors were shown in court, and a couple of people sent me a timestamp. I looked at it. A couple of people walked by the camera, but I don't know if they were jurors or not. But if somebody was recording them outside on their way to lunch or after the day was over, that is completely improper. Yeah, thank you, Scott. It's very easy. Do not post anything you shouldn't. It's easy. Mr. Hill.
Your presence. This one took a little bit longer than I had anticipated. I do appreciate your patience. We are ready to begin. We are here to resume the trial of the State of Georgia versus Edrick Faust, SU 24 CR 0547. Is the state ready?
State's ready, Judge.
Is the defense ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You may call your next witness, Mr. Yalamanchili.
State calls Agent Jeremy Howell.
Agent Howell?
Is he already on the stand? Oh, no. He's coming. Another weird thing about Georgia is that the attorneys swear in the witnesses.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to take an oath. You raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm testimony you'll give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear and affirm.
If you would, please take a seat, speak towards the microphone, and state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Jeremy Howell. That is JEREMY HOWELL.
Sir, where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And how long have you been with the GBI?
I've been with the GBI nearly 15 years.
All right. And what is your current assignment with the GBI?
I'm currently assigned to the Office of Special Investigations Cold Case Unit.
And before you were with the cold case unit, what was your previous assignment at the GBI?
I started out in 2011 as a special agent. I was assigned to the Region 15 office, which is down in Sylvester, Georgia, which is down in Southwest Georgia. I was there for about 2 years. Then I had an opportunity to come up to the Region 11 office, which is in Athens, Georgia, where I was a crime scene specialist for a decade.
And you mentioned being a crime scene specialist for a decade. Do you have any particular role or specialization within the cold case unit?
Yes. As a crime scene specialist and a former trained crime scene specialist, I bring those skills into assessing crime scene summaries and other things related to cold case investigations.
And how many years of law enforcement experience did you have before joining the GBI in 2011?
I've been in law enforcement since 1998, in a local level from 1998 until I joined the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in 2011.
When did you move to the cold case unit?
I joined the cold case unit at its inception, which was July 1 of 2023. That was a weekend, so our first day on duty was, I believe, July 3rd of 2023.
At any point while you were in the cold case unit, were you assigned the murder of Tara Baker for investigation?
Yes, I was assigned to assist Liz Bigham as she was assigned as the the lead of the investigation, and my responsibility was to assist her in that endeavor.
Once you were assigned the case, what process did you go through as far as your reviewing of the case file, and how did you familiarize yourself so that you could begin your investigative acts?
Our first step in the process was to partner with Athens Clarke County Police Department. We wanted to centralize all of the evidence and also all of the case file that they had. They were kind enough to grace us with a securable conference room at their West Side precinct, which is over by the mall. And we had secure access to that. So we consolidated all of their case files there, as well as all the evidence there. And the first thing we wanted to do was assess those materials. We wanted to modernize the case file, which was to scan everything and make it into a searchable format as a PDF. We also wanted to inventory all of the items of evidence and compile a list of what we had, what had been done with it, and seek other potential things that we could do with that evidence.
And was this a process that was completed in a day, or did it take longer than that?
It took much longer than this. There were multi-volumes to that Athens-Clarke County file. There were multiple items of evidence. One of the things that we are graced with the cold case unit is the gift of time and resources. So we methodically and meticulously go through these items in order to catalog them and also to modernize and review them.
As it relates to the volume of the information you had to digest or the size of this case file, how did that compare with other investigations in which you had been involved previously in your time in law enforcement?
This was the largest case file I have ever been a part of reviewing. There were over 21 large D-ring binders that were associated with this Athens-Clarke County case file alone. There were over 5,600, I believe, 87 pages of material.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. It should be direct. Thank you so much. Didn't Liz say that it was 50,000 pages? Didn't Liz say that it was 50,000 pages? This is direct. Yeah, please do not contact the judge or anyone involved in this case. It's a shame, Scott, that you even need to say that, but apparently I guess we do. 20,000, 50,000, more than 5,000. I'd have to go back and look at my notes. You had nothing but time. You had so much time. You had the what did he say? The luxury of time. If you had so much time, why didn't you reconfirm Chris Melton's alibi? Well, Liz didn't anyway, because she knew he couldn't have done it, because she read 2 pages or a couple of pages of his interviews.
That were associated with this,
In which you had been involved previously in your time in law enforcement.
This was the largest case file I have ever been a part of reviewing. There were over 21 large D-ring binders that were associated with this Athens-Clarke County case file alone. There were over 5,600, I believe, 87 pages of material that were in those binders. There was also a separate PDF electronic copy of the case file that Athens-Clarke County provided us that was 4,224 pages as well. And there were also a number of photographs that were within that case file.
And in particular, the photographs, this crime that you're investigating took place on January 19th of 2001. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Back then, when crime scenes were processed, are you aware of whether or not the Athens-Clarke County Police Department was still using, I guess, film-fed cameras? I don't know how that terminology works exactly.
Yes, they had film photography back then, and I believe digital cameras were pretty much in their infancy back then, and there were a few digital images.
Okay, so the images in this case, were there images that were not stored digitally?
Yes, there were crime scene photos that were mainly in film, and they had been printed out onto a print format and scanned. But one of the things that we wanted to do with the film negatives, it was to digitally scan those so that we could enhance those to the best that we could and collect as much data as we could, transitioning or transferring those film negative images into digital images with a digital scanning device.
And was that all part of what you referred to earlier as the modernization of the case file?
Yes, that was my responsibility.
Okay. And so let me ask you a little bit about your background and training specifically as it relates to crime scene processing. Can you tell me a little bit about your background and training in that area?
Yes. When I worked at the local level, I received some training at an academy up in North Carolina. It's called Searchy. I attended Searchy, I believe, in 2007. It's a 40-week program where you learn crime scene processing, and they're also a crime scene processing equipment provider. So you learn how to utilize the equipment that they produce and that they also market. When I joined the crime scene unit, one of the things they do is they send us to a 10-week program at the National Forensic Academy. That's also known as the Body Farm, but it's much more than just the Body Farm. It's a 10-week program in which each week is dedicated to a specific discipline. It starts out with crime scene documentation. It then moves into crime scene photography. Then it moves into latent print processing. And from there, you also learn bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting incident reconstruction, utilizing an alternate light source in order to be able to detect trace evidence, which is fine evidence that sometimes needs a little bit more help with technology in order to be able to visualize. There's also a component of arson and explosive investigations associated with that. And there's the body farm component of that, in which there is a facility off campus that has multiple deceased individuals in various states of decomposition. And you learn all of the aspects of death and decomposition based upon actual hands-on experience at that facility.
In your role as it related to this case, were you able to review the documentation of the processing of the crime scene at the time of the crime?
I was.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about any type of environmental challenges, if any, that existed with the processing of the crime scene in this particular case, as well as the collection of trace evidence in this particular case?
Yes, this was a very dynamic scene. Short of a natural disaster or an explosive event, this presented many challenges with the...
Was it in the snow? Was there a blizzard?
The aspects of the environment. One, you have...
Is there any such thing as a perfect crime scene environment?
Have a fire event that is occurring there. And that is what the initial response and the initial call is. So the initial first responders are responding to a fire incident in which forcible entry needs to be made into a residence in order to conduct search and rescue operations and also to do fire suppression activities. I have experience with fire. I was a volunteer firefighter.
Hold on. He was a volunteer firefighter. What do you say about forced entry? Hold on.
Presented many challenges with the aspects of the environment. One, you have a fire event that is occurring there, and that is what the initial response and the initial call is. So the initial first responders are responding to a fire incident in which forcible entry needs to be made into a residence in order to conduct search and rescue operations and also to do fire suppression activities. I have experience with fire. I was a volunteer firefighter. When I worked at the Madison County Sheriff's Office, I was also a volunteer firefighter with the whole volunteer fire department in Madison County. I spent 5 years in that role.
Your Honor, something just came to my attention. Can we approach the bench?
Okay.
Oh, something just came to his attention. Let's watch her expression. We can't see her expression because Mr. Bolden is blocking her face. Mr. Yalamancelli is looking into the gallery as if he's looking for someone. Maybe someone's in the courtroom that's not supposed to be there. Okay, let's see. And they go back to their bench. Judge does not look happy. And they're coming back to the bench. The reason I narrate is because a lot of people are watching and not looking at their screens, and it helps. Now they're back at the bench in hushed tones. Mr. Hill appears to be very tall. Justin Hill, he's co-counsel to the defense. You might know him from the YSL trial.
Can I step out and just let her know, Your Honor?
Yes.
He said, "Can I step out and just let us know, Your Honor?" What just happened there? Dark screen.
Kept up with it, I believe. Agent Howell, I think where we were, I actually kind of kept up with it, I believe, as you were discussing your previous fire experience.
Yes, and when I was with the volunteer fire department in Hull, one of the things I had the opportunity to do was to attend training at the National Fire Academy, which is in Emmitsburg, Maryland. I attended 2 different classes there. One was fire cause determination for company officers, which is a basic level arson determination class in which you learn how to do points of origin as to where a fire source may be. And I also attended a week-long training in incident management for large-scale incidents. When I was with the GBI, we also received, in addition to the training at the National Fire Academy or the National Forensic Academy with arson and explosive investigations, we also would do training at our facility here in the state of Georgia, at the Georgia Public Safety Training Center, learning how to do photography in a burned building because it's a completely different aspect of photography, trying to photograph and document that type of environment.
As it relates back to
One of our court watchers told me earlier, we are a little bit behind, that Edrick's fiance, and I'm not sure if that is what exactly just happened just now, because we're a little bit behind, was that they just took Edrick's fiance out of the courtroom, but then she came back in. I think she's going to be a witness. I'm not sure if that is what happened at that point, but that also did happen. There were also some students in the courtroom that also just left a little while ago.
you were describing some of the challenges at the crime scene. That's the context in which we entered a discussion about your previous experience with fire. How does moisture, especially heavy levels of moisture, affect the ability to collect trace evidence at a crime scene?
So as a fire smolders and consumes in order to be able to fuel its existence, fire suppression activities, you need to introduce water into that environment in order to be able to suppress that fire. That's normally under a pressurized line. There'll be a spraying of water within that environment, which will add moisture to that environment. That in itself will move and rearrange the environment. And also provide an element of destruction to that environment.
Objection, improper expert testimony or improper lay witness testimony, either one.
All right. Any response to the objection?
Your Honor, Agent Howe is testifying within the purview of his knowledge and training and has not offered an expert opinion on anything.
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming Agent Howell is attempting to take his testimony and apply it to the scene. So if he's not testifying as a expert, if the state is saying this is not improper expert testimony, our objection would be relevance. This testimony would be irrelevant if he is not trying to apply it to the scene of Ms. Baker's home.
All right. Thank you. Any response to the next objection about relevance?
I believe, Agent Howell's involvement in this case had to do specifically with, at least in part, his training and experience processing crime scenes and his determinations about what, if anything, can be done additionally, in his opinion of the crime scene, is certainly relevant to his investigation of this crime.
And based on the state's answer, my next objection would be lack of foundation. If he wants to establish that Agent Howell could testify about the crime scene at Ms. Baker's home, he needs to bring in testimony that Agent Howell actually went to Ms. Baker's home during this time.
And should I respond to that, Judge?
You may respond if you choose to do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe that Agent Howell has already testified that he reviewed the initial investigation as well as the initial processing of the crime scene. Traveling to Ms. Baker's home 22 and a half years or 23 years after the crime had been committed and then testifying to that would not be relevant because it's not the same state as it was on January 19th of 2001. So I think that we have laid the foundation regarding that.
Who was
All
on
right,
at this
thank you.
meeting?
I'm making a finding that this line of questioning is relevant. I'm overruling your objection with regard to that. With regard to this witness testifying in the form of an opinion 24-701, which rules regarding lay witness opinion testimony, allows this testimony to be presented. I'm going to overrule your objection. You may continue.
Agent Howell, we were discussing the manner.
Is he going to try and say that because there was water involved and moisture, that that's the reason that Chris Melton's hair was found on the murder weapon, on the transponder of the power cord from the printer that was used to strangle her? Could that also explain why only Tara's blood was found on the knife? Because you can't use it as a shield and a sword. And I hope Mr. Crews picks up on that. And there was wiping down of the crime scene too, right? The water caused the drainage. Well done.
In which the application of water for fire suppression purposes may impact the crime scene and the ability to process it for trace evidence. If you'd like, I can ask the question again, and would that be helpful?
I can continue.
Okay, all right.
Within that crime scene are going to be absorbent materials. There's also going to be building materials that have the ability to absorb moisture and to absorb water. As those materials fall on top of the scene, it becomes layered. You have a burned layer. You have materials that have fallen on top of things, and then you also have singed materials in between within that. And those are going to be wet, and that may affect the transferability of different transferable materials, such as trace evidence, due to absorption, due to adhesion, and also different materials within that fire scene are going to change due to the effects of heat and fire. Things of plastic will become sticky or may melt. Different things may get consumed, and other materials may become absorbent of the water within that scene.
And so particularly as it relates to absorption and adhesion, I want to ask you some background questions and then ask you follow-up questions about those two things. Were you able to review the photographs from Miss Baker's bedroom from the initial crime scene processing?
I was.
Okay. Was there anything about
John Roberts, you seem to be looking for attention because this is well, let's say this is the fourth time that you've put this comment in the chat. So before we wave goodbye to you, your question is, what is Edrick Faust's story for his DNA at the crime scene? Have you been watching the trial? Because we've heard of none of his DNA at the crime scene. None. His DNA is not at the crime scene. There's not one hair at the crime scene from Edrick Faust. The DNA was allegedly found on swabs that were mislabeled from Tara's body. Nowhere else in the house was his DNA found. So I'm not sure why you've asked that question 4 times. Are you looking for attention? Does anybody want to tag John Roberts and let him know? Edrick Faust has not testified. He does not have to testify. It is his Fifth Amendment right not to testify. And he doesn't need a story. They need to prove their case. He is innocent until if and when the state can prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Those are the basics. I don't know if you're a troll. I don't know why else you would come in here and ask the question 4 times, but since you're looking for attention, there it is. Here's attention and a cookie. Bye. What does this testimony have to do with anything? This is the other lead investigator from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Hopefully he'll tell us something that's relevant.
debris that you found significant in your review of those photographs?
Yes, there was ceiling material and there was insulation that had fallen on top of Miss Baker within that scene. And in order to be able to evaluate the body of Miss Baker, those materials needed to be removed. It was a layering process in which things that are on top need to be removed in order to have her visible.
And so when those things on top in this particular circumstance, what were the things on top of Miss Baker?
I believe that there was a piece of ceiling or a piece of drywall that was on top of her, as well as white in color insulation.
And as it relates to absorption and adhesion, did what you see in the crime scene photographs cause you any concerns about trace evidence in it from those two things, adhesion and absorption?
Yes. I recognize that there was the potential for critical trace evidence to be commingled with those materials.
Okay. How would that affect, if it's commingled with those materials, how would that affect the ability for it to be collected and processed at the crime scene?
It would be challenging.
Okay. Let me ask you a question about a particular type of trace evidence. Are hair fibers, or not hair fibers, but are hairs considered trace evidence?
Yes, they are.
Okay. As it relates to hairs in particular, based on your training and experience, would you expect to find hairs from individuals in environments that they regularly visit or occupy?
I would.
Okay. And so let me ask you this. I lost my train of thought there for a second. Let me ask you this about the processing of the crime scene in 2001. Have your tools that are available for crime scene processing changed from 2001 to now?
They have.
Okay. And so can you describe what may be referred to at times as presentism?
Yes. Presentism is one of those things that we try to keep in mind when we are looking at older cold cases. We try to recognize what the capabilities were at that time and what sort of technology they had available to them at that time. That way, when we're applying that critical lens to the case file, to the photography, to the crime scene summary, we're mindful of what the capabilities were then rather than applying presentism, what we can do now to that scene in its documentation.
Right.
One of the things that we can do is apply modern techniques to evidence that's collected. So we normally try to look at that through that eyes of not bringing today's present capabilities to yesterday's casework.
Great
In your
comment.
review,
Nurse Not Lawyer says, so the state is saying all of Edrick's DNA was destroyed or unrecoverable, but Melton's survived. Yes, again, in defense of Chris Melton, he wasn't even there. The judge said he's not an expert. Sounds to me like he's testifying as an expert, but she said in her courtroom, lay witnesses are allowed to give opinion evidence. That's great.
of the processing of the crime scene in this particular crime, were you able to evaluate the manner in which the crime scene was processed?
Yes.
Okay. And what opinion did you form about that?
I believed that they were innovative in some different techniques, especially with trying to assess and document some potential latent print evidence that was on the thighs of Miss Baker, especially utilizing a chemical developer and a negative lift technique that I honestly.
Prints on the thighs of Miss Baker. I'm sorry, what? This is the first we're hearing of this, are we? Was this in openings? Hold on. He wasn't there. He didn't do the investigative work. He didn't examine the body. He didn't see the body. He's looking at the paper case file that apparently was scanned 23, 24 years later, and he's giving this testimony. Okay, let's listen.
Crime scene was processed?
Yes.
Okay. Evaluate for crime. Were you able to evaluate the manner in which the crime scene was processed?
Yes.
Okay. And what opinion did you form about that?
I believed that they were innovative in some different techniques, especially with trying to assess and document some potential latent print evidence that was on the thighs of Miss Baker, especially utilizing a chemical developer and a negative lift technique that I honestly was not familiar with until I read this case file and began to educate myself to that process. It was rather novel for the time.
Was it as innovative as solo cups to collect blood and a leaf blower to blow around snow to uncover evidence? Was it as innovative as that?
Okay. Did you notice any major deficiencies that you noted or anything along those lines?
No, sir.
Okay.
No.
As it
course not. Great
relates
investigation.
to the processing of evidence, you mentioned applying modern techniques. Did you go back and rephotograph any of the evidence?
I did.
Okay. In particular, in this case, did you go back and photograph one of the weapons that was used to murder Miss Baker?
I did. I needed some clarification on some things regarding that particular item of evidence.
And what was that particular item of evidence?
There were two photographs that I don't want to say caused me some concern, but just I wanted some clarity on. And it was a knife that was located on the floor next to the body of Tara Baker. Due to the positioning of the knife, I noticed that the exposed side, the upward side, was light in color. Then I saw another photo in the file of a knife being held up that had a dark in color handle.
Oh, this.
And I wanted to examine that that knife in order to get clarification as to both sides of that knife, and also thoroughly photograph both sides of that knife so that there was documentation that this was in fact the same knife. To look at that knife in the crime scene photos, it almost looks like a wooden handled knife. But then when you look at it, a knife that's being held up against the wall, I believe there's a white latex glove that's holding up that knife. It looks like a black plastic handled knife. So I wanted to make sure that that was in fact the same knife. So I accessed that knife and I photographed both sides to demonstrate that that is in fact the same weapon.
When you say you accessed that knife, where did you access it?
We went to the Athens Clarke County Police Department in order to be able to access that knife in a quality control environment.
After you accessed it and photographed it, what did you do with it?
We immediately returned it back to Athens Clarke County. We sealed it back up. We left it there at the facility.
Okay.
I think he's going to show us the actual knife. He just took something out of his pocket. Wait a second. What? Hold on. Okay, look, he's reaching into his pocket. He took something out of his pocket. What is he doing? Is it gum? It sounds like he's unwrapping something, a piece of paper. What? Does he have notes? What? I'm sorry. Does he not know he's on camera? Gloves, his phone. The knife in his pocket.
Agent Howell, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 94 that has already been admitted into evidence.
Okay, maybe it was gloves. Okay, because now he's wearing blue.
Do you recognize that item?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
I recognize it in a number of different ways. One is the labeling that is on it. I recognize the Athens Clarke County, their evidence inventory ID on it, as well as their coding that's on it. It has their case number on it. It also has a description of a knife with an 8-inch blade and describes it as charred. It also has a sticker on it from our crime lab, the GBI Crime Lab, that has our Division of Forensic Science number on it as well as the submission number as number 015. And it also has our GBI evidence property tag, which is a barcode on it. And all of these labels are on this side of the box. There is the Athens Clarke County evidence inventory sticker. There is our GBI evidence inventory sticker, and there is our GBI Crime Lab sticker here. And it also has seals on it, and where I access the box, there is my initials, my GBI badge number of 189, and the date that I accessed this as 9/14 of 2024.
All right. Do you have a pocket knife with you by any chance?
I do not.
Do you have a pocket knife with you?
Don't bring
Is
that
it
into
all
the
right
court.
if
Did you need him to bring his own pocket knife to open the evidence? Really? Do you happen to have a pocket knife? I know a lot of men that carry pocket knives all the time, but you're asking the witness for a prop? Luckily, he doesn't.
hand the?
I do not.
Do you have a pocket knife with you by any chance?
I do not.
Okay. Your
Don't bring
Honor,
that
is it
into
all
the
right if I hand the witness a pocket knife?
It is.
Bro, you got a cigarette? That's good. Team Brittany, you can make me laugh today. Yeah,
If you
walking into a
would,
court
would you
with
please
a pocket
unseal
knife.
that box?
Do they have no metal detectors in Georgia? I don't know. Maybe they really don't. If you guys were in court, let me know if you have to walk through a metal detector. You do here. You can't bring weapons to court. Life on Makeup. It's so funny that you're here because I was going to reach out to you to see if you wanted to do like a makeup stream. I thought that would be fun. Like, you know, you could give us like, send me a list of like your recommendations and I could talk about them with the class. Shoot me an email if you want. Because, you know, wouldn't that be fun for a little palette cleanser after this? Talk about makeup.
Let's see.
Yeah, sometimes if you show your badge or your attorney's pass, like I have, you don't have to go through the metal detectors, but you are correct, Glamasseuse. Thank you.
Here we go.
Those inside of the box that you just unsealed, what's contained in there?
There is a sealed brown paper bag in here as well that has the item number listed and documented on there. Again, it has the Athens-Clarke County case number on there. It has the item number and the description as a knife. And it also has tape on it and from where I resealed this bag when I accessed it back on September 13th of 2024. That's up here on the top.
Okay. Can you unseal that bag, please?
I can.
What is he using to open it? Is that a pen? Here's the knife. Farberware,
I'll take my pocket knife back from you.
used by college students everywhere. Farberware knives. It's not empty, the envelope.
Sir, inside of the bag that you unsealed, what is in it?
There is a butcher knife that was located within that that sealed paper bag.
And
Pretty
Your
must-
Honor, I just asked that a
Hold on a second. I'm sorry. Is that plumber's cement on top of the knife there? Did you test the knife for any plumber's cement or any plumber's primer? That knife looks pretty rickety if you're catching my meaning. Hold on. Did they, in addition to testing it for blood, did they test it for any other things that could have as such been on the hands of Chris Melton? Oh, now you got my attention. And that is not a butcher's knife either. Now you got my attention. All those things that Chris Melton was picking off of his fingers. Mr. Crews, I hope somebody tells you to ask or suggests to you maybe what else they tested that knife for. All the stuff that was on Chris Melton's hands. What is on that handle? Hold on. I mean, I'm not a citizen crime analyst or anything. Are they going to say it's insulation? Do they even know what it is? Is it a piece of the sheetrock that was on top of her? It's charred. Could be debris from the fire. It could be, but should we have to guess is my question. They've already told us Chris Melton had all this stuff all over his hands. Boy, that one guy twisted himself into a pretzel to talk about how Chris's hands were covered in plumber's cement, and he knows because he does some plumbing on the side. And one time when he went to band camp, there was primer and it was purple or blue or something. Okay, tell us more.
In that sealed paper bag.
And Your Honor, I'd just ask that Agent Howell be able to step down from the witness stand and just display that a little bit closer to the jury.
You may.
Good. I hope they're looking at it and thinking, oh, is that stuff that was on Chris Melton's hand? Did they use those things? Right. And he touched his hands while fingerprinting him. South Boston Kev, you know me, and you know not to tell me to calm down. Oh.
Thank you, Agent Howell.
You need to calm
if you could,
down.
please take the
Hold
witness
on.
stand
You
again.
need to calm down. Okay, everyone come to your screen if you can do so safely. Mike, if you're driving your 18-wheeler, do not do it. Come and look at this knife. Higgy, I know you don't have such great game with the chicks, but never, ever, ever, ever tell a lady to calm down. Thank you. Come and look at the screen. Right. Is that all metal or a plastic handle? It's obviously, it looks charred. Here we go. But there's some other stuff on there too.
Thank you, Agent Howell. If you could, please take the witness stand again and return the knife
I know
back
he's
to its
joking.
original packaging.
I know he's joking. We joke. He's Higgins. He's Brian Higgins. Guys, got to learn how to decode my sarcasm.
Agent Howell, as y'all are reviewing the physical evidence in the case and reviewing the case file, is there ever any effort made, you mentioned modern techniques, to determine if there's evidence that it may be useful to resubmit or analyze that maybe wasn't analyzed or can be analyzed in new ways?
Yes, as we document, inventory, and assess the evidence that is in the possession of Athens Clarke County Police Department in this case, we also discuss if there's anything more that we can do with these items of evidence. And we recognized a few items within that inventory that we believed we could do some additional investigative submissions for testing at our GBI DOFS center.
Okay. Do you know whether or not that was done in this case?
Yes, it was with multiple items.
Okay. And you said multiple items, those were submitted for retesting?
Yes.
Okay.
Was this
Eventually, when Mr. Edrick Faust entered this case as a suspect in the murder of Tara Baker, was it due to result from a national database of DNA?
Yes.
He goes,
Overruled.
leading overruled. Let's hear that again. This is exactly what they were arguing about before this witness took the stand while he was sitting in the courtroom.
Entered this case. Eventually, when Mr. Edrick Faust entered this case as a suspect in the murder of Tara Baker, was it due to result from a national database of DNA?
Yes.
Leading. The question could have been, should have been, how is it that Mr. Faust became a suspect in this case? Do you see the difference? But instead, he's putting the answer in the question. Was the DNA that was found in the national database found on the knife? Because we're in knife subject right now. We're in the subject of the knife. Listen to his question again. And it absolutely is leading, but she doesn't care. The world is watching. This is my stream number 8. No, I guess it's number 9. No, number 8 on this case. And all of those shows combined have 250,000 views so far. So the world is watching.
Baker was entered this case. Eventually, when Mr. Edrick Faust entered this case as a suspect in the murder of Tara Baker, was it due to result from a national database of DNA?
Yes.
Overruled.
Thank you, Judge. And so after y'all received that information, did you take steps to try and speak with witnesses that were interviewed back in 2001 to re-interview them?
We did.
Okay. And I'm not going to get into every single person, but to your knowledge, were Valerie Lowe and Ashley Peavy re-interviewed?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And who are those people in your knowledge, who are those people?
My understanding is they were roommates of Tara Baker at the time of this incident.
Your
Okay.
understanding
And
is?
was Mr. Chris Melton re-interviewed?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And who did you know Mr. Melton to be?
I believe that he was the boyfriend and in a romantic relationship with Tara Baker
Okay.
at the time of this incident.
And on
Hey, Karen. Karen was in court yesterday and the day before. The judge actually said that she says the judge did say they can be leading him to get to the right answer, but he knew the right answer because he was sitting there. And I think that was the argument. And Mr. Crews wanted him to be able to only say, did you find, was Crews a suspect because of a national database? And then the prosecution wanted to be able to say that it was a DNA database and tell me if you know what code, if you do not know, here, let's do this. Let's do it this way. If you do not know what CODIS is, put a 1 in the chat. There's 3,800, almost 3,900 people here. I want to know how many people do not know what CODIS is, because the judge seems to think the jury's not going to have any idea that CODIS is only a database with regard to convicted felons or suspects. Thank you, Karen, for doing the Lord's work. I read your notes earlier today. You did a great job. Well, 2 wasn't an answer. So I just want to know the people who don't know about CODIS. So there's a lot of people who don't know. Would you think it was like a 23andMe kind of thing? Yes, I knew exactly what you meant. I knew exactly what you meant. I just didn't want the chat to get confused, so I want to clarify. Okay, here we go.
May 9th of 2024, did you have an opportunity to interview Mr. Edrick Faust?
I did.
Okay. And I want to come back to that interview in a few minutes. But first, what I'd like to do is show you what's been marked already, but not admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 158. I'm showing this to Mr. Crews first, Your Honor.
All right.
I mean, I think a lot of people might not just know from watching trials, but also from watching TV shows like any Dick Wolf show, FBI's Most Wanted, Law and Order SVU, Law and Order Organized Crime.
Agent
CSI.
Howell, on May 10th
Dexter.
of 2024, did you have an opportunity to collect buccal swabs from Mr. Faust?
I did.
Okay. What are buccal swabs?
Buccal swabs are cells that are located within the cheeks of the mouth. They are very DNA rich and are a common method to collect cells for DNA testing in the preferred method at our state crime lab. And it's essentially get collected by utilizing a swab with a long handle, kind of like a Q-tip, but it's a one-ended Q-tip. And then you swab and you rotate within the inner side of the cheeks in order to be able to collect those buccal cells. They're then packaged in a sterile box That box is then sealed, and then that box is then resealed into a paper bag similar to this.
Okay. Do you recognize that item that I handed you, states 158, I believe?
I do.
Okay. And how do you recognize it?
This bag is labeled with our GBI evidence property tag. It is BB 68963. And on this is also an evidence sticker that documents the date and time it was collected, who it was collected from, and where it was collected. And this has a description of a box containing 2 buccal swabs from the mouth of Edrick Faust. And this was collected on 5/10 of 2024 at 12:05 p.m.
Okay.
Well, you know, we know that those swabs or whatever swabs that they sent to Pure Gold were not sent until September. What if, I don't know, something got mixed up and instead of mailing the swabs from Tara Baker's body, they mailed in one of these oral swabs? What if that happened? Because we haven't heard about whether the alleged presumptive test or whatever they did at this Pure Gold company, what type of DNA that was. Were they saliva DNA cells from inside someone's mouth? Were they, was it sperm cells? Was it blood? I mean, I'm not a DNA expert, so I know you guys are. What if by accident, that's what was sent to that crime lab in California, who really relies on law enforcement contracts to make lots and lots and lots and lots of money? Just Blue Eyes says, Pure Gold sounds like a pawn shop from the 80s. It kind of does, right? His fingerprints are nowhere. No, his fingerprints are nowhere. The only sample evidence is from the mouth swabs, allegedly from Tara Baker's mouth. Okay? That's what they have. Right now, all we know that's been an evidence from Elizabeth Bigham, who did not do the testing herself, was that the oral swabs came back positive from California as having Edrick Faust DNA in her mouth. Allegedly. Okay? Right? Thank you.
And Judge, I'd move at this time to tender states 158.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
He said there are 2 swabs, right? So there are 2 buccal swabs in there. I would love to see if them open it and see if there's still 2. But they already know that trick because they already got caught. Here you go.
Item that I handed you, states 158, I believe.
I do.
Okay. And how do you recognize it?
This bag is labeled with our GBI evidence property tag. It is BB 68963. And on this is also an evidence sticker that documents the date and time it was collected, who it was collected from, and where it was collected. And this has a description of a box containing 2 buccal swabs from the mouth of Edrick Faust. And this was collected on 5/10 of 2024 at 12:05 p.m.
Okay. And Judge, I'd move at the
Boston Hooker Crochet by Christy is here. She's been in court a couple of days. If you have any questions and you want to know the answer to, you can tag her in your question, and maybe she'll be kind enough to answer. She says Pure Gold said they threw them away as long as they have a picture of it, right? So now they're gone forever. I think what they threw away was the pregnancy test looking thing, right? Did they also throw away the cuttings from the swabs? I thought it was just the the presumptive testing that looked like either a viral test or a pregnancy test, but you might be right. I might be wrong. Okay, here you go.
this time to tender states 158.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
And when you, Agent Howell, made reference to it have been collected from Mr. Edrick Faust, do you recognize that person anywhere in the courtroom today?
I do.
Okay. If you don't mind, please describe where that individual is sitting in an item of clothing or other description.
He is sitting at the defense counsel table. He is wearing a blue and white striped shirt and glasses.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the record reflect that Agent Howell
I mean, either the color is really off on my monitor or every GBI agent who has testified here is colorblind, because that is not a blue and white striped shirt. That is brown and white. At best, it could be burgundy and white, but it is definitely not on my monitor blue and white. Fight me on fashion. There was no teal in that Argyle sweater yesterday. Is that a blue and white striped shirt? Maybe I'm colorblind. You tell me. Hey, E. His friend's calling me, so we're going to call him E. Motion granted. It looks blue and white to you? To me, that looks like maroon or brown. I do not see blue. Other people see blue. This is like that yellow dress thing. Okay. I do not see any blue there whatsoever. I've got two giant monitors that are like new. So maybe I'm colorblind. It's like that golden dress, the golden blue dress.
was identified the defendant, Mr. Edrick Faust.
So reflects.
Okay. After you collect those samples, where do you send them to?
We then send them and we submit them to our evidence receiving at our state crime lab facility. And our main center is in Decatur, Georgia. And that is our Division of Forensic Science Laboratory.
Okay. Agent Howell, I want to fast forward again before we rewind back to the interview. Are you familiar with the location at 350 Cooper Road?
I am.
Okay. What significance, if any, does that address have for you in relation to this investigation?
That was our understanding of a residence in which Mr. Edrick Faust would stay at.
Okay.
They had a big fight about this too, because they have information in their file that is not where he stayed. And yet the judge overruled that objection too, because they want to say that this house at 350 Cooper Road happened to be within 500, maybe within 600 feet of Tara Baker's house.
And as part of the investigation of this case, was there ever a drone video created of 350 Cooper Road and 160 Fawn Drive?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to show Mr. Crews what's been labeled as State's Exhibit 159.
He would stay there. Yeah, that's exactly what he said. He would stay there. But apparently it was his stepmother's house, and he did not stay there. At that time, he was living with his girlfriend, which was somewhere else. Thank you, Ron Gotti. Are you a Gotti, like one of the Gottis?
I'm going to retrieve an exhibit real quick before we continue down this line of question.
We're going to see some drone footage of the houses and how far away they are from each other. Liz did say that he lived there, right? Yes. And this guy's saying he stayed there. You are paying attention, my friend. I appreciate you guys for reminding me about all of the things floating in my brain. Everyone, please hit the like button. That would be so kind and generous to you. It's kind of like wiping your feet on the mat when you come in. Anybody watching the Olympics? The drone cameras that they have following the skiers while they're jumping freak me out. Also, I want to say that I watched some curling last night, and I had to quickly Google the rules for curling, and I mean, for years I've been seeing curling on the Olympics, but I never ever knew how it was played or what the object of it was. I'm still not quite sure that I know. But it was US versus, I think, Sweden last night, and I really don't even know who won. Yes, sir. Do you also have drone footage of Chris and Tara's house's distance and where the white dude was running? Do we have any of that? Right. It really hampers the defense, Law Mama 4. Law Mama 4 went to law school with Tara Baker. She says it really hampers the defense because they want the other address in, but they don't want to open the door to the other crime. Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. We both reach for. Let's, Jeremy's Spoken. Well done. Great song. We thinking song lyrics here. Hence my reference to
Your Honor,
Yamalama Ding
can I
Dong.
display a brief
is a
portion of this clip for Agent Howell in order for him to see if he recognizes it?
Yes, but I think you need to do that outside the presence of the jury or in front of him so he can see it.
Yes, Your Honor,
All right.
and I will.
Yes.
Curling is the ice sweeper one, yeah. Oh, Sweden won. Thank you, Carla, for paying attention.
Thank you.
Dingo says, I went to college for visual journalism in the early 2000s. All curriculum was digital, cameras and video. I don't know where you went to college, but law enforcement doesn't always have the best equipment. I mean, don't you think they should? They don't even have body cam in, North Andover PD today in 2026. Curling is like this courtroom, not sure of the rules. Well done.
Agent
known as-
Howell, had an opportunity to review some different portions of State's Exhibit 159. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I was present during that, and back on January 16th of this year, I was with another agent, Austin Bradshaw, and he flew a drone over the Deer Park area as well as the Cooper Road area in order to obtain footage.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate depiction of the footage that was obtained on the date that you mentioned?
Yes.
Judge, I move to tender States 159 at this time.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It is admitted.
I move to publish it to the jury,
You
Judge.
may do so.
Okay, come to your screen if you want to see the drone footage. I mean, if the camera person pans over to it for us.
Podium, please, Judge.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
This TV turned on too.
Hopefully. If not, yes. There we go.
And I'm publishing States 159. Before we start that, though, what are we looking at here as the video starts, Agent Howell?
This is the front side of 350 Cooper Road, and that is the front-facing side of the house that faces toward, I believe, the east and also the Deer Park subdivision.
You know, it's a typical style ranch house, brick front. Well, now it has a brick front. Who knows what it was like in 2001? Seems to be a shed in the backyard or maybe a pool house. I'm not sure. Can't see if it has a pool. Brick on part of the front of the house, and then part of the facade is a stone. It's a rectangular home. So the footprint is rectangular. It doesn't really see, I don't think it has an upstairs. I think it's a ranch style house. There is a pool in the backyard. It looks like it's covered. Here come the sirens. That's a she shed in the back. Zoe. It's a she shed. Now we are looking at some of the other homes, the roofs of these homes in this pluribus type
I'm sorry, I
neighborhood.
stopped it just a little bit too early. I'm going to let it start playing again. All right, Agent Howell, camera just zoomed in on one house in particular with a fence surrounding the rear portion of the home. What address is that?
I recognize that as 160 Fawn Drive.
And where?
I'm going to take it back a second. So if you can come to your screen, come. This is a drone going from 350 Cooper, which is where this witness said that Edrick sometimes stayed. Liz said, I think that he lived there. Yeah, you know who else lives super close to Tara? All of her neighbors. But he didn't live there. And this is wild. Okay, here you go. Chris lived closer. He stayed 0 feet away because he was in her home. Thank you, Pills, Potions, Poisons. All right, let's just watch this video again. Very dramatic. When did he say that this was taken? High above the treetops. Here we go. We're going on a drone ride. From January, last month of 2026, January 16th, 2026. Thank you. They just got this really great idea. Hey, let's do some drone footage of the distance between an address that we really, really want to come into trial. And now the drone turns itself around. Almost, I don't know how many degrees. It'd be hard for me to tell. And now it's looking up. Okay, there's a house. It's going to zoom in on that house. Oh, maybe. Yep. Whoop.
I'm sorry, I stopped it just a little bit too early. I'm going to let it start playing again.
Yep, this is all they got.
All right, Agent Howell, camera just zoomed.
There is some sort of writing up here on the upper left corner. Let's see if we can see what it says. January 16th. I mean, it says 116 and then it says 926 0926 480500. I think. Okay, and then there's some letters and numbers underneath that.
Zoomed in on one house in particular with a fence surrounding the rear portion of the home. What address is that?
I recognize that as 160 Fawn Drive.
Okay. And where was it that Miss Baker was murdered?
That was at 160 Fawn Drive.
Okay. Back in 2001, you already testified you had an opportunity to review the crime scene photographs. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. That fence that appears around that property at that time, was that in existence in 2001?
That was not.
Okay. And I'm going to put up what's been marked as State's Exhibit 37 and already admitted into evidence as a overhead image of the Deer Park neighborhood from 2001, shortly after Miss Baker's murder. So if we could switch to the Elmo, please, Mr. Terrell.
So in 2001, the landscape was like red clay. That's right, Robin. And 25 years later, people left grass and there's more trees. And
on State's Exhibit 37, if you could, please indicate by drawing a circle where 160 Fawn Drive is located.
And that's on, is this a touchscreen here?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, he's drawing a circle, a purple circle
Thank you,
around.
sir. And now,
On
if you are
Tara's
able,
house.
please draw a circle around where 350 is located.
Okay, come to your screen if you want to see him circling. First circle is Tara's house. We can tell because it's got the tarp over it from the fire.
And Agent Howell, are you aware of
There's the second
distance
circle.
between 350 Cooper?
Why are they all of a sudden muting
Yes,
out the
I
name?
measured that distance as 585 feet.
Okay. And if we could go back
As the crow flies? Now show us where the Walmart is.
to the podium connection at this point. Thank you.
Did he draw on the screen? I don't know. What does this mean? What is this proving to us? Prove to us that Edrick Faust was in the house.
And I'm continuing to play states 159 at this point.
I mean, they really, really, really are stretching, right? So the black man walking wasn't even in between the houses. We have no evidence that the black man was even him. How many other sketches? That witness was not allowed to testify about all of the other sketches she did of other suspects. So weird. Okay, great. Very, very dramatic drone footage. Means nothing. Bye, Christy. Right. Is he the only black man that lived in that area then? I mean, let's really drag this out because you really, really want it to seem important when to me it's not. Yeah, Western Mass says, poll, who is more corrupt, the Norfolk County DA's office or this investigation? That's a hard poll to do because a lot of people who are watching today may not have watched the Karen retrial and may not know about the corruption in Norfolk County. Yes, Faust is not a crow. That's an excellent, excellent point, Robin. So Tara says, this means nothing. I live in the same neighborhood for 30 years. I didn't know or see my neighbors on the other side of the block. Katie says, so because his stepmother's house is close to hers, he murdered her. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. But all of Chris Melton's hair, DNA was found not only on Tara's body, but also on the murder weapon and in her house. And he had access to her house and he slept over there a bunch of times, lied about the last time he had hee-hoo with her. And he's not a witness. He's not a suspect. Heather said, the white man was seen running at 7:45 a.m., but we are only concerned about the black man walking in at 8:15 a.m. Great point. So if the white man was seen running away at 7:45, could he have gotten to the bank by 9? Nobody ever checked that alibi about Nash Plumbing, right? Isn't that where he said he was before he went to the bank? And then didn't Josh McCurdy never even mention going to the bank? Does anybody see any reasonable doubt here? Can we go back to the population numbers in 2001 and find out what the racial makeup was of both neighborhoods? What is this drone footage showing us? Is this a real estate ad? Says some golf girl. Chrissy Mel says, what does this even prove? They were neighbors. Could explain why if they were dating. McAlbert's warden is here and says there's been a murderer running around for 25 years. All they care about is a conviction to take it off the cold case list. Yes, and to justify the $5 million they spent
Agent Howell,
On
the drone is looking
on the Coleman Baker Act.
back at a residence from 160 Fawn at this point. What is the residence that it is looking back at?
I recognize that as 350.
Okay.
We've already heard it's 350 Cooper 100 times. Why are they all of a sudden now muting the address? Because they don't want the looky-loos going by. That's probably why. The grief tourists. They don't want it on like the 34 Fairview list. And the Oscar goes to for best short film, not the guy who made this drone video. Not that, Carrie says. Love you, Melanie. Thanks for all the entertainment. Thank you, Carrie, for watching. Steph, I saw you put in a couple of super chats here about your personal issues, and I'm so sorry that's happening to you. I don't feel comfortable reading them out loud, but thank you very much for your 20. I can't give you any advice on your personal relationships,
Your Honor,
but I
that
wish you the best.
concludes the display of State's Exhibit 159 for the jury at this time.
Poe, thanks for your 20, says same. Not kidding. One of my kids got me an ancestry test 10 years ago too. Still have it. Won't do it. Thanks for covering this case. Thank you for your 20. Thank you, Steph, for another 5 who says,
And Agent Howell, if we could go back to the Elmo just briefly, Mr. Terrell.
Jessica Berryman is here and she became a member. We heard you get called out. We heard you get called out in court. We were here for every minute of it. My email is in the show notes below if you want to reach out to me. I don't really do Facebook at all. I want to know why she called you out still. I have so many questions.
Agent Howell, obviously in that drone footage, there were some trees and things along those lines. In looking back, I've displayed State's Exhibit 37 again. What is the nature of the trees and other foliage between 350 Cooper Road and 160 Fawn Drive back in 2001 as compared to the time at which that drone footage was taken?
Yes, our understanding at the time of this incident in January of 2001 was that this was a new development. This was still in the process of being developed, that the land had been cleared, and there's very minimal trees that were present. When we fast forward to today, there's overgrowth, there are trees present, and also 160 Fawn Drive has also changed in terms of additions being put onto that residence.
Okay.
It looks like Pluribus. Does anybody agree that that neighborhood kind of looks like Pluribus? Do you watch Pluribus? It was so good. Highly recommend.
Agent Howell, I'm going to hand Mr. Crews what I marked as State's Exhibit 160. I'm going to hand you, sir, what I marked as State's Exhibit 160. Do you recognize State's 160?
I do.
Okay. What do you recognize it to be?
This is the interview video with Edrick Faust.
Okay. And did you place any markings on this exhibit's tag?
I did. I initialed it.
Okay. And what did you initial it to signify?
That I had previously seen and reviewed that item of evidence.
And were there any, did it appear to be a fair and accurate recording of your interview with Mr. Faust on May 9th of 2024?
Yes.
Judge, I moved to tender State's 160 and publish portions to the jury.
All right. Any objection, Mr. Crews?
No, ma'am.
All right. It is admitted. And before you publish it, Mr. Yelman, we're going to take a restroom break.
Oh,
It's
okay,
11:15.
cool.
We'll take a 15-minute break. And
Cool,
we'll be
we can
back on the
speed up to
record in
regular
15
time
minutes.
now. Yay! I love it when we get to do the FF. Remember the old-fashioned tape recorders? If those of you who are old enough to remember, FF is one button, REW is another button, and then you used to have to press play. You used to have to press play and record at the same time to record your favorite song when it came on the radio to make your cassette mixtape. Man, those were the good old days, huh? Oh, look, my freeze game is so on point. Here we go. We got to fast forward straight through the break. I don't know. I really prefer when judges wear robes. It's a personal preference for me. I didn't know it was optional. But wearing street clothes in a trial, I just don't. Tell me how you feel about it. I don't like it. I want my judge to have a robe on to take this job seriously. She doesn't need to wear the wig like they do in the
If
UK.
I could one more time, and just be really clear about the Rule 22 that the court has provided to all of our media. There have been some concerns about, that I've raised earlier with you all, about the jury being identified in certain ways, whether it has happened completely like that or just that there are concerns. But there are concerns about that. And I want to make sure that all the media who have been provided a Rule 22 permission in this court to understand that there is to be no identifying at all of any of the jurors. And that also includes reposting comments about this trial and identifying any jurors by their facial expressions or their dress or their
Bullshit. Bullshit. I'm sorry. Nobody's allowed to identify their observations of the jurors' facial expressions. I'm sorry. Are we in communist Russia? Oh, you know what? Maybe when Edrick Faust said we were in communist Russia, maybe he was right. The racial makeup of the jury, how many males, how many females, that's all fair game. Whether the jurors are paying attention, whether they are taking notes, that is all fair game. We don't know their names. We don't want to know their names. I would never publish their names. Nobody should be photographing the jury. But reporters are allowed to report on their observations in the courtroom, and it's been like that for hundreds of years. Wow, she's trying to get the cameras out and she's trying to get the media out of this because I guess they're realizing what an actual shit show this is. What an actual To Kill a Mockingbird this is. Let's listen to this.
note-taking or not note-taking. Any of those comments are impermissible under Rule 22, and it is related directly to two things, to security issues and also to concerns about influencing the jury outside of this courtroom.
The jury's not supposed to be watching social media. You already told the jury they can't watch social media. Oh, Rule 22. I'm going to look it up, but I got to hear the rest of this bullshit. Hold on. This is the First Amendment, ma'am. It's called freedom of the press, free speech. Guess that doesn't exist in Georgia. Wow.
To security issues and also to concerns about influencing the jury outside of this courtroom. And so I'm going to ask
how are they
the
going to be
media
influenced?
to definitely pay specific attention to the rule that the court provided and to refrain at all costs from identifying any individual jurors in any way.
Nobody's done that. I'm aware of.
Comment about the jury as a whole, that they arrived at 9 o'clock, that they couldn't hear the evidence or something to that effect is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about individual comments about individual jurors and their behavior. That is prohibited. All right. Thank you very much for your cooperation. All right. Is the state ready to proceed?
No. Let's hear your mandate one more time. If you did not think this was communist Russia, you would be wrong. And everyone thought, King Crews was crazy when he said that. But listen to this again. Is the jury present? I don't know. Did she bring him in yet? I don't know. I got to go back to when she first got on the record. Hold on.
For a minute, I want to address our media, if I could, one more time, and just be really clear about the Rule 22 that the court has provided to all of our media.
She handed it out to them.
There have been some concerns that I've raised earlier with you all about the jury being identified in certain ways, whether it has happened completely like that or just that there are concerns, but there are concerns about that. And I want to make sure that all the media who have been provided a Rule 22 permission in this court to understand that there is to be no identifying at all of any of the jurors. And that also includes reposting comments about this trial and identifying any jurors by their facial expression.
Reposting comments about this trial? So anybody who retweets something that a person in the media might have said is going to be what? Held in contempt in Georgia? Do you guys remember Brian Steele being arrested? Attorney Brian Steele being arrested during the YSL trial? I didn't know about that, so I had to look it up last night and watch the clips. I'm sorry, what? Is that why they collected all the media passes yesterday and started giving them out so they could find out exactly who was in there and start tracking their social media? That's why the bailiff asked who people were there for?
Or their dress or their note-taking or not note-taking. Any of those comments are impermissible under Rule 22, and it is related directly to two things, to security issues and also to concerns about influencing the jury outside of this courtroom. And so I'm going to ask the media to definitely pay specific attention to the rule that the court provided and to refrain at all costs from identifying any individual jurors in any way. A comment about the jury as a whole, that they arrived at 9 o'clock, that they couldn't hear the evidence or something to that effect is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about individual comments about individual jurors and their behavior. That is prohibited. All right. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
She's only speaking to the media about that. She's not saying that the public can't do that. Am I right? Am I right? It sounds like she's just restricting the media. I will be right back. I'm going to let this roll. I'm going to be right back.
Is the state ready to proceed?
State's ready, Judge.
Is the defense ready?
If it's allowable, Your Honor, I would ask for 5 minutes. That's okay. But it's up to the honorable court's discretion.
Well, I think we really need to get started. Is there a particular reason you need 5 more minutes?
I am just trying to find a single site, and that's it.
Okay, I'm going to let you do that while the state gets started. All right, you may bring the jury in. Thank you.
He's looking for a single site as to what she just did. And is that why she was calling Jessica out?
Okay, I'm going to let you do that while the state gets started. All right, we really need to get started. Is there a particular reason you need 5 more minutes?
I am just trying to find a single site, and that's it.
Okay, I'm going to let you do that while the state gets started.
On this issue.
All right, you may bring the jury in. Thank you.
Man, we are watching it in real time. I just got to go open the door for somebody. Hold on.
You all may be seated. Thank you. Mr. Yalamanchili, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Howell, before we broke, I believe we had just tendered into evidence State's Exhibit 160 as a recording of the interview that was conducted with Mr. Edrick Faust on May 9th of 2024. Who was present for that interview?
I was present. Special Agent Liz Bigham was present, and Edrick Faust was present for that.
At the time that the interview was done, had Mr. Faust been placed under arrest?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, for the record, at this time, I will seek to publish in chronological order the timestamps that I'd previously mentioned to the court and defense counsel.
All right, you may proceed.
And I'm starting at 6:03:55.
you?
Good, how you doing?
Good. Are you Ms. Faust?
I am.
Hey, I'm Liz Bigham. I'm with the GBI. This is Jeremy Howell with the GBI.
Love it all.
If you are not near your screen, please come to your screen. This is a video interview of Edrick Faust the day, I believe he's already been arrested. Hold on, I have to take it back a moment. Pardon me.
The evidence state. Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Howell, before we broke, 60 as a recording of the interview that was conducted with Mr. Edrick Faust on May 9th of 2024. Who was present for that interview?
I was
5924.
present. Special Agent Liz Bigham was present, and Edrick Faust was present for that.
Okay, so it's Bigham, Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe. No, it's Bigham, Howell, Faust. He's already been arrested. This is May 9th of 2024. Roll tape.
Yeah, this is Jeremy Howell.
I am.
Hey, I'm Liz Bigham. I'm with the GBI. This is Jeremy Howell with the GBI.
Love it all.
You want to take those off right now? We need to sit, talk to you, and do some things. Are you going to act right?
What the?
Are you sure? Okay. Do you have my handgun keys back in there? So I can go grab it. Do you have one on you? Okay. Can you use some water or anything?
I'm cool.
You sure? You use the restroom?
I'll just do it.
I'm sorry?
I use the restroom.
Oh, you just use the restroom. Okay.
Let's see, I think I got the right key for these. Right, let's go down this a ways. There it is. Okay. Sorry, I don't have a key for that. There you go.
Here's that tree, just in case you want something.
There we go.
All right. So there's a little bit of paperwork we gotta do first, and you can get some information from you, obviously name and all that stuff. And then we'll kind of go over here. Go ahead. So you've got, I think it's about 9 warrants that we've got for you today. I'll explain everything to you. Let me get this filled out and stuff, and then we'll go over everything together, okay? I mean, obviously, we're going to want to talk to you about this stuff, and we can kind of go into all that, but we got to get through this first. All right? It's Edrick or Edrick?
Edrick.
Edrick,
Yeah.
E-D-R-I-C-K?
Correct.
And what's your middle name?
Lott.
L-A?
M-O-N-T.
All right. And F-A-U-S-T?
Correct.
How old are you, Ms. Faust?
I am 48.
Are you sure? Okay. And what's a good home address for you?
My home address is,
Please.
well, I got a P.O. box number.
What's like your physical home address?
350 Cooper Road.
350 Cooper Road?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. That's in Athens?
Yes.
Oh, damn. He did give the 350 Cooper Road address. He did give the 350 Cooper Road address just now. Hold on. We've already heard that address 100 times.
Box number. My home address is, well, I got a P.O. box number.
What's like your physical home address?
350 Cooper Road.
350 Cooper Road?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. That's in Athens?
Yes. 05.
30605?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and how far did you go to school, Mr. Faust?
I graduated from high school diploma.
High school diploma?
Yeah.
Okay.
See the shows? Actually, I went to see the show, but I went back to continue. I got a diploma in another school.
Okay,
Got another further down the road.
gotcha.
All right, you can read and write, I'm assuming. Okay, so let's go over this together. All right, it's 6:06 now. So today is May 9th, 2024. The time is 6:06 p.m. and we're at the ACCPD, but Athens Clark County Police Department. Your name is Edrick Faust, and you are 48 years old. Your address is 350 Cooper Road, Athens, Georgia, 30605, and you completed the 12th grade in school.
Yes.
You know that Liz Bigham, which is me, and Jeremy Howell over there are special agents with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Okay.
All right? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you can't afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish.
Okay.
And you can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. You understand all of that?
I do.
Okay. And you understand your rights and having these rights in mind, you're willing to talk to law enforcement officers, which are Jeremy and I. You've not been threatened. Has anyone threatened you in any way, shape, or form in law enforcement? Nobody threatened you? I know we weren't there when they arrested you, so I just want to make sure that nobody out there threatened you in any way. You've not been promised anything. Has anyone ever promised you anything in reference to this? And then have you been forced in any way to answer any questions or make any statements, maybe decide what's your name, whatever. Okay. So if you're willing to talk to us, you can sign right there. I'll sign underneath you, and Jeremy will sign underneath me. Thank you.
He has no idea why he's there. And right, he committed a murder 585 feet away 25 years ago, and he just stayed there. Maybe it's his permanent address. A lot of people put their parents' home address as their permanent address. There was an interview with Melton. We didn't get to see it because Melton testified. Here we go.
So let me just get a little bit of information from you first. Obviously.
And I'm pausing the video briefly at 6:08:12, Agent Howell. And I'm going to show Mr. Crews what's been marked as State's Exhibit 161, Your Honor. And Agent Howell, I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 161. I want you to take a moment and let me know if you recognize what that is.
I do.
And what is it?
This is the waiver of rights form that was administered during this interview with the information on it, as well as the signatures of Mr. Faust, Liz Bigham, and myself.
All right. Does that appear to be a true and accurate copy of that waiver of rights form that was executed on May 9th of 2024 during Mr. Faust's interview?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, I moved to tender 161 at this time.
Any objection? It is admitted.
He said he had a post office box now. 350 Cooper Road was not a post office box. He said, I have a post office box now, but he thought they wanted a physical address. And so that's the address that he gave. Okay. For not through 2001, they're asking him his address in May of 20.
And Your Honor, I'm going to continue playing the video for 6:08:12. But before I do that, Agent Howell, just to get some orientation about what we're looking at, where did this interview take place?
This is an interview room that's located at the Athens Clarke County Police Department's facility, their main police building that's on Lexington Highway.
Okay. Obviously, we heard the reading of the form and it's been admitted into evidence. Based on your observations of Mr. Faust, did it seem like there was anything that was preventing him from understanding what was happening or anything like that?
Not that I was aware of.
Okay. As the interview progressed, did he seem to understand the questions and respond to them?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm going to continue playing now, Judge.
You got Cooper Road. How long have you lived at Cooper Road?
Shit, I've been in Cooper Road about 40 years.
40 years? Okay.
40.
40?
40.
Okay. Do you own that house?
No.
Okay, who lived there? Or whose house was it?
Actually, it's my stepmom. She passed away a month ago.
Oh, no, what happened?
She had a lung cancer or something like that.
Aw.
This is your stepmother, you said?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And what is her name?
Her name was Geraldine Hughes.
Geraldine Hughes? And she passed away a month ago. So are you still living there? Did she own it?
Yeah, she owned her own, yeah.
Okay. Are you still living there?
I'm kind of like slow. I've been like slow. I've been living with my cousin here and there. So.
Where does your cousin live?
Oh, I've been living in Overthorpe County.
Oh, okay. Where's that
In Overthorpe,
He was living in Oglethorpe County. Hold on.
living with my cousin here and there. So.
Where? Living there? Did she own it?
Yeah, she owned her own, yeah.
Okay. Are you still living there?
I'm kind of like slow. I've been like slow. I've been living with my cousin here and there. So.
Where does your cousin live?
Oh, I've been living in Overthorpe County.
Oh, okay. Where's that
And Overcourt, and Maryville in Santa Claus.
at? Sandy Cross and Marybeth Road? Where do you lay your head at night?
Well, I've been really just living here and there. I've been from here and there and just girl house over here and over there.
Over here and over there in the girl's house.
Yeah.
All right. So where's the girl live? Someone you don't want to talk about?
No.
That's fine. We don't have to. And what's your date of birth?
Wait, what did he not want to talk about? Hold on. This is like, you know, it sounds like she's yelling through a 1990s drive-through speaker. 100%. Hold on.
Oh, all right. So where's the girl live?
Here and there and just girl house over here and over there.
Over here and over there in the girl's house.
Yeah.
All right. So where's the girl live? Someone you don't want to talk about?
No.
That's fine. We don't have to. And what's your date of birth?
9685.
Okay. And you're employed, I'm assuming, at Athens Finest?
Correct.
Is that your business, or do you just work for them?
My business.
It's your business? What do you do there? Besides mobile detailing, pressure
That's
washing?
what I do.
Pretty much that?
Cool.
Do you have, like, regular work, or is it just contracted work here and there?
I do regular work, whatever. I just work.
Okay. All right.
How long you had that business? I've been in the business myself I've been in business for myself, and working on my own for like 5 or 6 years. Okay.
Okay.
And Judge, I'm stopping, as we had discussed. Oh, I'm sorry. I stopped about 10 seconds early.
What's your number to get chat?
This is?
That one's your number?
Yeah.
706-612-6808. That's the best number to get chat?
Yeah.
Is that your cell?
Your Honor, I'm stopping at 6 minutes, 6:10:20 p.m. hour, minute, second. And I'm moving forward to 6:14:01.
At this point, he has no idea what he's charged with. You're right. Thanks, Nicole. Have a nice day at work. Why are they? It's now in slow motion, and we're just looking at his hand motions, and there's no sound. Thank you, Irish, for your 5. Cupcakes of Justice, thank you. Why are we watching a slow motion video? Did I put the speed on slow? Hold on. I'm on normal speed. Even if you live next door, it doesn't prove anything, says BG Borda. Thank you.
Who lived she with Cooper, or who lived at Cooper Road with you?
At Cooper Road.
Uh-huh.
Actually, back then, 20 years ago, May 28, 2003.
No, 23 years ago. We're talking about 2000. It was obviously Miss Hughes, right?
I was living with her, yes. But
Okay.
I don't know what relationship I was in or who I was with back then.
Okay. So Miss Hughes lived there.
Yes.
Did you have any brothers or sisters?
My brothers and sisters.
Okay.
My dad was alive back then, yeah.
But was he at Cooper, or did he live in Overcourt?
My dad has been around. He's just been around here and there, you know.
Yeah. Okay. Who else lived in the house with you? Who lived with y'all back then?
As far as I know of.
Just y'all two?
Yeah.
Okay. And she was your stepmama?
My stepmom.
Where's your real mama?
She passed away 6 years ago.
Oh, okay. You weren't ever really close to her. You were close to your stepmama?
Actually, I've been cool with my stepmom. She raised.
How did the fact that his mother died get her to the, oh, you weren't really close with your real mom? You were only close with your stepmom? Mama? He has no parental alibi. Back there, he didn't know what girl he was with, indicating he doesn't know where he was living. Because he lived with some women in the past 20-something years. I want to hear that again. Oh, you didn't really have a relationship with your real mama? Having so many friends who were adopted, that hurts my soul.
And she was your stepmama?
My stepmom.
Where's your real mama?
She passed away 6 years ago.
Oh, okay. You weren't ever really close to her. You were close to your stepmama.
Actually, I've been cool with my stepmom. She raised me with.
And Your Honor, I'm stopping at 6:15:05, and we are going forward to 6:50:30.
Didn't Liz say she didn't get ugly during interviews? That was kind of ugly. Right? That was kind of ugly. You weren't close with your real mama, huh? You were just close with your stepmama. That was kind of ugly. I don't know. Is it just me? He still doesn't know why he's there. And he's been through the system. We know that. If you've looked him up in the court system, he's got priors for rugs and things, intent to distribute and things. He should have a lawyer. Especially if you're innocent, you should have a lawyer. Cops are not your friends. Again, he's talking with his hands, but now they have it sped up instead of in slow motion. And this could be prejudicial. I mean, get it to the point where you want it, take it down, and then get it to the point you want it and put it back on.
I'm sorry, Judge. It's
You
not
gonna
a very
act right?
precise slider. So
You gonna act right?
Were you there when they were building it and stuff like that?
Yeah. I mean, I was in the area. I'm always in that area. I go in that area every day.
Do you really?
Yeah. I call it my home. That's considered my home.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you physically live in Cooper Road anymore?
Oh, well, you can go there right now, and everybody will know me. They
No,
know.
I meant in the house, like at 350.
No,
You physically live there anymore.
He said, everybody knows me. I've been living there for a long time. If he was guilty, he wouldn't be sitting there talking like that. And if he killed Tara Baker in such a brutal way, he would not continue to live there for the next 25 years, in my opinion. Hey, listen. It's like, everyone knows me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you physically live in Cooper Road
Oh,
anymore?
well, you can go there right now, and everybody will know me. They
No,
know.
I meant in the house, like at 350. You physically live there anymore. Okay. Did it get passed down to you? Or
Well, my stepmother passed away.
okay.
When she passed away, when she got sick, she told me she didn't need me anymore. Her niece lived in Rock Spring. She ended up getting the house. She bought the house from her, and she ended up moving to Willow Mist across the street over here.
Okay.
And she lived over there when she passed away.
So nobody in your family lives there.
And her niece live in the house right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And she just passed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So when that neighborhood was being, or development was being built, I guess, did you ever go walk around there, or what was that built for, I guess?
I don't know.
Was it mostly like college students, or was it regular people, older average people, older
Back then it
people?
was real settled, but now it's not like that anymore. It's like real, like, right now it's like a damn the ghetto, to be honest with you.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, it's pretty rough over there now.
Why is it rough over there?
It seems like everybody that got pulled from the other side of town, they start getting rid of like the housing, the projects and all that. They give them vouchers and they start moving over on this side.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's not like it used to be. It used to be real quiet, so.
Okay. So back then, who was
It used to be real quiet. Did he say something about it got ghetto? Hold on a second. I need, it's this, the audio is terrible on this. It's not you, it's them.
older average people, older
Back then it was
people being built?
It's like, was it orange people? Was it?
So when that neighborhood was being, or development was being built, I guess, did you ever go walk around there, or?
Did you ever go walk around the neighborhood?
What was that built for, I guess?
What was that neighborhood built for? What do you mean?
I don't know.
Was it mostly like college students, or was it regular people, older average people, older
Back then it
people?
was real.
Brown people, average people, orange people? Did she really just say that?
What was that built for, I guess?
I don't know.
Was it mostly like college students, or was it
Was it mostly like college students?
regular people, older average people, older
Back then it
people?
was
Brown people? And then it sounded like average people or orange people. I can't listen to this again. It's hurting my brain too.
real self, but now it's not like that anymore. It's like real, like right now it's like a damn the ghetto, to be honest with you.
Oh, is it really?
Right now, it's like a ghetto, to be honest with you. That's what it sounded like he said. Older, average people.
Yeah, it's pretty rough over there now.
Why is it rough over there?
It seems like everybody that got pulled from the other side of town, they start getting rid of like housing, the projects and all that. They give them vouchers and they start moving over on this side.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Okay,
So it's not like it used to be. It used to be real quiet, so.
okay. So back then, who was moving in there? What was it primarily?
I say college students and probably some kids that I'll say that because you didn't really see a whole lot of black people in that area.
You did not back then?
Nah.
Okay.
He said he didn't have a lot of black people in that neighborhood. Hold on.
Black people in that area. Some kids that I'll say that because you didn't really see a whole lot of black people in that area.
Didn't really see a whole lot of black people in that area back then.
You did not back then?
Nah.
Okay.
What was there before they built all that?
It was wood. It was old car. All this from Lexington Road, Walmart, everything on Lexington Road was nothing but wood. There's a Lord Stevens, there's a church, Lord Stevens, Walmart. All that was wood when I was a little boy.
Wow, you seen some change.
I really have. And from there's another house over here in this neighborhood. All this land over here where this Dollar Tree and the skate park and all that. All that was nothing but wood back in the day. Wow. Yeah, all that wood.
Judge, I'm stopping at 6:53:05, and we're moving forward to 7:02:45.
It was woods back then. He said the projects. Also, he did mention Walmart. Why can't we see Walmart in the drone footage? I want to know if he was walking from 350 Cooper to Walmart, would he have walked anywhere near Tara's house? They've not shown us that. So the neighborhood was changing. That's why he was targeted, says Cammie.
Were you ever dating anybody else around that time on the side or quietly?
I ain't gonna say that. I ain't gonna say that.
I'm not gonna go talk to them.
I mean, I ain't gonna
He must have been talking about his relationship at the time. We don't know because they're not showing us that part. But then she said, "You ever date anybody on the side or anything like that?" And he's like, "I'm not talking about that." Like he doesn't want to get in trouble if he's still with the same girl he was with 20-something years ago. And this ever get played in court, she's gonna know he was cheating on her.
I'm not gonna go talk to them.
I mean,
quietly. Were you ever dating anybody else around that time on the side or quietly?
I ain't gonna say that. I ain't gonna say that.
I'm not gonna go talk to them.
I mean, I ain't gonna no.
Hey, Brady was the primary, right?
She was primary, y'all.
10 years, okay?
No, I don't do those.
But what about anybody else? Like,
Wait, he's been with someone for 10 years? Can't understand it.
No.
Hey, Brady was the primary, right?
She was primary, y'all.
10 years, okay?
No, I don't do those.
But what about anybody else, like anywhere at Walmart or Conagra or the Perfect Polish? I keep wanting to call it Sparkle.
I don't know, man. Let me tell you something. I don't have some females in my day, so.
It sounds like it. It sounds like it. But were you juggling any other people?
I dated some females in my day. Did he just say that? Hold on.
Perfect Polish. I keep wanting to call it Sparkle.
I don't know, man. Let me tell you something. I don't have some females in my day, so.
It sounds like it. It sounds like it. But were you juggling any other females around that time? Seeing anybody on the side?
I probably was. I don't have.
He said, I probably was dating some other females. I probably was dating some other females around that time. I probably was.
A lot of females in my day.
Okay.
I've been with a lot of females in my day.
Do you date white girls or do you date black girls or does it
I
matter?
have dated white chick. I have dated one white chick, but it didn't work out.
One white chick?
Yeah.
Who is she?
Her name was Rita Spears. That was she's from Lott.
I've dated one white chick. It didn't really work out. Who was she? What was her name? I'm not going to repeat it because I'm sure she doesn't want to be involved in this.
She's from, where is from? She's from Carnesville.
How'd you meet her?
I met her at one night at the bar.
Why didn't it work out?
Cause she bipolar and she wanted me to be with her and call her all the time.
Oh, okay.
I just slowed it down a little tiny bit. Not Tara, but he said he met her in a bar. Dating and hooking up are very different. It could have been a one night. It could have been anything. It could be a mix up with the swabs, right?
Why didn't it work out?
Cause she bipolar and she wanted me to be with her and call her all the time.
She wanted me to call her all the
Oh,
time.
okay.
And she lived up in Cartersville, Franklin County. Yeah. I don't really. I mean, I don't have no ethics about females, race, no color, nothing like that.
All right.
I talk to everybody. I'm cool with everybody. Mm-hmm. You can go down here right now and ask anybody about me when it comes to communication. I communicate, so that's I have a business.
Sure.
I don't mess around, man. I mean, I just treat everybody the same.
Okay. Did you ever date anyone over in that Deer Park area?
No.
Any college students, anything like that?
I ain't know nobody over there.
You didn't know nobody over there? Never made friends? You just didn't talk to everybody.
I mean, I talk to everybody, but that was my cup of tea to go over there and deal with those people. Those people live across the street. I ain't go over there. I ain't nothing about over there.
Why not?
I ain't know nobody over there.
You said I ain't gonna bother with those college students, is what he's saying, I think.
That wasn't my thing. I wanted to see my stepmom
Yeah.
or whatever. That was it. I mean, this is a neighborhood that just came up. I don't know anything about that neighborhood.
Okay.
And I don't have no business over there, period.
Anybody from over there ever come looking for you? Just to be friends with or hang out with?
Mm-hmm. Back then.
He said back then when I went over there, it was to see my stepmother. I wasn't dealing with the people in that other neighborhood over there. Right?
Mm-hmm. Back then, man, there was a place like, man, it's just a place that came with this coming up. And everybody feel like it's high over these expenses. Anybody going over there, so.
That's how it was kind of perceived.
Yeah, nobody go over there.
Thank you, Laura.
Okay.
And Judge, we're stopping at approximately 7:05:40, and we're moving forward to 7:08:35.
They are for a myriad of charges.
And I'm sorry, Judge, I think I started the sound a little late. I'm going to back up again to 7:08:35.
They're for a myriad of charges. Thank you, Mel. I don't know what the judge is talking about, but thanks for your 5. Thank you, Sue. Says this trial brings to mind the night the lights went out in Georgia. Poor E is being railroaded in that Georgia
We've got
clay.
warrants. They are for a myriad of charges that range from arson to murder.
What?
Mm-hmm.
For me?
Mm-hmm. And that's what you're talking about, this incident back in 2001. I think there's 9 different warrants, and that's kind of about this. Get your side of the story, kind of hash everything that happened, and obviously I think you can pick up on the fact that it involves that area, that park area or whatever.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, you can see that I've done research. I mean, area I know, we know about you, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But gotta be kind of an explanation as to why you're there, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I'm trying to talk to you about.
Yeah, okay.
So tell me about why you would be there in that Deer Park area
But
back in 2001 and kind of, you know, engaging in all these sorts of things at one of those duplexes.
I never, that Farberware, that's a place I never been to. I've started going there throughout the years, like, when people thought, other people, when we started moving in, then, well, back in the day, the only reason I go like in the evening time, it's every blue moon. I gotta get my bike in the evening time, like 3 or 4 o'clock in the evening, I may ride through the whole, you know what I'm saying, ride from one end to the whole thing for other there. I'm putting on there. I ain't no business over there. That was my turf. My turf was in our neighborhood where we used to be, because everybody in the neighborhood.
On the other side,
all of them East Meadow, and all of them Morning View. I have no business over there dealing with them over there, but that ain't my culture. They ain't no drinking over there, and I don't drink with them, so we over here drinking. If one of my cousins gonna come in and pick me up, and we go over to us and ride out, they say, I don't have no business over there, fool with them people. They ain't doing that to me.
And you said that you rode a bike?
Every once in a while, I may about.
Oh, okay.
He may have biked through there. I'm going to just take this back to his reaction when she tells him what he's being arrested for. I'm going to zoom in on him, and you tell me. I've had to slow this down to 0.75. Tell me if you think this looks like a man who's genuinely shocked by what she's telling him, or if he sounds like he's probably guilty. Because if he did live at Cooper Road, he would have known about this murder, right? I'm sure there's not murders there every single day. He would have remembered the Tara Baker murder. That was a very big deal back in 2001, right?
She had a long account or something like that.
Aww.
This your stepmother, you said?
There.
Her niece lived.
A little bit more.
Around that time on the side, or
No.
like Brenda was in primary. Myriad of charges.
Okay, here's where she starts talking about the charges.
For a myriad of charges.
No, I'm sorry, Judge. I think I started the sound a little later.
Zoom in on him.
We've got these warrants. They are for a myriad of charges that range from arson to murder.
What? For me?
And that's what you're talking about, this incident back in 2001. I think there's 9 different warrants, and that's kind of about this, get your side of the story, you know, hash everything that happened, and you know, obviously I think you can pick up on the fact that it involves that area, that park area or whatever.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, I mean, you can see that I've done research, right? Like, Gary and I know, we know about you, stuff like that. But when we're talking about that and we're talking about these charges, there's got to be kind of an explanation as to why you're there, right? And that's kind of what I'm trying to talk to you about. So tell me about why would be there, and that's your park area, back in 2001, and kind of, you know, engaging in all these sorts of things at one of those duplexes.
I don't know if they're going to show this portion of it, but remember, she tells him your DNA was found in the house. In the house at some point. Let's listen for it.
That whole, that Farberware, that's a place I never been to. I've started going there throughout the years, like, when people thought, other people, when we started moving in, then, but back in the day, the only reason I go like in the evening time, and it's every blue moon, I gotta get my bike in the evening time, like 3 or 4 o'clock in the evening, I ride. I may ride through the whole, you know what I'm saying, ride from one end to the whole thing other there. I don't put it on there. I ain't got no business over there. They were my church. My church was in our neighborhood where we used to be, because everybody in the neighborhood. On the other side, the whole way. All the way on East Meadow and all the way in Morning View. I got no business over there dealing with that over there, but that ain't my culture. They ain't doing no drinking over there, and I don't drink with them, so we over here drinking. Cause one of my cousins gonna go in and pick me up, and we go over to some right out. They say, I don't have no business over there fooling them people. They ain't doing that to me.
And you said that you rode a bike.
Every once in a while, I made about if I went over there, but I didn't deal with that sex.
Would you ever walk or just
No,
walk over there?
I have no business over there. This is my neighborhood right here. All of them other people over there.
The prosecutor, right?
Exactly. I don't have no business over there, period.
And you said around 3 or 4 in the afternoon?
I said, yes. I went over there. If I was back there, I would go again. But I have no reason going over there to mess with them people, period. No reason whatsoever.
And Your Honor, we're stopping at approximately 7:11:15. And we're going to move forward to 7:11:45.
Again, I'm no citizen detective, but that seemed like a genuine shocked reaction to me. And to many of you.
No, walking over there for what? I ain't got no business over there walking. No.
Well, you would ride your bike around though.
I mean, I said, if I went over there, if this so happened back in the day, if I just rolled my bike, I would ride around and see. I ain't got no business walking over there. If some people were jogging or walking, I ain't had no business singing into them and that.
Okay.
I don't, that ain't my gig over there. If I went anywhere, I would go to the, back then, I would go to the hood in the Aspen Garden. That's probably where I'd be at.
Would you cut through your party to Aspen
No,
Garden?
it's not that way.
It's the other way?
Different direction. I don't go that way. I don't have nothing to do with that people over here. I go over here in the hood and kick it, but I'll be in my neighborhood. I ain't got no business over there dealing with them people, but I ain't getting nothing to them. I don't even know nothing about them. I ain't finna mess with them.
Okay.
Period.
Okay.
Was she yawning? I missed it. It's only like 6 p.m. when they did this interview, right?
So I got some more for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go to jail.
He's like, you got a warrant for me? So I got to go to jail? Listen to this.
So I got some more for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go to jail.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
They told you were under arrest.
I mean,
That's not a new revelation. They told you were under arrest.
what's the word?
It's for
Do you remember any kind of
incident that happened back then?
Man, I don't even deal with all that.
I understand.
No.
You don't remember seeing some police activity over in that neighborhood back in 2001? Kind of a big deal.
It was for a while too, I think, like days and days.
You don't remember anything happening back there?
Let me see. But really, I used to come over there to see my stepmom, but I ain't really, deal around too tough in it.
Okay. Kind of like
He used to just go over there to see his stepmom. He didn't really deal in over there. He wasn't really there much. He doesn't even remember this Tara Baker murder. He's talking too much to be guilty, you guys are saying. I'm happy the jury is seeing this. I hope that maybe his attorney plays even more of it.
one of the biggest deals that's happened in Athens.
A murder?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that girl, some girl.
Did you know her? No connection to her?
No. I never saw it. The only time I see that, the only time I seen it was in the newspaper. I ain't never seen it or nothing else about that girl. I don't even know her. I don't know nothing about her.
It was right?
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
You've never talked to her?
No, never. No.
Okay.
Don't even know. Don't know nothing about it at all. All I know is that she was a law student at the UGA, and she stayed on Fawn Drive. And throughout the years, I know that right there they got that just to where the rent house is right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's where my real estate right beside it.
Your buddy came right beside?
They was after the fact that when we started moving in, when black people started moving in, my papa stayed right beside them. Right beside the actual building. This right here was like in 2017 to 18. Okay. Not no recent thing. You know? No, that's no recent.
Okay.
Did you know any of her roommates?
I don't know about that.
Did you know any of their...
This is interesting because I have this slowed down right now to 0.75 speed. And I want to know if the prosecution has sped this up for the jury to listen to it. Because this to me sounds like normal speed. You tell me what you think. And I wonder if the defense has thought about that. Because this sounds like it's sped up to me on regular speed.
Her boyfriends or anything like that? Any of her roommates?
And that's no recent. Not like in 2017 to 18. Okay. Not no recent thing. You know? No, that's no recent.
Okay.
Did you know any of her roommates?
I don't
know. Did you know any of their boyfriends or anything like that?
No.
Did you ever go over there to buy alcohol?
No. I ain't
like that?
Bro, listen,
It's like, bro, listen. I unboosted the sound. Sometimes the booster makes it a little more muffled and distorts it a little bit. So if you need to turn it up on your end, turn it up on your end. To me, we're looking at an innocent man. I mean, I was already convinced, but this has convinced me
Her roommates?
even more.
Did you know any of their boyfriends or anything like that? Did you ever go over there to buy alcohol?
Alcohol.
Like that?
Bro, listen, I don't know nothing about those people over there. I don't know nothing about that. But they said that happened.
And Your Honor, I'm stopping at 7:15:05 and moving forward to 7/16/14.
I mean, go ahead, keep playing it. I want to know what the jury, what their reactions are, but this judge has said that nobody's allowed to report on that. If they're in the media, I guess. Yeah, Chris said he wasn't there too. But he lied, right? Nicolosi, right?
And Agent Howell, kind of just before this portion of the video that we're about to play, had you asked Mr. Faust a question about his awareness of a national database of DNA?
Yes.
National database of DNA. AB says, could they have used his DNA from a different case of his to frame him? Well, that, or they could have used the buccal swab that they took on this day, because they didn't send this out to the lab until I think September. Thank you for your 5. Tag AB with your answer to this question or your thoughts on it. I don't know, Kim. I don't know. If you're not media, you can comment. It sounded that way to me. It sounded like she was only speaking to media, the judge. Thanks for your super chat. Andrea, sorry if this has already been asked, but since it seems that the state of Georgia wants to convict somebody, is it possible Faust was never even in contact with her? Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, that was very dramatic. I need to put it back on 0.75 speed, unboost it so I can hear it more clearly. And now this man realizes that he's been talking to the police for however long this interview's been going on. I think the timestamp up there is, hold please. Timestamp. It looks like it says 6:34. They started at, I think they said 6:06. Been there for half an hour. Why is that not military time? I don't know. I think he says it wasn't me. Listen.
DNA? Yeah.
He said DNA? Yeah. My DNA? Are they gonna not play the part where they tell him the DNA was found in the house? Listen.
DNA? Yeah. My DNA?
Man.
It's been a long time. We've made so many advancements and things. If you can help us understand why your DNA is in that house, help.
Why your DNA is in that house. They're allowed to lie to him, right? But there was no DNA in the house. Right? Turned his life around so much for so long. He forgot to not ever talk to the cops or trust them, right, James?
It's been a long time. We've made so many advancements and things. If you can help us understand why your DNA is in that house, help us. I don't want to put your finger on the help us. I'm here to exonerate just as much as I am to hunt.
I'm here to exonerate just as much as I am to hunt.
Y'all come on, take some deal.
They cut it off. I don't know what he was about to say.
Y'all come on, take some deal.
Y'all gonna something DNA.
And Agent Howell, in response to your request for Mr. Faust to help you with an explanation regarding his DNA,
Help you?
what was his response?
No explanation was provided.
Okay. And I think that's all I have for you about this interview. And so, Your Honor, if I could have just a moment to.
You may.
Agent Howell. I'm going to show Mr. Crews what's been marked as State's Exhibit 162.
Okay, we're boosted again.
Agent Howell, I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 162. Do you recognize what State's 162 is?
Yes.
All right. How do you recognize it?
I recognize it by the labels that are on the exterior of the envelope. It is item number 10 in Athens Clarke County Police Department's custody. It is described as a bloodstain card for Chris Melton. It also has a GBI barcode on it, evidence property tag CC36694. And it also has our GBI DOFS report number, which is 2001-1002454, and is submission item number 27. And again, it is labeled as a bloodstain card for Chris Melton.
Okay. And so have you encountered that item at any time previously?
I have.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury, well, when you encountered it, is it in substantially the same condition as when you encountered it initially?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I'd move to tender the exhibit at this time.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
Let's open the envelope.
Okay. Just to clarify, though, were you involved in either the collection or observation of collection of blood, the creation of the card, or any of the testing that occurred at the GBI lab?
I was not.
Okay. What was your interaction with that item?
My interaction with this item was to collect this item, transport this item to the state crime lab, and submit this item to our state crime lab.
Okay. And do you have any direct knowledge of anything that was done with it at the state crime lab?
I believe it was compared to some swabs involved in this case.
All right. And that's all I have about 162, Your Honor.
Chago is here. I think DKK is Denmark, right? How is it he can testify based on the case file and that isn't hearsay? But the previous detective couldn't know about the girlfriend's address through the case file. Nothing makes sense in this case.
Your Honor, I don't have any other questions for Agent Howell at this time.
At this time,
Cross-examination, Mr. Crews.
please. Here comes the cross. I can't wait to hear his opening question. It's always a banger. Why do you feel the need to defend Chris Melton? Why didn't you cry? What are we going to add to the list today? Welcome. Happy birthday, Megan. Happy birthday, Aquarius.
Good afternoon, Agent Howell. My name is Atty Ahmad Crews, and I have the privilege and honor of representing Mr. Edrick Lamont Faust. You've had opportunity to watch that video before, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
And We could both agree that you watched it again in court and you heard it again in court. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In regards to speaking to Mr. Faust about the death in Deer Park, would you agree that Mr. Faust's response, as you heard here today in court, is the only time I seen that was in the newspaper?
Yes.
Okay. And he also continued, I ain't never seen that or nothing else about that girl. Is that correct?
Yes.
At that time, did anyone show him a photograph?
No, sir.
At that time or any time during the interview, did anyone tell him Ms. Baker's name?
No, sir.
I'd like to show you what I'm going to mark as defense exhibit 49, 50, and 51.
And no time during that interview did they ever tell Edrick Tara Baker's name or showed him a photograph of Tara Baker. Thanks, Cupcake for Justice said after 25 years, these labels should not be so clean. Not a house defendant. If he stayed there, why was a black man on the street at 8 a.m. was a problem. Thanks for your 5. Scarpetta is finally coming to life on March 11th on Prime. Thanks, Nicole. I love Case Scarpetta. I read all the books. Thank you, Cindy. I don't know that anybody would be needed. There's been no order to keep the cameras out of court. Thank you for your 5. Georgia Jules rules. I'm not sure what eyeshadow I have on. Thank you for your compliment. I'm not sure. I'll have to go look. I have about a million palettes over there. Betsy, thank you. Says thank you for your compliment, Pets. Love you more.
And just to make it clear for the record, and from the video, Mr. Faust said he'd only seen one newspaper article about it. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
May.
And let the record reflect that I've shown the state what has been marked as defense exhibit 49, 50, and 51.
Thank you.
ARR saying, Liz's fake yawn in the interview was like, oh, I'm getting bored and probably wrong. Keep explaining. So shady, but I'm sure a legal technique. Thanks for your 5. She says she does all her interviews the same.
Do you recognize the photographs?
I do.
That photo? And do you recognize those documents? Let me ask you that. Have you seen those documents in your case file?
Yes, I have.
And follow up to that, you reviewed your entire case file, is that right?
I have looked through the entire case file.
So
I'm familiar with the contents of the case file.
okay, perfect. Do you recall seeing those documents in the case file?
I believe seeing numerous newspaper clippings and articles in it. This one specifically, I don't recall, but I do recall seeing numerous newspaper clippings in there.
Sure. And the question I have for you is about the photo. Would it be fair to say that the photo of Ms. Baker in those documents that I provided to you is the photo that's mostly used when it comes to public information about Ms. Baker's case?
I would agree with that.
Your Honor, I would move to, and just to make sure you are familiar with those documents, you looked at those documents, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are those fair and accurate depictions of the documents that were in your case file?
I believe so, yes.
Have those documents been altered in any way?
I don't believe they have.
Your Honor, may I approach? Your Honor, I would move to introduce Defense Exhibit 51, Defense Exhibit 50, and Defense Exhibit 49 into evidence. And I would ask to be able to publish same to the jury.
Any objection?
As to the images, no, Your Honor. I didn't read the articles themselves, but I don't think that the contents of the articles themselves should be published to the jury.
I think that's correct. I think we need to redact them before you publish them, but during a break, I'll let you do that and I'll allow you to publish them.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. But they are admitted.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And you would agree in your statement to Mr. Faust, you never told him that his DNA was in Miss Baker's body. Is that correct?
Did not have that opportunity.
Okay. You told Mr. Faust to explain why his DNA was in the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
Outside of her body being in the house,
You did not have the opportunity to tell him? Why didn't you have the opportunity? You were running that interview. You could have said whatever you wanted. You could have said whatever you wanted. How long was the entire interview? Hold on.
statement to Mr. Faust, and you would agree in your statement to Mr. Faust, you never told him that his DNA was in Miss Baker's body. Is that correct?
Did not have that opportunity.
Okay. You told Mr. Faust to explain why his DNA was in the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
Outside of her body being in the house, you would agree that Mr. Faust's DNA was not in the house. Is that fair to say?
Mr. Faust's DNA was inside the house.
Outside of her body being in the house.
Her body was inside the house.
But for her body, Mr. Faust's DNA was nowhere else in the house. Is that correct?
I would agree with that.
Word salad. We have an emoji for that. Tell them the guy never went in the house. This guy never went in the house, but he's trying to confuse the jury. Word salad. Listen to that one more time. I mean, the fact that Ahmad Crews is able to keep his cool is a skill.
DNA was in, and you would agree in your statement to Mr. Faust, you never told him that his DNA was in Miss Baker's body. Is that correct?
Did not have that opportunity.
Okay. You told Mr. Faust to explain why his DNA was in the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
Outside of her body being in the house, you would agree that Mr. Faust's DNA was not in the house. Is that fair to say?
Mr. Faust's DNA was inside the house.
Outside of her body being in the house.
Her body was inside the house.
But for her body, Mr. Faust's DNA was nowhere else in the house. Is that correct?
I would agree with that.
Now, you asked Mr.
We've already learned from witnesses who have testified on the stand, Liz. She pretended not to know, but when she was telling Chris Melton that he could change his story, she said, well, you know, your DNA would only be on her body, in her mouth for, well, 12 hours at the most, and in her other privates for maybe a couple days. So you're going to have to come up with a more recent time that you saw her so we can explain your DNA away. Chris Melton's DNA was found inside the house, the hair on the power cord that strangled her, the pubic hair near her back door of her body. Is it possible that Edrick had relations with her somewhere that was not inside that house and it happened to linger there through gravity for a couple days? Or maybe they mixed up the swabs and sent his buccal swab that they just took to California. Is that reasonable doubt?
Faust was asked about dating, and I believe the word, and if I am wrong, please forgive me. But I believe he was asked about dating, I'm gonna use a different word, white women. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Faust's response was that he had only dated one white chick, correct?
Yes.
And I want to emphasize the language you asked him, or he was asked specifically about dating. Is that fair?
Yes.
One white chick.
And Mr. Faust made clear that he doesn't discriminate when it comes to dating. Is that fair?
That's my recollection.
Okay. I also want to talk about the first portion of the interview that was played. I believe the state stated on the record that they stopped at 6:08:12. Would you agree that from the first portion, the very first clip that was played for the jury, Mr. Faust had already been advised that you all had 9 warrants for his arrest?
Yes.
The second clip that was played in regards to the conversation with Mr. Faust, Mr. Faust had been advised at least twice by the time we got to the second portion of the state's clip that you all had 9 warrants for his arrest. Is that fair?
Yes.
I found a great emoji. It's a chick inside of an eggshell. He's been walking on eggshells, and now the chick has entered the chat. I'll allow it.
My final question for you is on May 9th, this interview was conducted. Is that right?
Yes.
And May 10th was the date that you all collected the buccal swabs.
The buccal swabs, yes.
Gotta correct him. It's pronounced both ways, by the way, depending on where you grew up and where you learned it from. I like to say buckle because I just hate the sound of the word buccal, but most people say buccal.
The arrest warrants were obtained on May 9th as well before the interview. Is that correct?
Yes.
He's got the Pictionary pad out. He's a lefty. It's hard to write on those pads as a lefty, right? And underneath Faust, he is writing in the Faust column. I think it says 5-9 warrants secured.
Just to make sure I have this accurate. Interview takes place on May 9th. Arrest warrants secured on May 9th, but arrest warrants were before interview. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And then after that, May 10th, buccal swabs.
The buccal swabs were obtained on the next day, yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Those are the questions that I have for you.
Thank you.
They arrested him
Any
before they even had
redirect
his
of this
DNA.
witness?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down. All right, it's 12:30, ladies and gentlemen, a very good time for a lunch break. I'm going to send you to lunch and ask you to return at 1:45, so an hour and 15 minutes. As I've said throughout this entire time, please, of course, don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't do any independent research on your cell phones or computer or any other manner. Don't go to any of the locations, of course, you may have been hearing about. Other than that, enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back here at 1:45. Thank you.
Your Honor, if the jury, it doesn't need to be in front of the jury.
Looks like he's got some more to say.
Mr. Yellingel, you had something you wanted to put on the record?
Oh, I was just asking if Agent Howell could be excused, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Crews?
I believe we have you under subpoena. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Okay, I have no objection. I don't have him under subpoena.
All right, thank you. You are excused from any further
subpoena him
service as a
now,
witness.
If you need him.
All right. Anything else we can take up before we adjourn for lunch?
I take that release as being he could be in the courtroom.
That's correct.
So,
Yes,
thank you,
sir.
Your Honor.
Anything from the defense before we break for lunch?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. We'll be back on the record at 1:45.
All right, 1:45. It is now 1:12 here on the East Coast. So we've got about a half an hour. And that witness is off the stand. Who else are they going to call? Do they have any more experts? Have you seen enough evidence against Mr. Faust that if right now you were on the jury, would you be able to convict, or is there reasonable doubt? Maybe we should do a poll. Because they may rest today. The state may rest today. Have they had any discussion about what other witnesses are on deck? Let's go to the chat. Team Liz and Jeremy. Danielle says, thanks for covering this. I can't believe this is real. I hope the truth comes to light. God won't give this man more than he can handle, and I hope there's justice for him and Tara. F. Melton. Thank you, Danielle, for your 10. Ms. Jake, thanks for your 20. Says, I couldn't comment yesterday, but I think just Liz was so smiley because she's excited to be the one to close the Baker case of the Coleman-Baker Act. She can't wait to be famous. Yeah, you think there's script in the Lifetime movie and the Dateline, Nightline, documentary, interview type thing. Thanks for your 20, Ms. Jake. Thank you, Venus Blue, for sending me an email. Thank you so much. Love you back. And for your super chat. ARR says, after asked about DNA in the house, Faust said, y'all gonna say you got my DNA before hanging his head. Oh, is that what he said? Then the clip ended. He did have an explanation. Y'all gonna say you got my DNA. Thanks, JR Cuber, for becoming a member. And thank you, ARR, for your super chat. Oh, please. Oops. I wanted to take a look at that court rule. Hold on a minute here. This is rule 22, right? It was rule 22 that she was talking about. go back to my notes. Rule 22. Here's Rule 22. The judge seemed to interpret Rule 22 as saying that nobody in the media was allowed to talk about anything that the jury was doing, including facial expressions. Let's take a look. This is the Supreme Court of Georgia, and this as of February 6th, 2018. This was a new rule approved for use of recording devices in courtrooms. That, yeah, she said even the media couldn't talk about that, them taking notes. We may have to, let's play that back, shall we? I'm going to go back to it. I'm just trying to remember what point in the testimony it was. I mean, what point in the trial? Hold on, I think I have it. It wasn't right at the beginning of the day, was it? It was kind of like during a break. Let me go back to my notes to see if I can find it. Media, bring your lawyers. It was after the knife. Here we go. I got it. Okay, pay attention if you weren't here. This is really important.
I want to go on the record just for a minute. I want to address our media, if I could, one more time, and just be really clear about the Rule 22 that the court has provided to all of our media. There have been some concerns about, that I've raised earlier with you all, about the jury being identified in certain ways, whether it has happened completely like that or just that there are concerns. But there are concerns about that. And I want to make sure that all the media who have been...
But are there grave concerns? Are there grave concerns?
...provided a Rule 22 permission in this court to understand that there is to be no identifying at all of any of the jurors. And that also includes reposting comments about this trial and identifying any jurors by their facial expressions or their dress or their note-taking or not note-taking. Any of those comments are impermissible under Rule 22, and it is related directly to two things: to security issues and also to concerns about influencing the jury outside of this courtroom. And so I'm going to ask the media to definitely pay specific attention to the rule that the court provided and to refrain at all costs from identifying any individual jurors in any way. The court provided and to refrain at all costs influencing the jury outside of this courtroom. And so I'm going to ask the media to definitely pay specific attention to the rule that the court provided and to refrain at all costs from identifying any individual jurors in any way. A comment about the jury as a whole, that they arrived at 9 o'clock, that they couldn't hear the evidence or something to that effect is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about individual comments about individual jurors and their behavior. That is prohibited. All right. Thank you very much for your cooperation. All right. Is the state ready to proceed?
Thank you very much for playing Have a Nice Day is really what she should have said at the end of that comment. But let's take a look now, as we just were doing, at Rule 22. We like receipts here. Atlanta, February 6, 2018. The Supreme Court of Georgia has approved a revised rule for the Superior Courts of Georgia governing the use of electronic devices in courtrooms and the recording of judicial proceedings. The new version will take effect on May 1 of 2018. Okay, when I Googled it, this is what came up. I don't think there's a newer version than this. Rule 22 of the Uniform Superior Court Rules was issued in 1997 and has not been updated since then. The new version reflects the dramatic changes in technology and news media over the past 2 decades, and particularly the fact that most Georgians now have smartphones and other electronic devices that can be used as still cameras, video cameras, and audio recorders. The rule addresses the use of such devices for recording and non-recording purposes by lawyers and their employees, parties in court cases, jurors, witnesses, and media representatives, and other spectators. Well, she didn't say anybody took any video of the jury or their expressions or their note-taking or what they were wearing. As the new rule underscores at the outset, quote, open courtrooms are an indispensable element of an effective and respected judicial system. The rule recognizes that a balance must be struck in the use of recording devices in courtrooms. It is the policy of Georgia courts to promote access to and understanding of court proceedings, not only by the participants in them, but also by the general public and by news media who will report on the proceedings in public or proceedings to the public. This must be done, however, while protecting the legal rights of the participants in the proceedings and ensuring appropriate security and decorum. Okay, again, this is talking about the use of recording devices in courtrooms. So is it okay if somebody's taking notes with a pen and paper about the jury expressions and whether they're paying attention, whether they're falling asleep, whether they're eye rolling? It goes on to say the new rule expands the ability of lawyers and self-represented parties to record the proceedings in their cases and to use their electronic devices in courtrooms for non-recording purposes like email and internet access. The rule also expands the ability of the news media and other spectators to bring their electronic devices into courtrooms and, when they request to record a proceeding, clarifies the limited circumstances under which the court is permitted to restrict or prohibit such recording. Rule 22 applies in all Georgia superior courts. It does not affect the federal courts in Georgia, which prohibit all recording of proceedings and generally prohibit the possession of electronic devices in courtrooms by non-lawyers. The process of revising Rule 22 has been led by the Council of Superior Court Judges. It has spanned several years and has involved input at all stages by multiple interested parties, including media representatives, attorneys, and bar associations, civil rights organizations, and others. Quote, this rule is the product of a multi-year process aimed at balancing the growing advances in technology and media coverage with protecting the legal rights and safety of those who rely on our courts, said Cobb County Superior Court Judge Stephen Schuster, chairman of the Uniform Rules Committee of the Council of Superior Court Judges. The new Rule 22 expands access to our courts throughout Georgia and was a collaborative effort that reflects the valuable input of many people and groups. I'm very grateful to all those who participated. Oh, well, now they say to read the full rule, click here. Now we got to go here. So far, it's about recording and not reporting. Let's see if I can. Oh, it's 8 pages long. Okay, well, I'm going to have to scroll through here and see. Except as otherwise required by law, this rule governs the use of devices to record sounds or images in a courtroom. And that's what it's governing. Court must use reasonable means to advise the courtroom visitors of the provisions of this rule. She passed it out to everyone. Recording means electronically or mechanically stored. Okay, courtroom means courtroom. Jurors shall turn the power off to any recording device while present. Witnesses shall turn the power off to any recording device while present. Parties and spectators may use recording devices to record proceedings only specifically. Use of device. We're not talking about recording. We're talking about reporting. Reporting jurors' facial expressions and whether or not they're taking notes. I'm not seeing anything in this rule about that, but let's keep scrolling because it's 8 pages long. If you want to record anything, you're going to have to ask permission. Here's what they consider. Narrow restrictions about recording, manner of recording, pooling of recording. The following uses of recording devices are prohibited. We're on page 6. I'm not seeing anything yet. Recording of jurors. Recording devices must be placed to avoid the recording images of jurors or protect prospective jurors in any manner. No recording of privileged or confidential communications. No recording of bench conferences. No recording made pursuant to this rule may be used to modify or supplement the official court record. Persons who violate this rule may be removed or excluded from the courtroom. And then there's attached to that is an exhibit. If you want permission, you got to fill out this form to record the proceeding. I'm sorry. Am I confused? What does that have to do with reporting on observations inside the courtroom about whether jurors are taking notes, whether they're bored, what they're wearing? It's wild, right? Huh. What say you? And Mr. Crews wanted more time to go read the rule. I don't know whatever happened with that. This is tyrannical. Sweet Southern Honey says this is tyrannical abuse of Rule 22. Quite possibly in the inside out, upside down, inside out Narnia of what is now Athens, Clark County, Georgia. All right. Thank you to Venus Blue, who sent this to me. She says, based on 2000 U.S. Census data back in the year 2000, which reflects the demographic landscape of 2001, Athens, Clark County was approximately 65% white, 28 to 29% Black or African American, and 3 to 4% Asian, with a growing Hispanic population. The area was characterized by a diverse urban-leaning population influenced heavily by the University of Georgia, featuring a significant historically rooted Black community, particularly in areas like the Hot Corner downtown. Interesting. The walk from Deer Park to the Walmart is about 5 minutes. The whole trial is very Athens. She says, we even have a newspaper called The Bad and Busted. Everyone buys it to see who to be afraid of or who to make fun of. This is maddening. Okay. Thank you. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Jessica. Yeah, we did go over the press release of the GBI when this was first. I did that, I think, on a Sunday when I went over some pre-trial stuff. But you know what? That does remind me that there was a video that I wanted to show you. Hold on. I think there's a video of the press conference. And since we have some time during lunch, we can watch it. Let me see where I put it. I hide things and then I put them somewhere. Problem. Oh, please. Oh, wait, I think I know where I put it. Oh, please. Hmm. Please. She wants to block YouTubers. What do you mean by that? What do you mean she was going after the cupcakes in the courtroom? That's not, I didn't get that. I don't have that information. Are you just guessing? Hang on. Got receipts on that? I thought I had a press conference today, but I may be conflating this with another case. All right, I'm not going to waste too much time looking for it now. If I come across it, I'll play it for you. Also, today was the Supreme Court arguments on, okay, no, wait, actually, this is really, I found it. Supreme Court arguments on Murdoch this morning. If you're interested in doing that on another stream, let me know. This is the press conference when Edrick Faust was arrested. Let's watch this. Oh, is it not video? Hold, please. Oh, it's just an image? Well, that's lovely. How about the video? Got it. Got it. There we go. How much time do we have? It's about 24 minutes. So let's watch this. We have a little bit of time before they come back. I will put it on a little bit of a higher speed, because they always come back late anyway. All right. So this is the original news conference by the GBI that was held May 13th, 2024. This is when they announced Edrick Faust's arrest to the world. And that is Tara Baker's family, I believe, in the background.
Good investigation. Standing here at the podium with me today is Athens Clarke County Police Chief Jerry Salters, FBI Atlanta SAC Kerry Farley, Western Judicial Circuit District Attorney Deborah Gonzalez, State Representative Houston Gaines, the family of Tara Baker. Also in the audience today is University of Georgia Police Chief Jeff Clark, members of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, our personnel, and members of our state sister agency, Georgia State Patrol. Again, thank you for being here. I will ask you as we proceed through this press conference today, that you be respectful of the ongoing investigation and the judicial process that is involved when you ask your questions and receive our responses. On January 19th, 2001 was a day that devastated a family, the University of Georgia campus, and the community of Athens Clarke County, with its effects being felt throughout the state of Georgia. For over 2 decades, investigators have worked tirelessly to find answers for the family and friends of Tara Louise Baker and bring some amount of closure and healing to this horrific event. With an arrest in this investigation last week, it is my prayer that this process has begun. The recent events in the Tara Baker investigation also send a strong message that justice has no expiration, and law enforcement in this state of Georgia, will never stop seeking answers to these tragic events. In 2023, the Georgia General Assembly unanimously passed and Governor Brian Kemp signed into law House Bill 88, the Coleman-Baker Act. The Coleman-Baker Act, named for Rhonda Sue Coleman and Tara Baker, was significant in addressing cold cases and providing a process for reviewing and investigating unsolved murders in Georgia. Based on the criteria for review, law enforcement agencies attempt to identify probative leads in the form of testimonial and/or scientific evidence that can provide new insight to solving these cold cases. The GBI Cold Case Unit under the Office of Special Investigations was created in July of 2023. The unit is comprised of special agents who were hand-selected based on their experience and demonstrated proficiency and success in conducting complex death investigations. Agents are assigned in various locations throughout the state to conduct in-depth interviews and reviews and analysis of criminal case files that meet the criteria for review. Additionally, an examination of physical evidence is conducted to determine if appropriate forensic testing and analysis was performed or if additional testing would produce information relevant to the investigation. In September of 2023, special agents of the GBI Cold Case Unit partnered with Athens Clarke County investigators to conduct a tireless, in-depth review and analysis of the ongoing investigation into Tara's death. In Tara's case, it was biological evidence and DNA science combined with collaborative investigative work on our law enforcement partners that you see here today that brought us this result. As I mentioned, it is the sheer dedication of investigators and the collaboration with law enforcement partners in Georgia that have brought us here today and will allow us to continue our mission of bringing closure to cold cases throughout the state of Georgia. I want to personally thank Athens Clarke County Police Department, the GBI Division of Forensic Sciences, GBI Region 11 Athens Office, the GBI Appalachian Regional Drug Enforcement Office, the Georgia State Patrol, the FBI Athens and Gainesville offices, the FBI Athens Safe Street Task Force, the District Attorney's Office for the Western Judicial Circuit, and the remarkable work of the GBI's Cold Case Unit. Faith has been defined as the assurance of things hoped for and the conviction of things not yet seen. Assurance is a promise, and with a promise, faith and hope must reside. This is what hope looks like. I would now like to ask Athens Clarke County Police Chief Jerry Salters to the podium for comments.
Good afternoon, everyone. Be brief. 23 years ago, I was a young patrol officer, and I was at this horrific scene when Tara Louise Baker was brutally murdered in Athens Clarke County. It greatly affected our community, the university community, and also the police department. Throughout the years, we have put many resources trying and partnering with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation to try to get a lead on this case. For many years, we've met with the family, and I have thought and prayed that one day we will be standing here to announce an arrest in this case. And I am so thankful for all the partnerships. 23 years ago, Jack Lumpkin, former chief, made it a priority to solve this case. And it was my priority when named chief. And I just want to thank all the investigators throughout the years from the evidence they collected 23 years ago, and all the things they've done, continue working the case throughout the years, and so that the family may have some closure. Thank you. And I'm going to be introducing Special Agent in Charge of FBI Atlanta Field Office, Carrie Farley.
Good afternoon. I'll be brief as well. This case is the perfect example of how the FBI, along with our partners, will use every technological advancement to find justice for victims and their families. Without the hard work of each agency here, we would not have the successful resolution that we do today, 23 years later. The determination of agents in the GBI, every officer that ever touched this case, and the FBI has helped reach its final successful conclusion. The FBI would like to thank the GBI and the Athens Clarke County Police Department for their diligence in solving this case and bringing us on board to assist. We're always happy and prepared to bring our expertise to the table, and we look forward to continuing our work with the GBI's Cold Case Unit to solve many more cases. It's my sincere hope that this arrest will help bring closure to Tara's family and loved ones. 23 years is way too long to have to wait. But let this serve as a warning to every murderer, rapist, and thief out there. The FBI, along with our partners, will not give up. While justice in some cases may take years or even decades, we will persist and we will find answers for victims and their families. Thank you. I would like to introduce DA Gonzalez.
Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Deborah Gonzalez. I'm the District Attorney in the Western Judicial Circuit, and I myself will be brief as well. First, I would just like to thank the GBI leadership, their cold case unit, the ACCPD, and the FBI, and all of our law enforcement partners in making this happen. When I got into office, this was one of 3 top cold case cases that we had in our office just waiting for when a day like today would come. We know that this may not bring Tara back, but it will hopefully bring for her family some closure and also acknowledgement that we will put in the work to do this. We are happy to continue to shoulder the responsibility of justice along with our law enforcement partners. We will set up now a prosecution team as we have done on other major murder cases and proceed from there, continuing in the partnership to bring this to the justice resolution that it deserves. And we will continue to work with our partners to build a solid case, the way for resolution, for justice, for Tara, her family, and the community. Thank you. I'd like to introduce now State Representative Houston Gaines.
Well, thank you. First and foremost, our prayers and thoughts remain with the Baker family.
A lot of patting themselves on the back, right? Don't tear your rotator cuff patting yourself on the back, you guys. It's not a closed case yet.
I've had the honor of getting to know this family over the last year and a half and working together on legislation at the state capitol. And I can tell you their love for Tara and their fight to get to this day is inspiring. While we can never bring Tara back, her memory and her work is still alive today. Last year, through her efforts and through the efforts of her family, we passed the Coleman-Baker Act and funded a cold case unit within the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. The Coleman-Baker Act creates a process for reinvestigating cold cases that have sat for years, like Tara's case. I want to thank the GBI, Athens Clarke County Police Department, FBI, and all law enforcement for their work on this case. Director Hosey, I want to thank you for your call last Thursday to share this news. I'll always remember that phone call, just as I always remember just over a year ago when we introduced the Coleman-Baker Act at the state capitol and had Tara's family with us. And just over a year ago, I think it was May 1st, a year ago, when Governor Kemp signed the Coleman-Baker Act into law in Athens at the courthouse.
And look, everyone, 1 year ago, and look at us closing the exact case that half the Coleman-Baker Act was enacted for, or for which it was enacted. My heart goes out to Tara's family too, and they do deserve justice. They arrested him after the act passed, after they got the $5 million to start closing these cold cases. He just said when it was enacted. Edrick Faust was arrested in May 2024. It was enacted in 2023.
I can't imagine the journey that the family has gone through and will continue to go through. I know there'll be many more difficult days, but I want to say thank you to this family, because not only are we here today for this important moment, but this is for so many other families as well. The impact that Tara's life will have, the impact the entire Baker family will have on so many other families across this state to solve unsolved homicides. Thank you for what you've done for Tara and for so many other families across this state. I want to now welcome up the Baker family, who I've just been, again, so honored to get to know over the last year and a half, and thank them for all they've done for so many people across this state. Please welcome the Baker family.
Good afternoon. We'd like to thank everyone for being here and for their support during this incredibly difficult time. January 19th, 2001 is a day our family will never forget. Our lives were forever changed and innocence lost through the acts of heinous, senseless violence. We have waited for days, weeks, months, and ultimately 23 years for answers. During that time, the candle for hope, truth, and the strength we carried in our hearts grew dimmer. In April of last year, we watched the governor sign a bill codenamed after our beloved Tara. We told friends, family, legislators, reporters, and anyone that would listen that this bill was not for us. It was Tara's legacy. She was the champion for so many during her life, albeit short, and through this law, she would continue to help others. When we applied for reinvestigation into Tara's case in September, we did so with the understanding and expectation that we may never get our answers. The past few days have been filled with a host of convoluted emotions. As if it were 23 years ago, we grieve. We grieve for Tara. We grieve for those we lost along the way, still waiting for answers. We grieve for the new generation that will never truly understand how amazing their Aunt Tara was. And we grieve for the Faust family. While we understand that this is the first step of many, we are grateful for this day. We ask that you continue to respect our family's privacy. We have a long road ahead of us that will be a roller coaster of emotions and information that hopefully will end in finding justice for Tara. We cannot adequately gratitude to the GBI, the ACCPD, especially Chief Salters, who's been with us for the whole ride.
I don't think that's Chris Melton at the presser. I think that's Tara Baker's brother. I do not think that is Chris Melton.
Mr. Scott Turner, Representative Bill Werkheiser, Representative Gaines, Representative Evans, and Senator Robinson and Senator Frank Ginn, and every state legislator that helped carry this bill from the ground to the finish line. We'd like to thank Governor Kemp for signing the Coleman-Baker Act into law. And Cameron, who's not with us today, but if it weren't for him, we would not be here today.
Cameron is the guy who did that Crime City podcast, who took down a lot of his episodes. I don't know why the video is blurry, but I'm not, right? I don't know. It's the actual video on YouTube. It's not you or me.
He has become the surrogate baker and little brother we didn't know we needed. And finally, to all the families that are out there still waiting, please do not give up. There is still hope, and we'll get your answers.
Hello, I'm Tara's mother. I always will be Tara's mother. But there's so many people to thank. I'm so grateful. I want people to know that prayers work. Don't ever stop praying. Don't ever stop having hope in your heart, because it can happen. And I pray today for the Coleman family and for all the others with cold cases that they will get some answers as well. And there's so many people to thank, but I want to thank Jeremy and Liz from the cold case unit, because they are amazing people and they have kept us so informed all along the way. So please think of our Tara sometimes and the remarkable person she would have become. Hers was a life so full of promise. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the press and all the agencies that are here today. On behalf of the entire family, we would like to thank the people that made this possible. Senators Randy Robertson, Frank Ginn, Representatives Stacey Evans, Emory Donahue, and of course, Houston Gaines. And without them, with the assistance of Governor Brian Kemp, all of whom were instrumental in making the Coleman-Baker Act possible. Without them, we would not be here today to discuss this monumental step. And we hope that the criminal justice system that Tara believed in serves justice in the correct way. But again, remember that this is just a step. Her story isn't finished. The book isn't closed on her. If you think about it, the cruel irony is that she was killed 23 years ago, just before her 24th birthday. She's been gone around the same time that she was here. So on behalf of the entire family, I have a humble request for everybody, all those in this room and watching at home. Don't let her story be that of the girl that was killed in Athens that day in 2001. She was so much more than that. Let it be about the story of who she was. Smart, loyal, kind, and even maybe a tad bit shy. She was a friend, a classmate, a sister, and most importantly, she was a beloved daughter. So if we focus on who she was and not about what happened to her, if we can truly do that, then she'll always be with us. And in turn, terror will truly never be gone. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your time.
That was the original press conference back there in May 14th of 2024, shortly after Edrick Faust's arrest.
Today, again, I want to thank everybody for being here today.
It's scrolling along the bottom of your screen.
Meeting is about Tara. It's about this family that you heard speak here just a moment ago. We will take a few questions, but again, please understand that our question and our answers are going to be very limited due to the investigative and judicial process. So please be respectful of that.
What led to the break in the case?
What led to the break in the case?
Investigative work by the cold case unit and Athens Clarke County investigators.
Can you single out any bit of forensic?
If you are tuning in, this is, if you're just tuning in, court is on lunch. And while court is on lunch, we went back to watch the original press conference from May 14th of 2024. If you ever get confused, I usually have a little scrolly thing at the bottom to let you know what it is. This was right after Edrick Faust was arrested, and they're all patting themselves on the back because they consider this case solved.
Evidence or something that kind of...
Not at this time.
Can you point to any evidence, any single bit of forensic evidence that led you to this arrest? Listen.
Case unit and Athens Clarke County investigators.
Can you single out any bit of forensic evidence or something that kind of...
Not at this time. The purpose of the cold case unit and working with these investigators from Athens Clarke County and the other investigators in this room is to take a cold case, to look over it, to reinvestigate it, to review it, and see if there is information in there of a probative nature that we can go back and re-interview, whether it be interviews, forensic evidence, whatever the case may be, to get to a successful conclusion like we have today.
Did Tara know Mr. Faust?
There's no connection that we have found in our investigation that indicates that.
Did Tara know Mr. Faust? They've got nothing.
You know, Faust, looking at his arrest history, he had been in and out of the jail several times. He was even arrested less than a month after Tara was killed. How often that he was in and out of jail? How is he not tied to her case sooner?
Media did their due diligence. They're like, we looked up his rap sheet. It's pretty long. He's been in and out of jail lots of times. How is it that he's been in and out of jail lots of times and you were never able to connect him to this case sooner? Oops.
I'm not familiar with his criminal history, the details that you're referring to.
Really?
And again, I will go back and repeat what I said earlier, that question. We found no connection in the investigation.
You talked about some forensic evidence, including DNA. Can you give us any insight into how that played a role here? And was that in combination with fresh eyes coming onto the case?
Everything that we did in that investigation involved fresh eyes, obviously, with cold case.
Except for the reinvestigation of Chris Melton's alibi, because we didn't bother to do that because Liz told us that she read a couple pieces of paper in the file, and so she knew that he couldn't possibly have killed Tara Baker. So why would there was no reason for her to reinvestigate his alibi. She just talked to him for a really, really long time, and 10 times she asked him or told him how she could help him explain away his DNA, right?
Unit with the investigators involved in this. And what I will say, as far as the details there that got us here today, is everything was reviewed, whether it be interviews,
It
forensic
wasn't.
evidence, whatever the case may be. And then I will stop at that for now.
Well, that's not exactly true, right? And tell me if I'm wrong, but didn't Liz testify that Chris Melton's alibi was not reinvestigated because there was no reason to? Because his parents said, because he punched the wall 30 times and she kept making excuses for him, as did many of the investigators. In fact, Mr. Ahmad Crews asked one of the witnesses, why do you feel the need to defend Chris Melton? Why are you defending Chris Melton?
If you don't mind.
Was it more difficult because there was arson involved in this case as well? Or?
It was difficult because it was 23 years old.
Was it more difficult because there was arson involved in this case? Oh, actually, my Chiron is wrong. Should say 5/13/24, but you get the gist. That witness just told us that it was difficult because there was arson involved, right? And that, water, moisture, evidence degrades. And this guy's like, yeah, no, it was difficult because it was 23 years ago.
And then I will stop at that for now, if you don't mind.
Interesting to watch
Was
this.
it more difficult because there was arson
Now.
involved in this case as well? Or?
It was difficult because it was 23 years old.
Was the evidence that you looked at, was it a new examination of existing evidence, or were you able to come up with, did you examine additional DNA and additional biological evidence to come to?
All right, we're going back to court.
Everything, whether it was testimonial or physical evidence, was reviewed and looked back into, is the best way for me to explain that.
Well, now that we look at this now, was he telling the truth? You decide. Court is starting. They have just come back from lunch late, but it's okay. We're here.
All right, thank you. You may bring the jury in. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to resume the trial of State of Georgia versus Edrick Faust, SU 24CR0547. Is the state ready to proceed?
Ready, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may call your next witness, Mr. Bolden.
Thank you. State would call XYKIERA Sims.
Could you get XYKIERA Sims, please? Thank you.
Okay. Maybe this is more DNA. Oh, that's not the right banner. Hold on.
You can go. Yeah, go. You can go ahead and have a seat.
She's already sitting.
Ma'am, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in the matter pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And if you could start by stating and spelling your name for our court reporter, please.
It's XYKIERA Sims, spelled XYKIERA, last name SIMS.
And how are you employed, ma'am?
I'm employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, also known as the State Crime Lab, and the Division of Forensic Science.
And what is your position at the State Crime Lab?
I am a forensic DNA analyst.
How long have you been employed by the crime lab?
Over 4 years.
I don't know what happened to the sound. It just got really crappy. Nothing has happened. It's still boosted. Let me see if I can find a better feed. Hold, please. What was the one we were watching yesterday? Fox 5, right? Oh, please. Well, Fox 5 Atlanta has not come back from lunch yet, so I'm just going to give this a minute and see if their audio is better. Yeah, people in their chat are saying everybody is up except for Fox, so let's give them a minute. So we're going to have to just suffer through this for the beginning, and then we're going to jump into Fox, see if it's any better. Actually, their feed is very glitchy. Hold, please.
Seven is the state radio station.
You can go, yeah, go. You can go ahead and have a seat. Ma'am, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in the matter pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And if you could start by stating and spelling your name for our court reporter, please.
It's XYKIERA Sims, spelled XYKIERA, last name SIMS.
And how are you employed, ma'am?
I'm employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, also known as the State Crime Lab, and the Division of Forensic Science.
And what is your position at the State Crime Lab?
I am a forensic DNA analyst.
How long have you been employed by the Crime Lab?
Over 4 years.
And based on your time at the State Crime Lab, are you classified as a senior scientist?
Yes.
Can you please explain what your job entails?
I receive evidence from state and local agencies in which I perform DNA analysis on. I also interpret data as well as generate reports that summarize my findings and conclusions. I also testify in court when needed.
Can you talk a little bit about your educational background?
I received a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science, as well as a Master's of Science in Biology from Western Carolina University. I also went through in-house training at the GBI, in which we were given lectures, PowerPoints, and literature reviews that outlined the entire DNA analysis process. We also were given mock case samples in which we performed the DNA analysis process on. We had to take and pass several written, oral, and practical exams. And then I went through a phase of supervised casework.
Ms. Sims, just briefly, what is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is the genetic blueprint of life. You receive half from your mother, half from your father, and DNA is unique to each individual with the exception of identical siblings.
Can you explain briefly how DNA testing is performed?
We start by taking a cutting of a sample, placing it in a tube with chemicals to release any DNA that may be on that evidence item through a step called extraction. We then figure out how much DNA is in that sample through a step called quantification. We make many copies of specific regions of interest along the DNA, and then we separate and detect those copies in order to establish a visual representation of your DNA known as a DNA profile.
And is what you've just described the well-established DNA analysis method that's been around for approximately 25 years?
Yes.
Are you personally certified, ma'am?
I am not.
Okay. And are you a member of any professional societies?
I am not.
Have you testified before in court?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
13.
And are those in various superior courts throughout the state of Georgia?
Yes.
And have you been qualified as an expert in those times that you've testified in court?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to tender Ms. Sims as an expert in forensic biology and DNA analysis.
Any objection?
Our objection from a prior hearing, but we respect the Honorable Court's ruling. We would have the same objection.
The same objection. Thank you. I'm going to overrule the objection and admit this witness as an expert in forensic biology and what was the other one that's
DNA analysis, Your
in
Honor.
forensic biology and DNA.
She's not even certified.
May continue.
Ms. Sims, before we get into DNA testing that you did in connection with this case, I want to kind of fast forward a little bit to August of 2024. In that time period, were you asked to create cuttings from certain pieces of evidence that had already been submitted to the crime lab?
Yes, I was.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
All right. Ms. Sims, I'm going to hand you first what has previously been marked or entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 25 and State's Exhibit 143. You already got your gloves on. Okay, excellent. Take a look at those. You recognize those items, ma'am?
I do.
And so essentially is State's Exhibit 143 an envelope containing cuttings that you took from State's Exhibit 45 and then sealed into an envelope?
Yes.
You recognize that by the unique DOFS case number as well as your initials on State's 143?
Yes, the unique Division of Forensic Science case number as well as my initials and date.
Same question here. I'm handing you what's been previously tendered into evidence as State's 26 and State's 144. And ask you the same question. Do you recognize those names?
I do.
And just as before, Ms. Sims, did you take the contents of State's 26 and make cuttings of that, which you then placed into State's, I believe, 144?
Yes, I did.
And just as before, do you recognize that by the unique Division of Forensic Science case number as well as your initials and date of August 30th of 2024?
Yes, I do.
So now I do want to go back to earlier in 2024. In, I want to say February or March of that year, was certain DNA analysis requested on the case involving a victim by the name of Tara Baker.
Yes, our first service of male DNA screening.
Okay. And can you briefly describe how that testing was performed?
We took a cutting of the swab submitted within the kit. We placed it in a tube with chemicals to release any DNA that's present. We then figured out how much DNA, specifically looking for the presence of any male DNA within that sample.
And I don't want to get too in detail about it, but what was the testing kit that you used to screen for the presence of male DNA in this case?
We used the Quantifiler Trio quantification kit.
Okay. And if you know, ma'am, how long has that particular kit been used by the GBI Crime Lab?
The GBI validated in 2017 and implemented it in 2017.
And Ms. Sims, is that particular kit more sensitive than testing that existed back in 2001?
Yes, it is.
And when you used that particular kit, did you do so on 3 separate items that had been submitted from the sexual assault kit collected at the time of Miss Baker's autopsy?
Yes, I had 3 items. I had item 2B, rectal swabs. I had item 2J, oral swab B, and then 2I, oral swabs B, and then 2J, oral swabs A.
And can you please tell the jury what, if any, results you had when you screened for the presence of male DNA in those 3 pieces of evidence?
Those 3 pieces of evidence all revealed the presence of male DNA.
May I approach, Your Honor?
May?
Handy Western Washington State 163. Do you recognize that, ma'am?
I do. It is the male DNA screening report that I generated.
Okay. Does that report accurately summarize the results of the male DNA screening test that you just described?
It does.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
I'm going to switch over to Fox 5, but it doesn't pick up until after this bit of testimony, so hold on.
Okay. Moving forward, after you had determined that there was an amount of male DNA present in each of those items, 2B, 2I, 2J, what was the next step that you undertook, ma'am?
All 3 of those pieces of evidence items went on to a DNA typing request service.
Okay, and if you could briefly describe how that test is performed.
We took a cutting of each of those evidence item samples. We placed it in a tube with chemicals to release the DNA. We used a specific DNA extraction method that allowed us to separate into 2 fractions, one of which is non-sperm fraction, and then the other sperm cell fraction. We then figured out how much DNA was in those samples. We then made many copies of specific regions along the DNA, and then we separated and detected those copies and established DNA profiles.
And so you spoke a little bit about fractions, and I want to talk just a little bit more in detail about that. Can you describe how this particular step in your analysis is able to separate, I think you said sperm cells from non-sperm cells?
Hang on a second, Mr. Bolden, if you'll just wait for just a moment.
Hold on. Let's see if the sound is better.
This particular step in your analysis is able.
Hang on a second, Mr. Bolden, if you'll just wait for just a moment.
Is that better? Fox 5 was having
Separate
issues,
differential
so they just figured it
extraction
out.
step is able to separate, I believe you said sperm cells from non-sperm cells.
It's called a differential extraction, and it utilizes the structure.
Isn't this fun? Hold on. I don't think this needs to get boosted even. Hold on.
Non-sperm fraction.
All right, hang on just a moment, please. Yes, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you into the jury room. Please don't discuss the case.
I think you can go back to your normal volume now. Thank you, Fox 5, for figuring it out. For those of you who may be new to watching trials, sound is always an issue. Always. Rarely good, never perfect, and requires a lot of
You all may be seated.
tinkering.
Before we get started, I just want to make sure that everyone in the courtroom has their cell phone put away and off. There's a lot of distraction going on from people coming and going in the courtroom to the outside and back again, and it is very distracting. And so, first of all, I'm going to ask everyone who's in the audience if you can remain seated as much as possible. That would be incredibly helpful. But also, our bailiff is doing a really good job of making sure that people are not using their cell phones, and I appreciate that very much. But she's in charge, and you cannot have your cell phone on or out. And so I ask everybody to cooperate. If you don't, you're not going to be able to stay. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Crews, go ahead.
Sure. So the testimony from Ms. Sims is extremely prejudicial because GBI, as a policy, they do not refer to second fraction cells as sperm because second fraction could be skin cells, it could be saliva, it could be sperm. But the testimony that Ms. Sims has given is outside of the scope of what she would be able to testify to as a GBI agent. She just looked directly at the jury and told the jury that she has non-sperm cells as well as sperm cells. And there is no evidence in this case, but it has been put before the jury at this time that the DNA that was found was sperm.
Wow. Wow.
Thank you. Mr. Bolden, any response to the objection?
Wow.
All right.
Yeah, I disagree. I think that
The witness is Ms. Sims, is there a GBI policy that you...
Mr. Crews, we're not going to go there.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But this is...
So I'm making a ruling about your objection. We have had a hearing outside the presence of the jury where this court ruled that this testimony is admissible. We've gone through a lot of this, and I'm going to overrule your objection.
Well, I'll ask you this, Your Honor. We didn't get into sperm at the... I'll say this. I don't think I'm asking for at this time is an instruction to the jury. But if it's denied, if you're saying you're denying my request, I accept that ruling. But I would ask if I could have the opportunity to flesh that issue out for the purposes of the appellate record if need be.
Not at this time, Mr. Crews, and I'm overruling your objection.
Yes, ma'am.
If
Okay.
you would like to submit.
Only if you are on real time and only if you are a moderator. Can you please tell me or text me whether my sound is equal with the court sound? He is telling us that there's never been any evidence of sperm cells. And I've been talking about this from the beginning. Is it sperm? What kind of DNA is it? Is it sperm cells? Is it blood? Is it saliva? And now she's talking about sperm cells to the jury because they really, really, really need a slam dunk conviction. Okay, going back. Thank you. I sound perfect. You're the greatest. Let's hear the last thing she said before they sent the jury out. This is wild.
step in your how
This is where Fox 5 figured out their glitch, but maybe we can hear the last question. She looks frozen, but that was their feed.
particular step in how this particular step in your analysis is able.
Hold on a second, Mr. Bolden, if you'll just wait for just a moment.
This is when she admonishes the gallery. This should be like US Open tennis, all right? When there's a witness on the stand, nobody should be able to come and go to the bathroom. Okay? You got to stand in the hall until the witness is off the stand, then you can come in. Or if there's a break, then you could come in. You can't just be letting people in
How
willy-nilly.
this differential extraction step is able to separate, I believe you said sperm cells from non-sperm cells.
How is your differential something able to separate sperm cells from non-sperm cells?
It's called a differential extraction, and it utilizes the structure.
And that's Fox 5 glitching.
Gentlemen, I'm going to send you
Non-sperm fraction. Non-sperm fraction.
All right, hang on just a moment, please. Yes, sir.
We may need to send the jury out for this one.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you into the jury room. Please don't discuss the case.
He's saying there's never been any evidence of any sperm cells ever found. And now she's talking about sperm cells to the jury.
Room. Before we get started, I just want to make sure that there's
Okay,
that we're
admonishing
not
the
gonna be
gallery.
able to stay.
Second fraction shit to Ms. Sims.
You're not going to be able to stay. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Crews, go ahead.
Sure. So the testimony from Ms. Sims is extremely prejudicial because GBI, as a policy, they do not refer to second fraction cells as sperm because second fraction could be skin cells, it could be saliva, it could be sperm. But the testimony that Ms. Sims has given is outside of the scope of what she would be able to testify to as a GBI agent. She just looked directly at the jury and told the jury that she has non-sperm cells as well as sperm cells. And there is no evidence in this case, but it has been put before the jury at this time that the DNA that was found was sperm.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bolden, any response to the objection? All right.
I disagree. I think that
The witness is Ms. Sims, is there a GBI policy that you?
Mr. Crews, we're not going to go there.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. But this is.
So I'm making a ruling about your objection. We have had a hearing outside the presence of the jury where this court ruled that this testimony is admissible. We've gone through a lot of this, and I'm going to overrule your objection.
Well, I'll ask you this, Your Honor. We didn't get into sperm at the, I think, I'll say this. I don't think I'm asking for at this time is an instruction to the jury, but if it's denied, if you're saying you're denying my request, I accept that ruling. But I would ask if I could have the opportunity to flesh that issue out for the purposes of the appellate record if need be.
Not at this time, Mr. Crews, and I'm overruling your objection.
Yes, ma'am.
If you would like to submit some sort of jury instructions that we can talk about in terms of alerting the jury to your issues, we'll do that at charge conference. But this testimony has already been ruled admissible by this court at a previous hearing, and I'm not overturning that order. So
Yes,
that'll
ma'am.
be all. Thank you. Anything else before I bring the jury in? All right, you may bring the jury in. Thank you.
If there were no sperm cells found, does that mean that, I mean, do you think that this testimony would be prejudicial? It's lying to the jury. Somebody's are saying.
We were seated. Mr. Bolden, you may begin. If you want
you, Your
to
Honor.
ask that question again, you may. We were, I've distracted you all from an announcement, so go ahead.
And Ms. Sims, basically what I want to get to is in the process of this differential extraction, does that always result in a perfect separation of male DNA from female DNA?
No, it doesn't.
Can you speak just generally to how, I guess, there might be some, it's a horrible word, but I can't think of anything else, commingling of those
Commingling?
after differential extraction.
It is sample dependent, and it can be how much male DNA or female DNA we had to begin with. There could be some carryover between both of the fractions.
Now, after you perform this differential extraction on these three pieces of evidence, I think we talked about 2B, 2I, and 2J. were you able to obtain a DNA profile from the first fraction of all three of those pieces of evidence?
Yes, I was.
And in all three instances, to whom did the DNA profile belong in that first fraction?
The DNA from the first fraction of 2B, 2I, and 2J all match the profile of Tara Baker.
Now, as it relates to the second fraction of each of these pieces of evidence, I think maybe we should go one at a time. So I want to speak first to item 2B, which is the rectal swab.
You may.
Okay, approach. Approach, approach, approach. Mr. Hill is showing the judge something on his phone. Will we know what it is? It's like there's a surprise around every corner in this trial. That is Justin Hill from the YSL trial. If you followed that trial, you might recognize him. His hair is much shorter now. To be or not to be? That is the question. Thank you, Weird Debbie, for making us laugh, because sometimes we got to laugh. Otherwise, we're just going to cry all the time. Here's Mr. Faust. Please don't use all caps in the chat. I find it very distracting, as most YouTubers do.
That is.
Okay, here now, let's see what she's
And
going
I
to
need
say.
to take care of a matter that is unrelated to this moment, but I need to take care of it now. And so I'm going to ask you to go into the jury room and not discuss the case. I'm going to let you step down and have a seat outside and stretch your legs and things of that nature, and we'll be with you as soon as possible. Thank you very much. If you'll go into the jury room, don't discuss the case.
She got to take it.
Step down.
She got to take care of it right now. It's like an emergency. Does she have grave concerns? Oh, I feel like I have to leave it on real time. She flipped her hair. Am I not allowed to say that she flipped her hair? Am I going to get in trouble? Am I going to get held in contempt of Rule 22, which doesn't apply to me? I don't have a media pass.
Yeah, may I be seated? Thank you. All right, everyone be at ease for a couple of minutes.
At ease? Is she former military? Do we know? Ooh, where are they going now? Looks like she was wheeling. It looks like she was scooting her chair over to the door to the chambers. Hold on. And she had the witness step down. That never happens. Hair flip. Are we on real time? Okay. Hold on. We are not in the military. Right. Does she have grave concerns? I don't know.
Approximately 23 million samples in CODIS as
Hold
of
on.
this. CODIS developed.
That was really weird. Okay. Well. All right. They came back. I don't think they went into chambers, but it looked like she was scooting her chair over there. Okay, now. They're back at the bench. I don't know. She's animatedly speaking to the attorneys at the bench. She's laughing. Doesn't look like the concerns are so grave. Bolden pointing at the door and then pointing behind him. I don't know. Don't know what Mr. Hill showed her. Don't know if we're going to ever know. We're almost back at real time. I feel like the delay. I feel like what we are watching is a little bit of a delay
Everybody
from what's
ready?
really happening in real time. She just said, everybody ready?
All right, thank you. You may bring the jury in.
I want to know too. Thanks, Nicole. Kathy at Gossip Rumor and Innuendo would say that her eyes are highly sensitive to
So there's nothing.
recording devices. Thanks, Big Five.
Y'all may be seated. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We're ready to resume. Mr. Bolden, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Sims, I want to, okay, we were talking, if I remember correctly, about what data or conclusions you were able to make related to the second fractions on each of these three items of evidence, 2B, 2I, 2J. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go a little out of order, and I want to start with item 2I. And I, is that you have that marked as oral swabbings B?
Yes, that's what it was labeled as.
Okay. And so in the second fraction of item 2I, were you able to develop a partial major DNA profile in that particular fraction?
Yes, the DNA was obtained from at least two individuals, and a partial major DNA profile was developed that could not be contributed to Tara Baker or Chris Milton.
And was that partial?
So far, she hasn't said anything about, is this the first that she's even mentioned Chris Melton's name?
Major profile obtained and
not be contributed to, and a partial major DNA profile was developed that could not be contributed to Tara Baker or Chris Milton.
And was that partial major profile obtained that you said did not belong to Tara Baker, did not belong to Chris Melton, was that eligible for entry into CODIS?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Partial.
Is CODIS a national database of DNA?
It is.
And are there approximately 23 million samples in CODIS as of December 25?
Yes.
It's so prejudicial.
And once an item is entered into CODIS, is it compared on a...
It is so prejudicial, in my opinion, to be able to talk about CODIS. You're telling me there's not one person on that jury knows that CODIS is mostly all, in some states, only convicted felons? In Georgia, it happens to be some other things too, like maybe a missing person, maybe some unidentified DNA from a crime scene. Every state is different. She ruled he's allowed to say it, I guess, but he can only say that it's a national. Yeah, what happened to national DNA database? They aren't. The jury's there, right? I'm in the upside down, inside out. I don't even know what's happening. She overruled that. I think she said he could say CODIS because she said nobody on the jury is going to even know what it is. That's why I flipped out at the ruling.
Are there approximately 20 national entry into CODIS to Tara Baker did not belong to Chris Melton? Was that eligible for entry into CODIS?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Is CODIS a national database of DNA?
It is.
And are there approximately 23 million samples in CODIS as of December 25?
Yes.
And once an item is entered into CODIS, is it compared on a routine basis to other profiles found in that database?
Yes.
Okay, now I'm going to go back to 2B and 2J, did you obtain information related to DNA profiles or potential DNA profiles in each of those items?
Yes, DNA data was obtained from the second fraction of both of those items. However, due to a complex mixture and low-level data, it was sent off to true Allele analysis.
Okay. And would that be for each of those 2B, which is rectal swabs, and 2J, which is, I believe, that's where I get really confused, oral swabbings A?
Yes.
And you mentioned that those were forwarded over to True Allele. Ms. Sims, are you trained in True Allele?
No, I am not.
Okay, and so that data, then just to be clear, was forwarded, almost dropped my pen, forwarded to another scientist who is trained to use True Allele?
Yes.
Tina, if you're ahead, could you?
Just like before, Ms. Sims.
Tina, if you're ahead, could you not do spoilers in the chat, please? Thank you.
As it relates to the DNA typing that you were able to do in this differential extraction process, did you create a report to summarize your findings?
Yes.
Just like before?
Yes.
Okay.
Or maybe you're behind. I can't tell.
I can approach Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as 164. Is that just a copy of the report that you generated summarizing the findings that you just discussed with the jury?
Yes, it is.
Any objection?
Hearsay.
It's admitted.
Ms. Sims, lastly, at some point after doing the DNA typing analysis that you just described, were you able to conduct DNA analysis with the partial major profile that you just described in item 2I, comparing that to a known sample of DNA obtained from Edrick Faust?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And from where did you obtain that DNA profile of Mr. Faust?
It was from a known reference sample that was submitted.
Were those buccal swabs?
Yes, those are buccal swabs.
Okay. And particularly as it relates to any analysis that you were able to perform between that partial major profile in item 2I and the known buccal known profile obtained from the buccal swab of Mr. Faust, what were the results of that comparison?
The DNA that was obtained from item 2I, the partial major profile was compared and it was a match to Edrick Faust, and the frequency in which we would expect the particular DNA profile, the partial major developed, is 1 in 800 quadrillion, and that's 800 followed by 15 zeros. And that's how often we would expect to see that particular partial major DNA profile in a given population.
So 1 in 800 quadrillion, did I get that right?
Yes.
And if you know, ma'am, approximately how many people are located on the planet?
Approximately 8 billion.
Now she can testify about the population on the planet too. I'm not a DNA expert. Never claimed to be one.
Ms. Sims, those are all the
So
questions
I
that I
can't
have
really
for you. Defense counsel may have some questions.
give you 100% certainty what I think about this, but I will.
Thank you, ma'am.
Cross-examination, Mr. Crews.
Oh, yes, please.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sims. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for asking. My name is Atty Crews, and I have the privilege and honor of representing Mr. Faust. Is it okay if I ask you a couple of questions?
Yes.
All right. I want to go back to something you mentioned on direct examination. You mentioned a non-sperm fraction and a sperm fraction. Do you remember making that statement?
Yes.
Did you test the DNA for sperm?
No, it's not a confirmatory test. The extraction method itself theoretically separates into those fractions.
Were you aware that GBI did conduct a sperm test?
Oh.
On the
Swabs.
swabs,
Correct, that you had.
I was not aware.
Okay, so you're not aware that the GBI determined that those swabs did not contain sperm.
I was not aware.
Oh.
And just to make sure we're clear, you didn't test it for sperm. Is that right?
I did not.
Oh.
And the swabbings that you
She didn't test it for sperm. She was allowed to talk about sperm and say sperm about 3 times. And now we find out that GBI did test those swabs for sperm and there was no sperm. There was no sperm. But gravity can make things drain and then swim up the butt.
tested, is it fair to say that you,
I was not aware.
and just to make sure we're clear, you didn't test it for sperm. Is that right?
I did not.
And the swabbings that you tested, is it fair to say that you tested 2 oral swabs?
Yes.
Okay, and 1 anal swab.
Yes, labeled as rectum and oral A and B.
And pursuant to GBI policy and your testing, it is common to receive 2 or more oral swabs. Is that fair?
I think it depends on the specific kit, what you receive within the sexual assault kit.
Sure. What do you typically receive?
We typically receive orifice swabs. We do see oral swabs.
How many? Just typically on average.
On average, I usually see 1.
She's probably been watching the trials too. The prosecution wants everyone to believe, the world and everyone, that it would be so unusual for them to do 2 oral swabs. So one of them had to be vaginal. That's what Liz said, right? Here you go. Want to hear that again? From the top. 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay, and 1 anal swab.
I did not.
And the swabbings that you tested, is it fair to say that you tested 2 oral swabs?
Yes.
Okay, and 1 anal swab.
Yes, labeled as rectum and oral A and B.
And pursuant to GBI policy and your testing, it is common to receive 2 or more oral swabs. Is that fair?
I think it depends on the specific kit, what you receive within the sexual assault kit.
Sure. What do you typically receive?
We typically receive orifice swabs. We do see oral swabs.
How many? Just typically on average.
On average, I usually see 1.
How long has the GBI had access to True Allele?
I'm not sure. I'm not trained in True Allele.
Okay. In this case, was it uncommon to receive 2 oral swabs?
I couldn't say.
Well, you said on average you receive 1. So you don't know if it's common or uncommon if you see 2?
I wouldn't say that I haven't seen 2 before, but I also, on average, I typically see 1 oral swab package labeled, but it is case specific and kit specific, what they collect and how they label them and what they submit.
Sure, that's fair.
Is it possible that they took 2 oral swabs and lost the vaginal swabs? Is it possible?
You've seen kits where you've had 3 oral swabs, is that correct?
Not that I recall.
Never?
Not that I recall.
And how long have you been with GBI?
Approximately 4 years.
How long have you been in the division dealing with DNA?
4 years.
Course indulgence. No further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. Bolden?
Your Honor.
Go ahead.
I forgot. My apologies. We were talking about the DNA analysis that you performed on that partial major profile from item 2I with the known reference sample of Edrick Faust. Just like before, did you reduce your findings that you just testified to in the form of a report in that case as well?
Yes, I did.
Approach the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
He forgot.
165 Sims, is that just a copy of your report related to the comparison that you did between that partial major profile and the known sample from the defendant, Edrick Faust?
Yes, it is.
Any objection?
No objection. I think I have a continuing on the record regarding the reports we're hearsay, but otherwise, no objection.
All right, it is admitted.
Those are all the questions that I have.
Any recross, Mr. Crews?
No, ma'am.
May this witness be excused.
Ask that she be excused, Your Honor.
Any objection from the defense?
No, ma'am.
You are free to go. You may call your next witness.
Ashley Hinkle?
Sorry.
Okay.
Did you say Hinkle?
Hinkle.
Could you get Ashley Hinkle, please?
She started talking about sperm, and then she didn't know that they actually did test for sperm, and
Ma'am,
they
if you could
found
raise your right
none.
hand, please. Do you swear or affirm your testimony?
They found none. So what kind of DNA was it from Edrick Faust that they found? I guess there is a test for sperm because they did it and they didn't find any. Is it saliva? His saliva was in her mouth? It's junk science. I like this guy. Looks like a rock and roll. He wants to be a rock and roll star.
Testimony in the matter pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay, you can have a seat. And ma'am, if you could start
Oh, I'm
by
sorry.
just,
It's a ma'am. I'm sorry.
stating your
I
name.
misgendered her. I apologize. When he was just standing there and it was on freeze frame, when she was just standing there, it kind of looked to me reminiscent of Ozzy. But okay. And then somebody just said in the chat that James Vanderbeek died today. Is that real? I'm going to have to look. Okay. Apologies. Apologies, ma'am.
And spelling it for the record, please.
Ashley Hinkle, ASHLEY HINKLE.
And how are you employed, ma'am?
I'm employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Forensic Biology Section in Decatur, Georgia.
How long, or what is your position at the GBI Crime Lab?
All right, I just want to point out Ashley is also a man's name. Hold on.
Ashley Hinkle, ASHLEY HINKLE.
And how are you employed, ma'am?
I'm employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Forensic Biology Section in Decatur, Georgia.
How long, or what is your position at the GBI Crime Lab?
I am a forensic biologist. Technically, I'm called a Crime Lab Scientist 3.
And how long have you been employed there?
It will be 20 years in July.
Can you please explain what your job entails?
Primarily, my job entails examining evidence for the presence of bodily fluids. If those are there, I attempt to attain a DNA profile from the evidence, and then I compare that to a DNA profile obtained from what's called a reference sample, which is a sample collected directly from an individual. I then write reports and peer review the work of other scientists. I'm also trained in a computer program for complex mixtures called Allele.
And we'll certainly talk more about Allele in just a few minutes. Can you speak a little bit to your education and training that qualifies you to perform those tasks that you just described?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biology from East Carolina University and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from Marshall University. I also have extensive in-house training at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and the National Forensic Science Technology Center in Largo, Florida. And I participate in continuing education on a yearly basis. as well as proficiency testing.
Ms. Hinkle, briefly, what is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid.
We all know that
It's
by
found
now.
throughout our bodies in what's called our cells. It gives us unique characteristics, such as the color of our eyes and the color of our hair. And no two people have the same DNA except for identical siblings.
Can you speak a little bit to how DNA testing is performed?
The DNA testing, the traditional DNA typing service, is a small cutting of evidence is taken. It's added into liquid chemicals that help separate the DNA from the other biological material that's present. A robot is also used to assist in the separation procedure. When the clean DNA in a test in a tube is the end product, and that is quantified to determine how much human DNA and male DNA is present. Those values are then used for the next step, which is amplification, where copies along the DNA strand of 21 locations plus 3 for gender that we use to compare between individuals. These copies of DNA, which are small fragments of DNA, are separated by size on a genetic analyzer, and the output from this instrument is used in a software program called Gene Mapper IDX, where the profile is typed. And the profile at the 21 locations should have no more than 2 pieces of genetic information, or 1 piece of genetic information in the form of peaks. 2, if the information is different, that is inherited from a mother and a father, and just 1 peak if you inherit the same piece of fragment of DNA from the mother and the father.
And so is that the process by which you obtain a DNA profile on a piece of evidence or from a known reference sample?
It's the same for a piece of evidence, which we call an unknown, as well as a reference sample called a known. The extraction for the unknown samples and the reference samples take place at different times.
Ms. Hinkle, I do want to turn.
Well, it appears that 53 minutes ago, a troll by the name of JACI Ramirez has taken it upon herself, I'm going to assume it's a her, to report me to the court. And she says, "Dear Melanie, I can no longer watch you make a mockery of our judicial system and have reported your behavior, your channel, your cupcakes, and your attempt to taint the jury directly to Judge Lott. So I wonder if you disgust me." JC Ramirez, P.S., deceiving people to make money is disgraceful. Well, that was 54 minutes ago. So we'll see if they call my name out in court. Courts are public for a reason, ma'am. You can report me all you want. And this is just one small fraction of the shit that I deal with on a daily basis from insane people on the internet. We'll see what happens. It's called the First Amendment, JC. Or Jackie. I don't know. JACI. How would you pronounce that? JACI Ramirez. I don't know. More than a bit over the top. So maybe if that happened 54 minutes ago, maybe that's exactly what it was. First Amendment, baby. Tainting the jury. The jury's not watching me, ma'am, but you are. This is why we can't have nice things. I don't know where she's from. That was just sent to me by email. She's a troll from way back, and she came back with another account. Oh, thank you, Scott. Thank you. Got it. Okay, cool. Cool. The only people deceiving anybody is this court. is this prosecution, this sham of a prosecution? Chris's girlfriend said somebody, I don't know, maybe.
Turn now to True Allele. You mentioned that earlier.
That's what Cardi B says.
What is
Hate
True
Watch is
Allele?
still a watch.
True Allele is what's called a probabilistic genotyping software. So it breaks down complex DNA mixtures into possible genotypes for individual contributors. The possible genotypes are giving a probability at each of these 21 locations along the DNA strand. This information, the genotypes and the probabilities, are compared to a reference sample of the individual. Then there is a result in the form of what's called a likelihood ratio. An individual can be included, not included, or there is a area between a match and a non-match, which we consider inconclusive.
I think you may have touched on this briefly in one of your earlier answers, but what would prompt one to use True Allele, or when is it appropriate to use True Allele to analyze DNA obtained from a piece of evidence?
We use True Allele when the other methods we have to separate DNA into individual contributors. We're not able to do that. In order to separate a DNA mixture into individual contributors, there must be an imbalance between how much of DNA each person contributed, so that these little peaks that we look at are different in size. This difference in size can allow us to separate a complex mixture into individual contributors. We can also up to 3 individuals in a sample. If there is one major contributor, we can separate that major contributor. But if those methods don't work, then we can use the True Allele software system.
Gotcha. Can you talk a little bit about any True Allele training that you've had?
My True Allele training started around 2017. We implemented True Allele in 2018, but it consisted of reading background information on True Allele,
just reading
small weekly presentations by the individual who developed the software and the company called Cybergenetics. We also practiced with mixtures where the contributors were known. These mixtures consisted of a mixture of DNA from individuals, most of them employed in the lab. So practice and literature review, because this was the first time we were using this software in the lab.
Has True Allele been validated by the GBI Crime Lab to interpret low levels and or mixtures of DNA collected from items of evidence?
Yes, it has.
And has it also been subject to validation studies and peer review outside of the GBI Crime Lab?
Yes, it has. It's been used by other labs, so there have been other validations before they must use it, before they're allowed to use it in casework.
Do you receive ongoing training outside of anything that you already spoke about as it relates to True Allele specifically?
The True Allele people, not everyone in the lab is trained in True Allele. So our group, we do meet and have, we discuss any kind of issues we have, or suggestions for improvement, and also new literature we read and discuss.
Okay, not everybody's trained in it. Thank you, Karen DePasquale, for gifting 5 memberships. I don't know. Do you think that's what they took a break for? Do you think this person is like this crazy? Because listen, this is how they operate, these crazy trolls. They email everyone. So I have no idea if that was the unexpected break. No idea. Because I don't remember where in the court break that was, if it was around the same time, because the person said that they have reported me. directly to Judge Lott. She's reported me and my cupcakes and my attempt to taint the jury and my channel and my behavior directly to the judge. Oh, you don't like my behavior, JC Ramirez? You don't like my behavior? Ask me if I care.
Have you used Allele software to interpret DNA samples?
Yes.
Any idea how many times?
Oh, hundreds.
Ms. Hinkle, have you testified in court before in the fields of forensic biology, forensic DNA analysis, and Allele or probabilistic genotyping in general?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 300.
Your Honor, at this time I would tender Ms. Hinkle as an expert in forensic biology, forensic DNA analysis, and Allele analysis.
Any objection by the defense?
No, ma'am.
All right. This witness is admitted as an expert in the areas of forensic biology, forensic DNA, and true allele analysis. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hinkle, before we get into Allele, I know we just spent 10 minutes or so talking about Allele, but before we get into that, I want to ask you about something else. In this case involving a victim by the name of Tara Baker, were you recently asked to review a report that was generated by a former GBI forensic biologist by the name of Cynthia Wood, specifically DNA analysis that she conducted on certain pieces of physical evidence back in 2010?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And if I didn't make it clear, is Ms. Wood still employed by the GBI?
No, sir. She's no longer in the state.
What actions did you take to review Ms. Wood's analysis?
I reviewed her data and I used it to write the report. So it was just a paper review of what's the information in our computer system that was available to reach my own conclusions and write a report.
And just so the jury understands, what items of evidence were analyzed by Ms. Wood back in 2010?
There was a ligature, which is item 6. There was a knife, item 15, as well as a bloodstain card labeled Tara Baker.
Okay. And did you have the opportunity to review the data that Ms. Wood relied upon to form her conclusions as to those pieces of evidence?
Yes, I did.
And based on your observations of her data and results, were you able to form your own conclusions as to DNA analysis that was performed on both the ligature and the knife?
Yes, I did.
Was a DNA profile obtained on both the ligature and the knife?
Yes.
Were you able to determine whose DNA was present on both?
Yes.
On each of those items, how many profiles were present?
Just one.
And to whom did that profile belong?
Tara Baker.
Did you make a report that kind of summarized your observations and review of Ms. Wood's data from back in 2010 that you used to come to your own conclusions?
Yes, I did.
If I can approach, Your Honor.
Okay.
This is page 166. Is that the report that you generated after kind of going through the process of reviewing Ms. Wood's work?
Yes, it is.
Any objection, Mr. Crews?
No, ma'am.
It is admitted.
Ms. Hinkle, now we will go back to Allele. Were you asked to perform true allele, excuse me. Bear with me. And so let's put aside the review of Ms. Wood's report now. In this case, were you also asked to perform certain DNA analysis using true allele that you described just a few minutes ago?
Yes, I did.
Could you please explain what data you received and how you used that data to run it through True Allele?
Oh, you guys.
First, I received.
I think I should abort the stream and just stop covering the case because JC Ramirez claims to have reported me to the court. I think I should just quit. Just kidding.
The data from the second fraction from the rectal swabs, oral swabs B, and oral swabs A that were from the sexual assault kit of Tara Baker. I used reference samples to make a comparison, and those were of Tara Baker, Chris Melton, and Edrick Faust.
And then actually, I think, was there a time that you used TrueAllele to interpret this data, but without the known reference sample of Mr. Faust?
Yes, my first report was issued without having the reference sample of Mr. Faust.
And in that first report, I want to talk specifically about the partial major profile obtained in the second fraction of item 2I. Did you compare that profile against the known profiles of Tara Baker and Chris Melton?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, were your results?
For the second fraction from the sample from 2I, there was a major contributor. Chris Melton is excluded. He was approximately 300 duodecillion times less probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. Tara Baker was also excluded, 1 tridecillion times less probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population.
And what was that report dated, Ms. Hinkle?
Oh, he already talked about
Report
CODIS.
was dated May 2nd, 2024.
And so lastly, Ms. Hinkle, I want to turn your attention to a time when you used TrueAllele to analyze pieces of evidence. However, this time with the additional, I guess, information that was in the form of a known DNA profile from Edrick Faust.
Okay.
And were you able to run a subsequent TrueAllele test, excuse me, involving items collected from Ms. Baker's sexual assault kit, 2B, 2I, 2J, with the known reference samples of both Chris Melton and Edrick Faust?
Yes, I used the information, the data that was already generated when I wrote the first report. All I had to do was compare it to the reference samples.
Okay. And we'll go through each item of evidence and talk a little bit about.
I don't know if this testimony is having the impact that he wants it to have. I think he's expecting a big sort of moment like this. And I don't know if it's falling flat.
The is it likelihood ratio? Am I getting that terminology correct? The likelihood ratio that was reported for each. Let's start with item 2B, which is
Or not 2B.
the rectal swabs. Can you tell the jury what information that you were able to learn about the second fraction of item 2B?
The second fraction from the rectal swabs, 2B, there was a match between the data from the second fraction from the rectal swabs and Chris Melton. This match is approximately 60,000 times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated individual. And the comparisons between Tara Baker and Edrick Faust, between their reference profiles, is inconclusive because meaningful match statistics were not obtained.
Okay. So the rectal swab only matches Chris Melton. She couldn't even get Tara Baker's DNA from the rectal swab or Edrick Faust's DNA from the rectal swab. But remember, he's being charged with sodomy. Hear this again.
Item 2B.
The second fraction from the rectal swabs, 2B, there was a match between the data from the second fraction from the rectal swabs and Chris Melton. This match is approximately 60,000 times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated individual. And the comparisons between Tara Baker and Edrick Faust between their reference profiles is inconclusive because meaningful match statistics were not obtained. That's just our way of communicating that their results fell within an inconclusive range, where during our validation, we had false matches and false exclusions. So in between this range, we do not report.
I'm sorry, what was that you said about false matches and false conclusions? What was that now? Is that something that commonly happens in your lab where you get false matches and false conclusions? Oh, did you, do you think that just went right over Mr. Crews's head? Hold on.
Meaningful match statistics were not obtained. That's just our way of communicating that their results fell within an inconclusive range, where during our validation, we had false matches and false exclusions. So in between this range.
Isn't it possible that any match you had to Edrick Faust was a false conclusion or a false match? Oh, that's fantastic fodder for cross.
We do not report a match or an exclusion.
Gotcha. Ms. Hinkle, based on your training and experience and coupled with the results of True Allele on item 2B, the rectal swabs that you've just described, is there anything in your opinion that might be significant in finding someone's DNA being present in this particular piece of evidence, aside from that individual engaging in anal intercourse?
Besides from anal intercourse, it is not unusual for there to be drainage from the vaginal area into the rectal area. Also, wiping from one area to another can transfer the DNA so that even though there's not anal intercourse, an individual's profile can show up in the second fraction of a rectal swab.
Is there anything else?
But it's not sperm, right? Or is it sperm? Wiping or drainage, but it's still Chris. Okay, cool.
Based on casework that you've done that might be significant in, again, finding someone's DNA in this particular orifice?
There's another way for DNA to be transferred from the vaginal area to the rectal area. That would be transferred by another individual. For example, I worked a case and that has already gone to court.
No. One time in band camp, no, we don't do this. We don't do this in a real courtroom, no. One time it happened that this thing, she's not a doctor or a nurse. Yeah, I
that would be transferred from the
one other way.
There's another way for DNA to be transferred from the vaginal area to the rectal area. That would be transferred by another individual. For example, I worked a case and that has already gone to court, but it involved an individual who was tied down and sexually assaulted a female.
It's terrible.
And then her girlfriend knocked on the door to find out where she was, and she was dragged in and sexually assaulted.
Okay.
So even though these two females never had contact with each other, the female who was tied down in the bed, the other victim's DNA was found on her.
Cool. So do you think that Chris Melton and Edrick Faust were sword fighting, and then Chris Melton put Edrick Faust's DNA somewhere in Tara Baker's mouth? Or did you think that Edrick Faust had some contact with Chris Melton, and then Edrick Faust put some DNA onto Tara Baker near the butthole that was Chris Melton's, but didn't get his own on there too. What are we actually hearing? This is not that. What is actually happening here? Ma'am, I'm really sorry they made you come in and testify about this, because the case that you're talking about sounds like a really, really tragic, horrific case, but that's not this case. I report me, JC, report me to the judge. Interesting that her initials, well, JC, JACI, reminds me of those initials JC for the woman that we don't allow her name on this channel. One more time.
He was dragged in and sexually assaulted. So even though these two females never had contact with each other, the female who was tied down in the bed, the other victim's DNA was found on her.
Right. So someone else could have transferred Mr. Faust's
Ms. Hinkle, I
DNA
want to
into
move
her.
now to
Okay, cool.
true allele analysis as it relates to item 2I.
He's like, what? I didn't want you to say that.
Can you describe for the jury the results of your DNA analysis using true allele on that particular piece of evidence?
For the second fraction from the oral swabbings to I, there was a major contributor. The match with this major contributor data from the second fraction from the oral swabs and Edrick Faust. This match is approximately 30 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. And due to limited data, no conclusive determinations could be made about the minor evidence genotype from the second fraction from the oral swabs. And there were at least 2 individuals in that DNA mixture.
To include, as you just testified, the likelihood ratio, one of those being Mr. Faust, am I understanding that?
Correct. The major contributor was a match 30 octillion times more probable to Mr. Faust.
30 octillion, can you speak a
30
little bit to the size of that number?
Octillion is 27 zeros, so 30 would be an extra
Hold on,
zero.
I got to take it back. But before I do, we've got an amazing, amazing viewer who has solved the mystery of JC Ramirez. And although 80% of my audience says that they don't engage on Twitter, for those of you who do, does this name ring a bell? Cowboy fan 105D. Anybody know who that is? People have speculated that it's part of the McCabe or Albert troll family. Look, Cowboy fan 105D said, JC Ramirez, my best undercover name. Well, you self-snitched on yourself, Cowboy fan 105D. You've been trying to shut me up since I started talking about John O'Keefe not getting hit by a car. And a car did not hit John O'Keefe. And guess what? People that you know may very well be going to bed. They may very well be going to jail soon. There's a self-snitcher. It's a dude. Hardcore anti has been trolling me for years. Thank you for putting the pieces together. You self-snitched. We know, we got you. Back to our regularly scheduled program.
On her.
I just want to take that back.
Ms. Hinkle.
These 2 females never had contact with each
Okay,
victim's
got it.
DNA was.
I want to move now to true allele analysis as it relates to item 2I. Let me. Can you describe for the jury the results of your DNA analysis using true allele on that particular piece of evidence?
For the second fraction from the oral swabbings to I, there was a major contributor. The match with this major contributor data from the second fraction from the oral swabs and Edrick Faust. This match is approximately 30 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. And due to limited data, no conclusive determinations could be made about the minor evidence genotype from the second fraction from the oral swabs.
Okay.
And there were at least 2 individuals in that DNA mixture.
To include
At least
as you
2.
just
At
testified.
least 2. The major contributor is Edrick Faust. That is a swab from her mouth. People have said that it is Chris Albert. It has been long rumored that it is Chris Albert who runs that Cowboy fan account. Doesn't that make sense? Okay. Thank you. I'm glad I put it out there so that you guys could figure it out for me. I love you guys so much. You have no idea.
The likelihood ratio, one of those being Mr. Faust, am I understanding that?
Correct. The major contributor was
And there's another
match,
contributor.
30 octillion times more probable to Mr. Faust.
30 octillion. Can you speak a little bit to the size of that number?
Octillion is 27 zeros, so 30 would be an extra 0, so 28 zeros is a large number.
Lastly, Ms. Hinkle, I want to move on to item 2J. Can you speak to the results, if any, that you obtained using true allele on item 2J?
For item 2J, there was a match between the second fraction from what was described as oral swabs to Chris Melton. This match is approximately 8 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match in an unrelated person in the population. There was also a match between the second fraction from the oral swabs and Edrick Faust. This match is approximately 70 billion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. And there was a third person in this mixture. It was a mixture of 3 individuals. And again, I could not make the results for the comparison to this minor contributor, and Tara Baker fell within this inconclusive range.
Okay, so to recap, what she's saying, what was labeled oral swab 2J. So I'm thinking that's the mislabeled one. The contributors are, according to her math, Chris Melton, Edrick Faust, and a third contributor that they cannot even say is Tara Baker. Only Chris Melton in the anus. Only Edrick Faust in the mouth. And Edrick Faust, Chris Melton, and a third contributor that they can't even say is Tara Baker in the second oral swab that I think they're going to now say was mislabeled and is really vaginal. But let's see. It's Chris Albert.
It's 167 and 168. It states that 167, a copy of the report that you generated on May 2nd that involved true allele analysis without the known reference sample of the defendant Edrick Faust.
Yes, it is.
It states 168, a copy of the report that you just most recently been testifying about, which is your true allele results with the added known reference sample from Mr.
Yes.
Any objection? They are admitted.
The call is coming from inside the pizza shop. Like, you think he gives a shit about
Just a few
Edrick
more
Faust?
questions, Ms. Hinkle. So, ma'am, based on your training and experience, can you speak a little bit to the amount of time that a forensic biologist might reasonably expect to find DNA present in, say, an oral swab versus a vaginal swab?
For an oral swab, based on the literature I've looked at, 24 hours is around the maximum time. 5 to 6 hours is more credible as far as the.
I'm sorry, now what? 5 to 6 hours in the. Hold on.
Just a few more questions, Ms. Hinkle. So, ma'am, based on your training and experience, can you speak a little bit to the amount of time that a forensic biologist might reasonably expect to find DNA present in, say, an oral swab versus a vaginal swab?
Oral? Or
For an oral swab,
Okay, oral.
based on the literature I've looked at, 24 hours is around the maximum time. 5 to 6 hours is more credible as far as the there still being enough male DNA present in the oral cavity for us to test. As far as vaginal swabs, 7 days has been the reported max. We like to see the kits collected within 72 hours, though, for best result.
Okay.
But 77 days or a week would be like kind of the far end.
That's at the far end, yes.
Okay. And can you speak a little bit as to why the detection period for these two places in the body may be different?
The oral cavity individual is going to will spit out the sample possibly, or brush their teeth or drink before the sample is collected. And that decreases the detection of the male DNA in the oral cavity of a living individual. For the vaginal area, it survives longer in the vaginal canal, but that does vary. Because it's of the conditions in the vaginal canal, and because of the sperm themselves have a protective layer that help them to survive in the vaginal canal. They are there for a longer time.
Her testimony is a bit dry, but she is explaining it in a way that is making it easier for me to understand anyway. Is it for you? Easier for you to understand? I mean, now I'm picking up what she's laying down here. DNA inside someone's mouth will only last for a maximum of 24 hours, max. Okay? 5 to 6 hours would be a more credible sample. And the vaginal swabbing, DNA could be in there for 7 days max, but what if you shower? 72 hours for best results, they like to see it. Okay? 72 hours, they like to see it. Which is why they had to squish Chris Melton's timeline down to less than 7 days. Get it? 7 days max, 72 hours for best results. Okay? That's why they had to shorten Melton's timeline about the last time he was with Tara in the JJ area. Had to be less than 7 days. And his story for 25 years was 10 days, right? Picking up what we're laying down. And very interesting that the only DNA found in her mouth was Edrick Faust's.
Based on your training and experience, coupled specifically with the true allele results that you obtained on, I think, June 11th of 2024, specifically as it relates to items 2I and 2J, do you have an opinion, ma'am, as to whether or not those items were collected from the same part of the body of the victim?
Yes, I do have an opinion.
What is that?
Well, the profiles that were obtained from these two items were distinctly different. One was a major contributor and a minor contributor. So the 2I was at least two individuals a major contributor and a minor contributor. The 2J, though, was at least 3 individuals, and 2 of those individuals were able to match, but there was also the presence of a minor contributor. So if the same cavity is swabbed, we would expect similar results in the DNA typing.
Based on I think you said nearly 20 years that you've spent at the GBI Crime Lab. Am I remembering that right?
Yes.
Would it be unusual to you in your training and experience to not receive vaginal swabs if there was suspected vaginal penetration?
It would
sexual
be
assault.
It would be unusual, yeah, and especially coming from a sexual assault kit of a deceased individual, when they don't know what type of sexual interaction occurred, they will sample the 3 orifices:
And those would be, just to be clear,
oral, rectal, and vaginal.
Are you aware that they lost the window in this case? Are you aware that they lost the clock in this case? Are you aware that they lost other evidence in this case too that I'm forgetting right
Ms.
now?
Hinkle, those are all the questions I have for you, ma'am. Defense counsel may have some questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Crews.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hinkle. How are you?
Thank you.
Remember what Ed Wallace says, garbage in is garbage out, right? Garbage in is garbage out.
My name is Atty Ahmad Crews. As you know, we've had opportunity to speak, and I represent Mr. Edrick Faust. Is it okay, Ms. Hinkle, if I ask you a couple of questions?
Of course.
Okay. We'd agree that you've been with GBI for 20 years. Is that correct?
Almost, yes.
Okay. And you have a supervisory position. Is that correct?
No, I do not.
You mentioned that you oversee, I thought I heard on direct that you said you oversaw or you reviewed others' work. Am I mistaken on that?
That's a process called peer review, and all the scientists in the section, we report DNA services, but we also review the services that other individuals complete, just to have a second set of eyes on the results before they are released.
Okay. But that's pretty much your coworker would do the same thing. It's not a supervisory process.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. In this case, you reviewed 2 oral swabs and anal swab. Is that right?
That's what they're labeled, yes.
Okay. And is it uncommon to receive 2 oral swabs per GBI policy?
Sorry.
Is it uncommon to receive 2 oral swabs per GBI policy?
2 separate sets. It's not really a GBI policy because it's collected by other individuals, but it would be unusual to receive 2 sets of oral swabs and no vaginal swabs.
Is it possible that the vaginal swabs may have been, well, you wouldn't know. What year did you test these items?
It was recently, so the true allele was in 2024.
Okay. So you don't know if the absence of a vaginal swab is due to a loss?
I can't say. I wasn't there.
That's fair. That's fair. But you have seen cases where you've seen 2, 4 oral swabs, things of that nature?
Usually if there's multiple swabs, they're within the same envelope and not in separate envelopes.
These were in separate packages that you received them, A and B?
Those, yes, separate envelopes.
Were they, though?
I'd like to talk to you about the DNA obtained from the second fraction from the rectal swab. Is that fair?
Yes.
I believe your testimony on direct examination, you stated that there were,
Could have been lost. She wasn't there.
at least 3 individuals
Correct.
in the DNA mixture?
Correct.
And Mr. Melton's DNA profile was the only identifiable DNA profile. Is that correct?
Correct.
And 1 in 65,000, that's still a strong likelihood ratio. Is that correct?
As 1 in 60,000, and based on our validation, any match over 1 in 10,000 times more probable is what we report, because we observed no false matches over 10,000 times more likely. So yes, it is a match. It's on the lower end, but it's still, based on our validation, should not be a false match.
Okay, that's fair. And you stated that in regards to the inconclusive range, you can't give an opinion whether a person is present or not present there.
Correct.
And is it fair to call Mr. Melton's DNA that was identified in the anus as male second fraction DNA? Is that fair?
It was in the second fraction, yes.
Excellent. And you didn't test this fraction for sperm, is that correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that second fraction DNA could be sperm, skin cells, blood, or saliva?
The aim is to obtain only a profile from the sperm, but there can be some crossover of other types
But you can't say that it's sperm.
DNA, other types of cells into that second fraction. So it's difficult to say.
Yes, ma'am. Was it difficult to say that the second fraction could be skin cells, blood, and saliva? Are you saying that's difficult to say?
We're told not to say that it.
Well, I don't want you to say anything you're told not to say.
Yeah,
We're told not
we
to
don't
say
it's
what?
something unless we know it's something.
Certain.
So I don't want to go out.
Okay, understood. That's fair.
Wait, you're
That's
told
fair.
not to say that, but you're allowed to elaborate your answer. Please do. Please tell us more. Thank you, Karen Lachlan, for your $20 super sticker. Tuning in from Canada. Thank you.
Are you familiar with the Journal of Forensic Sciences article entitled "The Persistence of Sperm and the Development of Time Since Intercourse Guidelines in Sexual Assault Cases"?
That's one, yes.
Are you familiar with that one?
Well, I've recently reviewed.
Yes, ma'am. I would like to show you that document if it's okay. Okay, I'm gonna ask you some questions off of that document.
I love when this is an Allele move. Are you familiar with this article in this journal? Yes, let's talk about it.
Reflect that I am showing the witness what has been marked. That's defense exhibit number 52. And Ms. Hinkle, please take your time, review that document. Once you're comfortable that it is accurate, it hasn't been altered in any way, please look up for me.
Looks like a long article.
Is that document a reliable authority in your field?
The journal is.
Yes, ma'am.
And they would not accept a paper without a review before it's published, so it would be reliable.
Yes, ma'am. I would like you to look at page 588 of that document. I'd like you to look at the last paragraph on the left column.
It's 588.
Yes, ma'am, 588.
Okay.
All right, and then we're looking at the left column and the last sentence on the left column. You'd agree that it states, in general, sperm can be detected in the anus up to 24 hours time since intercourse. Is that correct?
That's what it states, yes.
Okay. And it says sperm can persist for over 2 days after intercourse. Is that correct?
2 days after anal intercourse.
Yes, ma'am. And then at the top, we have table 8. Do you see table 8 at the top on the right column? And there were 5 anal swabs. And I'm sorry, we're looking at the 96 hours to 120 hour range. Do you see where there was 5 anal swabs tested in that 5-day range?
There were 5 yes, that were tested after that range.
Okay, and all 5 came back as negative for the presence of DNA. Is that correct?
Yes.
In the middle of that paragraph, and we're on the right side now, it says the expectation. I'm sorry, we're at the. I'd like you to go to the 4th sentence, the 1st paragraph on the right side of the document. And it starts with the expectation of finding. Do you see that, Ms. Hinkle? Yes. It says the expectation of finding anal swabs positive for, and I'll just say DNA instead of that word, at a time since intercourse of less than 48 hours can be considered low. And the expectation of finding DNA at time since intercourse greater than 48 hours can be considered extremely low. Is that correct?
Oh, it was expectation of finding sperm greater than 48 hours can be, yes, that's what it says.
Oh.
And 2 sentences down, it says our experience at FSI, which is the journal, is that it is unlikely that sperm would be detected on internal swabs beyond a TSI, which is time since intercourse, of 24 hours. Is that correct?
Their experience at the institution that did this study.
What's that you said?
Correct.
Are you also familiar with course indulgence? The Canadian Society of Forensic Science Journal article providing evidence-based opinions on time since intercourse based on body fluid test results of internal samples. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Court's indulgence.
Would be highly unlikely to find it after 24 hours.
And I am marking this document as defense exhibit. Can you say the number of the exhibit that you have?
52.
52. So this would be marked as defense exhibit 53. Thank you. Oh, that is the wrong copy. I am so sorry. That is my copy. Yeah, that's the wrong copy. This is your copy. There you go. Is it okay if I approach you, Dr. Ms. Hinkle? I want to call you doctor. Please forgive me. And please take your time and look over that document once you've had opportunity to look over it and make sure it hasn't been altered in any way. And you recognize it, you can look up.
Thanks, RB, for buying me a matcha latte. I need it. Appreciate you. Thank you, Karen, so much for your cash app. You're the greatest. Keep on keeping on.
That article that I just handed you, is that established as a reliable authority in your field of work?
The journal, yes, and they wouldn't accept an article, an item for publication unless it is valid.
Yes, ma'am. 1 second, Ms. Hinkle. Thank you for your patience.
Is this like a repeat? I feel like we already heard this.
And you're familiar with the Canadian Science of Forensic Sciences, the Canadian Society of Forensic Science Journal article providing evidence-based opinions on time-sense intercourse based on body fluid testing results of internal samples. Is that correct?
Yes.
I would like you to look at page 61.
Oh, he's hammering it. Okay, Elaine, I thought maybe I pressed a button by mistake and rewound it because it sounded very
I'd
similar.
like you to look at the last paragraph on page 61. And would you agree that the first sentence of the last paragraph of page 61 states, in the literature review, the maximum reported time frames from the detection of spermatozoa were 7 days for the vaginal cavity. Is that correct? 3 days for the rectal cavity. Is that correct? And less than 24 hours for the oral cavity. Is that correct? Of course,
3 days rectal.
indulgence.
That means that Chris Melton had to have been with her within 3 days. I mean, if you believe these peer-reviewed articles. And he's writing on the Pictionary paper.
Were you asked to conduct any DNA testing on hairs found on Ms. Baker's body?
I was not.
Is that a capability that GBI has?
It is one, yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Bolden? All right.
Ms. Hinkle, you were asked several questions on cross-examination about the detection period. Come over here to the microphone. Of the detection period for male DNA in a rectal swab after anal intercourse. Going back to the case that you specifically referenced on direct examination, where an individual was able to transfer DNA from one victim to the next, in that context, would that reset, or not even reset, would that start the detection period for potentially DNA being located on an anal swab? Does that question make sense?
Yes. I mean, it's possible for an individual to transfer fluids from the vaginal into the rectal area if there is insertion in both areas. So it would kind of restart the clock.
That would mean that Chris would have to have done the A. And he swears he never did.
So to speak, as far as the time frame.
That's all I have, ma'am. Thank you.
Any, excuse me, any requests, Mr. Crews?
No, ma'am.
May this witness be excused?
I would ask that she be excused, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Crews?
No, ma'am.
You are free to go. You may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state rests.
The state rests.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take up some matters outside your presence. If you'll go into the jury room,
State
we'll
rests.
discuss the case. We'll be with you shortly.
Have they made their case? Has the state made its case? It is their job. It is their duty to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt that Edrick Faust is the person who did these 12 felonies, who committed these 12 felonies. I'm going to put a poll up. And the poll will be, if you were on, well, should we do what you think the jury's going to do or what you would vote? I'm going to put up what you would vote. So I want a poll from you. There's almost 4,500 people here. I'm sure they will make a motion for a directed verdict.
Swabs wouldn't last that long.
All right, the state rested. Mr. Faust, I'm going to address you. You don't need to respond to the court. I'm going to address you, and then I'm going to take a break. And Mr. Crews, you let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Yes, ma'am.
All
Ready
right.
to make your motion.
Mr. Faust, the state has rested. And what that means now is this, that this is the opportunity, if you and counsel want to present evidence. The burden is not on the defense. It's always on the state. But most importantly, I want to speak to you about your right to remain silent. You have the absolute right to remain silent under the Constitution of this country and, of course, the Constitution of Georgia. And that means exactly what it sounds like, that no one can make you take the stand and testify against yourself. Even your lawyers. I always tell persons that I'm speaking to speak with their attorneys and to listen to their advice. But ultimately, at the end of the day, the decision as to whether to testify in your own defense is yours and yours alone. I want to make sure that's clear. But you have the absolute right to remain silent. I want to make sure you understand, Mr. Faust, that if you decide to take the stand, that you will be cross-examined by the state, and you need to understand that. But you have the absolute right to remain silent. And again, no one can force you in any way to take the stand and testify. Mr. Crews, do you have any questions that you would like the court to ask your client at this point?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Okay.
We'll talk.
I'm certainly going to give you time to talk. Take as much time as you need. Let me know when you're ready, and then we'll address any other matters.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, court is adjourned until that time. Thank you. You can just let us know, Mr. Crews, by letting the bailiff know, and we'll come back upstairs.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
We have a room to speak in. They typically just use
Poll
this
is up.
room down here. Can
Should be up.
our team go to the room and talk with Mr. Faust?
Certainly happy to facilitate that. I'm going to leave that up to the sheriff's department. You know what? I think this would probably be best. I'll give you the courtroom. I'm
No,
going to tell everybody who is in the courtroom to vacate the courtroom until we start.
that's
closing.
ridiculous. Give them a conference room. Who knows what kind of spy devices are hidden in the courtroom? Okay, this is a man speaking to his client. It's a privileged. No. There's Zoom cameras. There's mainstream media cameras. You're going to make everyone vacate the courtroom instead of giving them a conference room? That is what you call a colloquy. That is what you call the judge has to talk to the defendant and let him know that it is not whether or not he wants to testify is his own decision. He has the right to remain silent, etc. It's called a colloquy. But also what is typically done before this moment of colloquy is that the defense makes its motion for a directed verdict and gives its reasons why there is no way on God's green earth, Your Honor, that a jury could find Mr. Faust guilty of these charges, and you should direct a verdict of not guilty, and my client should go home. Okay? She's going to make everyone vacate the courtroom and not give them.
So I'll give you the courtroom.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
It's
If everyone,
ridiculous.
please leave, and we'll let you know when we are ready to resume court. Thank you.
Now she doesn't have the authority. This is that it's. Are they afraid that he's gonna run away? Run away! Run away! I don't think he needs to testify. I would never put him on the stand. I just wouldn't. It's gonna open up the door to possibly his prior convictions. We never heard from the jailhouse snitch. That's right. We never heard from the jailhouse snitch. Was that going to be something they were only going to do on rebuttal? Well, then we can catch up to real time, I think. I don't think he should take the stand at all. I thought it was good enough that the jury saw him in his interview. Well, the camera is pointed at the ceiling, so they've not cut their camera. They've cut their sound, so that's good. The poll is up. Please vote. I'd like to get as many votes as possible to make it a very good sampling. Let's see how many votes we can get. And while we're doing that, I'm going to give some memberships. I will give some memberships because YouTube allows me to do that. All right, I'm going to be sending out 5 gifted memberships YouTube randomly chooses. It's not up to me. All right, here we go. And yay for gifting. Congratulations to the 5 new members. The poll is there. It should be there. Law Junkie 33, Kim C, Avila 776, Maggie DeVuti, and KML 2020. Welcome to the 5 new members. Yay! You get a cupcake next to your name. You get special emojis. We do members only streams. Refresh if you're not seeing the poll. Refresh. Maybe that's why. Go out, come back. And let me know how you would decide this case. The state has rested. Guilty or not guilty? Let's get back to the chat. Division Bell says there was a Ramirez at the press conference we watched earlier. Thanks for your 5. Karen DePasquale gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so very much. You're very kind and generous. Well, I mean, a viewer may have solved the issue of who that person was that says that they reported me to the court. JACI Rodriguez. Yeah, we saw it. I know. We saw it. And we figured out, or somebody sent me some screenshots of what looks like it could be this particular person who, let's see, wait, let's go back to it. Who many people have surmised as Chris Albert. And then somebody sent me another. And because he threatened me 9 minutes on the 9th, he threatened me. If that's him, that this same person who sent me this same thing. Hold on. Hold the phone. Here we go. This person is a well-known troll on Twitter, apparently. Many people have surmised that it is Chris Albert. So apparently on the 9th, Cowboy Fan 105D said, man, Chris Melton is going to have one hell of a case against Melanie Little after he gets done testifying. This was February 9th, 18:06 p.m. People are like, or 18:06. This is, I guess somebody's outside the U.S. who sent this to me. Huh? Are you high? And then the next screenshot is where Cowboy Fan 105D, same person, says, JC Ramirez, my best undercover name. But wait, there's more because you guys aren't done.
Sufficient time to speak with your counsel. I want to make sure you understand that you have the absolute right to testify, but you also have the absolute right to remain silent. If you choose to remain silent, I will instruct the jury that they are not allowed in any way to use that against you or to hold that against you or to consider it in any way. All right, thank you. Mr. Crews, anything you'd like to articulate to the court?
A couple of things. Before we get into the case, Sharon, I want to let you know that I just found out my wife is in the hospital. So we'll need to address that shortly. But to take care of Mr. Faust's matter, I've advised Mr. Faust he doesn't need to testify in this case. Okay. So I'll stop there for now. Right. I also have a motion as well.
All right, go ahead with your motion.
Your Honor, we're going to move for a directed verdict in this case. The law provides that on a motion for directed verdict, the evidence must be construed in the light most favorable to the party against whom the motion is sought. So, as the Honorable Court is aware, the evidence has to be viewed in the light most favorable to the prosecution in this case. A directed verdict is authorized only when there is no conflict in evidence. So, if, as the Honorable Court is aware, if I present evidence of one thing and the state presents evidence of one thing to that count, there cannot be a directed verdict. It has to go to the jury. And that's as to any material issue and the evidence introduced with all reasonable deductions therefrom, demand a particular verdict. So the counts that we were asked for a directed verdict to, first we'll start with burglary, Your Honor. In this case, and I believe that is burglary is count 6, Your Honor. And in the indictment, Mr. Faust is charged for the said accused in the county of Clark and state of Georgia on or about the 19th day of January 2001, did unlawfully and without authority enter into and remain in the dwelling house of Tara Baker with the intent to commit a felony therein, to wit, aggravated sodomy and rape in violation of OCGA 16-7-1. The evidence in this case presented in regards to the burglary count, as the Honorable Court is aware, none of the state's witnesses have disputed that outside of Mr. Faust's DNA being in Ms. Baker's body, there was no evidence connecting Mr. Faust with the home. In fact, the state mentioned in opening that they can't present evidence of how Mr. Faust got into the home. So in regards to count 6, our position is the evidence does not conflict. The evidence is actually favorable to the defense, even if viewed in the light most favorable to the state, because there is no evidence presented that puts Mr. Faust in the home or shows that Mr. Faust was in the home at any time. In regards to aggravated sodomy, Your Honor, all the testimony in this, and let me make this specific, the aggravated sodomy count involving the anus of Ms. Baker, which is count 10. So far we've done count 6. Next is count 10. All the evidence in this case, in regards to aggravated sodomy, it is undisputed that Chris Melton's DNA profile is the only identifiable DNA profile in Ms. Baker's anus. Dr. Falzone testified that based on her injuries, they were consistent with sexual assault. Ms. HINKLE testified that the anal DNA only lasts for according to the articles, 2 days to 3 days at most. The state asked her a question, their very last question to Ms. HINKLE. They said, could the timer reset? As the Honorable Court is aware, viewed in a light most favorable to the state, we have to accept that Mr. Melton last saw Ms. Baker on Sunday, last had sexual intercourse on Sunday. If we give Mr. Melton the 3-day window, that puts us at Wednesday with his DNA in Ms. Baker's anus. However, the DNA wouldn't still be present because the state's allegation is that Mr. Faust committed these acts on Friday. So there is no evidence that the state has presented or that could be construed even when construed in the best light, even when construed favorable to the state, there's no evidence that would support or that conflicts in regards to Mr. Faust being in Ms. Baker's anus. So we ask for a directed verdict on that count. In regards to count 11, arson in the first degree, we're also requesting a directed verdict. Again, it flows, the state has presented no evidence whatsoever that Mr. Faust was in the home. The closest the state came to that is, if we view the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, is that African Americans were seen walking around the Deer Park neighborhood on the day of Ms. Baker's death. But the state has presented no evidence. There's no conflict in the evidence. There's absolutely no evidence supporting that Mr. Faust started a fire in Ms. Baker's home. And again, what we rely on is the evidence presented through the reports as well as the testimony that law enforcement officers did not find anything connecting Mr. Faust with the home. The only place Mr. Faust's DNA was located, again, Your Honor, was Ms. Baker's body. That same reason it flows to count 12, possession of a knife during the commission of a felony. There's been no evidence presented that Mr. Faust had a knife or possessed a knife in this case. As well as count 9, count 8.
He's probably really worried about his
So
wife
count
right
9,
now.
not count 8 or count 7. Count 6, we've discussed. And counts 1 through 5, which are malice murder, felony murder, felony murder, felony murder, felony murder. And just for purposes of the record, I address count 7 and 8. The evidence viewed in the light most favorable to the state, Mr. Faust is, and obviously we disagree with it, but we have to view it in the light most favorable to the state. DNA is in Miss Baker's mouth and in Miss Baker's vagina. Again, we disagree with that, but I understand the standard. We have to view it in the light most favorable to them. And the state's position is the reason it's there is because of rape and sodomy. There is a conflict in evidence there, so we're not requesting a directed verdict on those 2 counts.
Which 2 counts?
That is 7 and 8. 7 is the aggravated sodomy involving the mouth. 8 is the rape. And of course, Your Honor, our position is there was no rape that took place in this case, but I have to,
Not asking for a directed verdict.
based on the law and viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. But in regards to the murder counts, again, there's been no evidence presented by the state that Mr. Faust was responsible for Miss Baker's murder, outside of just his DNA being present. And as Honorable Court is aware, when it comes to murder, malice murder, they specifically state on or about the 19th day of January 2001, Mr. Faust did unlawfully and with malice aforethought caused the death of Tara Baker, a human being, by strangling her with a cord and stabbing her. The only evidence in this case regarding forensic material related to the murder weapon, which is the cord, is that Mr. Melton's trace evidence was found on the charger block that was next to Miss Baker's head that was connected to the cord used to strangle her. In regards to felony murder, burglary well, it should be burglary in a dwelling. Here it says burglary to a dwelling. Again, there's no evidence that a burglary occurred. The state admitted in their opening that they can't present evidence of how he got into the home. In regards to count 3, felony murder, aggravated sodomy. Again, the basis of that felony murder is to strangulation, and I've already provided the Honorable Court the facts and evidence that came out in this case in regards to the strangulation in count 3. And count 4, felony murder as related to rape. The felony murder piece of it, again, there's no evidence of murder. And I emphasize in other courts where we disagree that a rape occurred, we disagree that the aggravated sodomy occurred, but understanding the law, we understand we have to accept that evidence and say it's favorable to the state's position. But in regards to the murder piece, there is no conflicting evidence on the murder piece. In fact, there has been no evidence presented by the state that Mr. Faust committed this murder again, but solely that his DNA was present. So we would ask the Honorable Court to grant our motion for directed verdict on all counts, excluding count 7 and 8. We believe those matters are appropriate for the jury based on the conflicting evidence.
Thank you, sir. State care to respond.
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, I'll be brief. The court has sat on the trial of the case. You've heard all of the evidence, but certainly not only has the state carried its burden to provide evidence sufficient to get this matter to a jury, but the state's carried its burden of proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Faust committed all of the crimes that are named in this indictment. I'm going to start at the top and work my way down, but in some ways, the evidence of Mr. Faust's guilt applies to each of these offenses. So I think that the evidence as shown at trial shows that an individual matching Mr. Faust's description was seen in the area of 160 Fawn Drive and in fact disappeared.
Wait a second.
Nobody saw him. Nobody ever identified it as him.
Today. Go ahead.
That was much faster than earlier today, but there was an individual matching Mr. Faust's description that arrived in or was walking in the immediate area of 160 Fawn Drive and then was seen to disappear in such a manner that that individual's only route of travel would have been between the homes immediately around 160 Fawn Drive. Further, there is obviously evidence that a murder was committed. There's also obviously evidence that a rape was committed, as well as aggravated sodomy, both orally and anally, is evidenced by Dr. Falzon's testimony about the forceful nature of both the vaginal sex and the anal sex, as well as evidence giving proving Mr. Faust's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, much beyond the necessary standard for a directed verdict, especially when viewed in the light most favorable to the state. There are only 2 DNA profiles found within the home in Miss Baker's body. One of them is from her boyfriend, who had been in a loving relationship with Miss Baker, and whose DNA was found within a normal detection window, as testified to by the GBI witness in Miss Baker's vagina, and then explained as far as the presence in the anal swabbing at a much reduced match or frequency rate due to either drainage or transfer from the period of time in which Mr. Faust raped Miss Baker, orally sodomized her, anally sodomized her, and then murdered her by stabbing her and strangling her with a ligature, Your Honor. And so when we're talking about directed verdict, the manner in which the court views the evidence, as well as considering the significant evidence in this particular case, the state's met its burden as it relates to counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The defense is not moving for a directed verdict on counts 7 and 8. If they were, the state would have met its burden there. As to count 9, the state has met its burden. Count 10 and 11 as well, and count 12. Obviously the knife was possessed during a commission of a felony of, as evidenced by the fact that Miss Baker's blood is on the knife itself, and it was a major contributor or the cause of death, along with the ligature strangulation of Miss Baker. And Detective Leadall testified as to the length of the knife being sufficient, being greater than 3 inches in order to satisfy the requirements of the statute, and as well as the arson being committed by the individual who had raped and sodomized and murdered Miss Baker, which would be Mr. Faust, as shown by the evidence in this case. I'm not going to go through a further recitation of the evidence because I know the court has sat in the trial of the case, but certainly the state has presented more than sufficient evidence both to survive a directed verdict and convict Mr. Faust as to all of those counts.
All right, thank you. Anything further? This is your motion. All right, thank you, sir. All right, so I know all counsel is aware of what this moment means and what the court's responsibility is, but I'm going to articulate it anyway. This is a moment where the court has to consider this statute, OCGA 17-9-1, when direction of verdict of acquittal authorized. When there is no conflict in the evidence and the evidence introduced with all reasonable deductions and inferences therefrom shall demand a verdict of acquittal or not guilty as to the entire offense or to some particular count or offense. The court may direct the verdict of acquittal to which the defendant is entitled under the evidence and may allow the trial to proceed only as to the counts or offenses remaining, if any. That's the law. That's what, Mr. Crews, you have asked the court to grant under 17-9-1. And at this stage of the game, the court is not making any comment on the evidence. I want to make that clear. But what I am going to comment on is whether there is a conflict. That is what I have to find out. And if the court finds there is a conflict, the court has to deny defense's motion. I mean, that's just where we are. And so I want to just lay that out there. This court is not making a comment on the evidence, on the strength of the evidence, on the credibility of the evidence, on the lack of credibility of the evidence, the believability or not believability of the evidence. This is just a moment for the court to talk about whether there is a conflict. Both parties have articulated many times throughout the last 2.5 weeks the indisputable comment that this is a cold case. And in so articulating from both parties that this is a cold case, the parties have described in their ways why the evidence is or is not what it is. And a cold case, particularly one like this, is based on circumstantial evidence. And therein defines, in many respects, what a cold case is. And when the court charges the jury with the law that they must apply, one of the charges relates to circumstantial evidence. And juries are authorized to consider circumstantial evidence in making their decision. They don't have to, but they are authorized to do so. And they can give it whatever weight they care to. The court also charges the jury about circumstantial evidence, and in doing so also says that circumstantial evidence and direct evidence have the same weight, if any, and that one is not greater than the other. And any weight that is given to evidence is solely on the jury's shoulders. They get to decide whether they believe or they do not believe circumstantial evidence, whether they believe or they do not believe direct evidence. And that's the law that the courts give to every jury. That's your basic, I mean, obviously I'm paraphrasing. I'm not going to go back and read the whole charge to everyone. And I know counsel understands this, but I want to remind counsel that that's what the law is. And so based on all of that and based on the law 1791 that says when there is no conflict in the evidence, I'm going to deny your motion, Mr. Crews, for those reasons. This is a circumstantial case, and the argument that you have made relates to evidence that is direct evidence. This is a case that is not really direct evidence, although you all can argue however you choose to about what the evidence actually is. But this is a case about circumstantial evidence, and the evidence that has been presented, therein lies the conflict. Both parties have had the opportunity to direct and cross-examine, and the evidence that has been presented to the state is the epitome of conflict. And so for those reasons, I'm going to deny your motion, Mr. Crews, because it is the law. All right.
It's always denied. I can't remember the last time I saw one
Let me have
granted.
counsel at the bench, and let's talk about some scheduling matters. And so, thank you.
Toxic Grape Granny gifted 5 memberships because she's awesome. If you're just tuning in, Mr. Crews said right before he did his motion, he just found out his wife is in the hospital. So I'm even distracted by that myself. But we do know that Mr. Hill is co-counsel officially now because he filed the papers. And there is no sound while they are at sidebar. Laura Riker says, hey, JC, winners focus on winning and losers focus on winners. Thank you. Thanks for your 5. Rhonda said, Melanie, you're a wonderful attorney. That stands for the truth no matter the case. We stand beside and behind you. I personally learned so much from your channel. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Rhonda. And thank you for your 20. Cupcakes at work for Mel. Take that, troll. Thank you. I love that for them. Thanks, Nate Taylor, for your super chat. Strong leg. Does JC Ramirez really false report to realize that false reports to an officer of the court is illegal and could have criminal and civil ramifications? Thanks for your 10. Marty said, can you imagine if that course recess early was because Chris Albert was making fake reports in another murder trial? OMG. Next witness said, sorry to interrupt, but I'm so outraged and I'm at work and I can't concentrate on both. Asking Cupcakes to take notes of the timestamps of the email snitcher in court and after the stream is over and email them to me. Thank you, next witness. Free 20. I appreciate you so much. How would the defense attorney know? Says say what now? And I'm not sure. That was at 3:40 p.m. So I'm not sure what that was referring to, but thank you, say what now, for your deuce. Zeta Zay, thanks for your $5 super sticker. Joanne Middleton, is this the DNA that hasn't been used before? Confused. Not the true allele DNA. I think true allele has been used before. It's not commonly used because the methodology is a little bit, I would have to look more into it. I think that what they were saying had never been used in court before was the Lugol's iodine test because it's a presumptive test, not a confirmatory test, if I recall correctly. Thank you for your 5, Joanne. Jury's coming back. Not a Haas defendant says, where's the jailhouse snitch? We didn't hear from him. Thank you, the Traveler, for your 5. You better be careful because Chris Albert might sue you, or he might tell Chris Melton to sue you. So just be careful. Sound familiar? There was no collision, says Donnie.
You all may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to release you for today. It's 4:20, and we're not going to start tomorrow until noon. It is possible that we actually may have all of tomorrow off. It's just going to depend on some circumstances. So if that is actually the case, you're going to get a call from the clerk's office, and they will tell you as soon as they know whether tomorrow is a free day for you. In the meantime, I want you to expect to be here at noon tomorrow. When I release you, of course, the same prohibitions apply we've been talking about for 2.5 weeks. I know you've been paying attention to that. Don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't do any research. Do not go to any of the locations that you may have heard about. Certainly try to avoid all social media that may have anything to do with this case whatsoever. Other than that, thank you for your patience today. I'm going to release all of you, and we will hopefully see you at noon tomorrow, but make sure that you pay attention to your telephone just in case. Thank you. You are all free to go.
Charlie thinks she loves the sound of her own voice from down under. Common sense should prevail, says, because you're fabulous. Thank you. I appreciate you. And Rocky Acres, thanks for your 5. And thank me for gifting 5 memberships. Let's see if she's going to talk to the attorneys. It seems that Mr. Crews's wife is in the hospital. Tomorrow may be an off day, or they may start at noon. So let's hear what happens after this. I'm sure that perhaps I think she's going to address the attorneys. Laura Riker also said, I'm just waiting to hear about the solo cups and the leaf blower. Thanks for reassuring me I'm not insane. I quit, Edrick. YouTube won't let me spell Faust. I don't know why that is. I don't have it as a blocked word. Thank you, Bima. Says, wow, Melanie, I'm finally going to be caught up with this trial today. I'm absolutely mortified. Thank you for covering this. You're the GOAT. Thank you for being here for 4 months. Luna said, if I'm a juror, the state wants me to believe this brutal crime left only fractions of Edrick Faust's DNA only in her body, and it was mixed. Did I understand correctly? Yeah, I think you are correct. I don't think that I don't think his wife is pregnant. I'm not sure. I don't know, but he has a newborn at home, I believe. And so I don't know. I have no idea, and I don't want to speculate, and I don't even want it out there. Even if somebody does know why she's in the hospital, it's none of our business. Thank you, Luna Dewdrops, for being here for a month. I think you're going to like it here. It'll be interesting to see if the defense puts on a case.
Free to go. Drive safely.
Mr. Crews, you're free to go. Drive safely. Okay. Thank you. Diana Miller says that you're doing the Lord's work, Melanie. Thanks so much for exposing this insanity. Replay crew, catching up on yesterday's stream. Angry right now. This judge, Can you please explain double hearsay? Double hearsay is hearsay, a hearsay statement contained within a hearsay statement. So Bill told me that Mary told him this. You dig? And in order for that to even get into evidence, there has to be an exception on both of those statements. Excellent question. Thanks for your 10. Desert Quill says, since we're on a break, do you have initial thoughts on the 4 indictments in the Enrique Delgado Garcia case? I haven't had a chance to look at any of the papers. All I have seen were the news articles, and I'm thrilled that 4 people have been indicted for the manslaughter of Enrique Delgado Garcia, the police academy student who was killed during a boxing exercise at the police academy somewhere in Massachusetts. Thank you for thanking me for covering the case. Well, did they cut the stream off? What had just happened was, hold on. See if it ends. I hope she's okay. Prayers up for Mrs. Crews. Prayers up. Well, a lot of DNA evidence today. Will it be enough to convict him? Will it be enough to convict Edrick Faust? Please vote in the poll. Let me see how many votes we have so far. Oh, please. One person said they hit the wrong answer. Well, that's okay. I don't think that hold on. Law and Crime still has the feed up. Hold on a second. They must be behind though. Because right now, Law and Crime is just saying, I'm going to release you for today. It's 4:20, blah, 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 blah. Everything keeps falling. I will just leave that on in my ear to see if there's anything more, but Fox 5 cut their feed. So I got to end the poll. Which means I got to pull it up again. All right, let's see what we're up to here. We have only 2,500 votes. Come on, you guys, we can do better. We can do better than that. 2,548. There's still 4,000 people here. Come on, everyone, please vote. Would you vote not guilty or not guilty? It's totally anonymous. I have no idea who votes and who doesn't, but I would like to get a better sample, if you don't mind. If you don't mind. Let's take another look at the reasons why people think that this cowboy troll Twitter account belongs to Chris Albert. Let's see what we got here. Well, it turns out people keep screenshots of lots of things. And it seems that he told Mike Francesa that his name is Chris and he lives in Canton. So there's that. He told the Mike Francesa podcast. Mike and Giants fans, step aside and watch the Cowboys show you how it's done. Chris in Canton, Mass. So there's that. Wouldn't it be wild if Chris Albert has been trolling me all along under all of these crazy names and all of these crazy emails that he's been sending me about how he's threatening to report me and all of these other things and stuff like that? Wouldn't that be wild? But completely not unexpected. All right, I'm going to end the poll right now. We're at 2,633 votes. And right now the poll says state rested. Would you find Edrick Faust guilty or not guilty? Here's the final results. I think 97% not guilty and 3% guilty. And that's 20, it rounds up or down to 2,600 votes. So there's that. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? It seems that there may be a day off tomorrow in this trial due to whatever it is that happened with Mr. Crews's wife, and that is very, very, very sad. I don't think they come back. Does anybody know? Is anybody ahead on some other device? Law Junkie said that Emily Baker was in a similar rampage. She was livid the other day. She was telling people she's ready for battle. About what? Are they coming for her too? Are they coming for her too? Heather says, it is not scientifically possible to determine if it's skin, saliva, or sperm. This is misleading the jury, but they did bring out that it was tested for sperm, and it turned out that it wasn't. Right? Thanks, CatQ, for tuning in from Canada and for your super sticker. I appreciate you so much. All right, that can come down, that can come down, that can come down, that can come down. Where are my DNA experts in the chat? I don't think they've proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. They talked at the bench. You were reading super chats. Go back. Yeah, but did they say anything? I don't know, because some people have been getting ads, so you guys might be behind. I know that they talked at the bench and they said that tomorrow could be a day off, or tomorrow could be starting at noon. Emily Baker was mad about the AP reporting, videos stealing, talks, money, basically. I don't know what that means. I love Emily, and I know that she's got a really good relationship with YouTube, so YouTube listens to her. If she's mad about something, they will listen. And so I'm not sure exactly what you're trying to tell me, Sarah. Oh, here it is. Emily Baker is raging about bogus copyright claims by a certain large media outlet, possibly siphoning lots of money from creators who don't have the manpower to keep ahead of it. She's taken them down. Oh, that's interesting. I don't, it hasn't happened to me in a long time, and I've known what news stations to stay away from, like KTLA will do it, will copyright strike, and I'm not sure which other ones she's talking about, but if you get copyright strikes, let her know. Okay, good. I'm glad. When did she talk about it? Because I want to go listen to it. Thank you, Karen. Oh my gosh, right. Who knows what she will do with the verdict form? I didn't think anyone could be worse than Beveridge. The defense does have witnesses. Remember the web link for at least 2 people. That's right. There were 2 people that were out of state, but they can decide at the very last minute that they're not going to put on a case. Remember that happened with Brian Walsh, right? Letter Rose by Better says, unfortunately, I think the DNA can convince some jurors because they don't understand it. I agree, Kim. I agree. I think that there are some people who think, oh, DNA, they found DNA, slam dunk. That's it. He's guilty. That's it. He's guilty. And there may be people, oh, it was her last members only. I'm not a member. There are some people who may just believe that DNA is DNA and it's rock solid proof. And I think that Mr. Crews is going to have to tie all of that together in his closing and explain to them as best he can in layman's terms why it is not reliable and why certain forms of DNA testing are not reliable. And he doesn't have to prove who did it. He doesn't have to prove anything. He just has to show reasonable doubt. He has to hammer away at reasonable doubt. Right? That's what I think. The Associated Press. Got it. Yeah, no. Oh, the Associated Press. Oh, so people that are restreaming the Associated Press YouTube videos, that's why I never do it. Remember, there was something recently, I remember, that we wanted to cover, and the only feed that we could find was the Associated Press feed. And I said, no, I can't. I can't play it because they'll strike me. Gotcha, Kazi. Thank you. Thanks, Kathleen. The news outlet that starts with A and ends with P. Okay, cool. And she also talked about it in her Charlie Adelson live last week. It's timestamped. Great. I'm going to go listen to it. She said, Emily released it to everyone during the Corey Richards coverage, I believe. I will find it and link it in the comments after the video. YouTube does not allow links in comments, but I will likely see it on the back end. Emily's AP copyright striking was also covered in regular non-member talks. Okay, I will go. She's amazing at her timestamping. I know I'm very negligent about timestamping. Sometimes it takes me hours to do it. Yeah, I streamed something through Broken Baker, but that was a different issue. That was not something the AP was streaming only. That was, it was a presser or something a while ago that we wanted to watch. Cool. I will go look at her coverage on that. All right. Was there anything else I wanted to bring to your attention? Not that I can think of exactly now, but what you're going to want to do is make sure you have all notifications set. You're going to want to make sure, and you're going to want to make sure you're still subscribed. You're going to want to make sure you have your notifications set, because I know that I owe you some coverage on Kelsey Fitzsimmons, Enrique Delgado Garcia, and another motion that was made in the Matthew Farwell case to dismiss his case in federal court. And I read that case. It was Nick Reiner. Megan, you remember everything, Megan. Happy birthday to Megan. There's a motion to dismiss that Farwell's defense team has made in federal court to dismiss the murder charges against him for Sandra Birchmore and her unborn baby, because they are federal murder charges, and it is a very, very slim circumstance in which you can charge federal murder. They're very, very slim. And I thought, in my mind, I thought that when the feds brought charges against Farwell, then the state would soon follow suit, right? And the state would then file charges for murder against Matthew Farwell. They did not, and they have not. And so, please vote. If you live in Massachusetts, please vote for District Attorney of Massachusetts. Check out Microdot's new videos for all of the reasons why Microdots thinks you shouldn't vote for Greg Hunter, that he just may be the next soldier in line that Marcy's going to give his whole war chest to. And so please check out the new Microdots droppings. Thank you, Cat Q, for tuning in from Canada for your super sticker. And Jaded for Justice says, please keep my community neighbors of Tumbler Ridge in your prayers. Schools in Canada are very rare, and we were all shocked. I'm so sorry. I haven't even had time to even see any headline news or anything today. Kathleen said, starts with A, ends with P. Thank you for your 10. Jay says, if they believe DNA for Faust, they have to believe it for Melton, not that drainage BS. I don't know. I don't think the jury's going to come back quickly. I don't. I think this is going to be long deliberations, because I think a lot of this is going to be similar to Karen Reed, where if there was someone who thought that John O'Keefe got hit by a car, they were never going to be convinced otherwise. And if somebody thought John O'Keefe, no way in hell that he was hit by a car, they would never be convinced otherwise. And I think it may stand the same for DNA. I mean, a lot of people in this chat know about the intricacies and the problems with this type of DNA testing. I'll do a little research on it, or see if I can get Ed Wallace to come on to talk about it with you, because it looks like tomorrow's going to be an off day. Although I don't know what his schedule is. I can't promise, but I will try. Yeah. It's crazy. I forget what I pulled up another screen to look at something, but I'm exhausted, and that's probably why. So do all of those things and stuff. And make sure you have the notifications set, because if I decide to do another show tonight, or maybe tomorrow, we can catch up on all that stuff. And so just keep checking back, or if you have your notifications set and you have notifications enabled on your device or your phone, you will get the notification. Okay. I just wanted to check one more thing for you. Hang on one second. Kimmy, thank you so very much for your very generous. She sent me $50 on Venmo, and she says, you're a class above Melanie, an intelligent woman with a voice who's brave enough to use it despite backlash. That's the reason you have such a loyal something that I can't read on my phone. So hold on. Such a loyal following, maybe? You're the greatest. Thanks, Kimmy. Love you so much. following. And the reason the trolls go at you so hard, it's just respect in disguise. Oh, thank you. Well, at least we know Chris Albert watches my show. Rochelle. Some people choose report to the judge. We choose front row seats. Serenity now. Thank you, Rochelle. Serenity now. All right. April, thank you very much for your Venmo. Says, thank you, Melanie. Thank you, April. Thank you for watching. Thank each and every one of you who chooses to spend so many hours of your day with me. So much. Roberta, thank you so much. Ah, I see. Okay. You've got an idea of who it is. Thank you, Roberta, for your 20. I appreciate you so much. Says, I'm surprised this person would even attempt to mess with you. Love your coverage. There's a lot of crazy people on the internet. So many crazy people. All of them. All right, you guys. Thank you to the moderators. You guys are amazing. I could never do this without you. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy, my friends. Rest in peace, James Vanderbeek. I don't know what happened, but apparently he was battling colorectal cancer. Everyone, please go get a colonoscopy. James Vanderbeek from Dawson's Creek was 48 years old. I just read in the headline. So sad. I love you guys. Thanks for being interested in justice. And hopefully Edrick Faust will be acquitted because this is a sham prosecution. Peace.